Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The protagonist suddenly woke up in the body of a little boy. He was greatly surprised by the human body. Adults with terrifying faces tried to feed the child, but instead of tasting vegetable juice, he smelled demonic energy. This is all because the protagonist was previously a demon king. After reincarnating as a skeleton, he rose in rank to fulfill the conditions of the gods. These great beings promised to return the lich to human life. After all, in the past, Isaac was a simple worker who was once diagnosed with a terrible disease. The disease left him with only 6 months to live, so the protagonist prayed to the heavens for a second life. When he fulfilled all the gods' instructions in the body of the demon king, they simply decided to deceive him, believing the skeleton to be their slave. Isaac was filled with rage and decided to kill them all. But the great beings took all his strength and tried to seal him into a caterpillar. The protagonist saw no other way out but to kill himself. So Isaac is forced to survive in the body of that very same infant. He remembers that Isaac can also be pronounced Isaac, closer to his true name Yishak. The gods must have written the wrong pronunciation when sealing him. That mistake explains why his soul was never sealed, and why he reincarnated into a body sharing his name. Delighted by their blunder, he starts laughing at the gods' carelessness. In the middle of that triumph, the bottle is forced into his mouth again. Even as the attendants struggle to restrain him, they are shocked by how strong the baby is. The liquid tastes awful, but Isaac keeps analyzing it instead of panicking. He senses that the drink contains something dark and dangerous. As it enters him, he recognizes the threat immediately. The story shifts to the Holy Helon Empire's eastern central temple, where this child is being kept. Elsewhere in the temple, a bishop walks with attendants, satisfied with how events are unfolding. He privately believes the child should be dead by now. A nobleman notices the bishop's unusually good mood. That nobleman is Emperor Alexander Heathcliff Hela, ruler of the Holy Helon Empire. The bishop formally greets the emperor as the empire's son. The emperor immediately questions why a bishop is here in person. The bishop claims the Joshua family merely came to pay respects to the saint candidate, and that the church naturally concerns itself with the saint. The emperor accepts the explanation on the surface, but his expression shows suspicion. The bishop hints that if another accident were to happen after the saint was entrusted to the church, it would be regrettable. Before the threat can settle, a scream erupts from the saint's room. The bishop's composure breaks as someone rushes in with alarming news about the young master. People sprint toward the room in panic. The emperor bursts in demanding to know where his son is. A maid tries to explain what happened but can barely get the words out. The emperor braces for disaster. Instead, everyone finds the baby happily drinking and being adored for how cute and healthy he looks. When they hear he has already downed 15 bottles of the foul drink, the bishop is horrified. The impossible truth becomes clear. The child is still alive after consuming all of it. The bishop finally reveals why this should have killed him. The drink was not vegetable juice at all. A moment earlier, Isaac had already sensed the danger in it. He realized that the liquid entering his body was something he had encountered before. The recognition hits him all at once. The drink is halobane. Halobane is a lethal poison that destroys the holy power of clerics and kills if enough is consumed. For Isaac, however, that poison becomes demonic mana, turning the murder attempt into nourishment. He is thrilled that someone unknowingly handed a former demon king a perfect source of power. So instead of dying, he demands even more bottles. The attendants, still thinking it will work eventually, eagerly keep feeding him the poison. Isaac celebrates every swallow as a victory and a massive boost to his recovered mana. With his immediate survival secured, he turns his thoughts to what comes next. He deliberately relaxes and slips inward. Isaac leaves the waking world and dives into the subconscious. He pushes deeper still, heading toward the deepest layer he can reach. There, he arrives at the world of origin. Hidden in the place where mana cores are formed, the reborn infant believes he has finally found a safe place to strengthen himself. He calms himself and begins concentrating on condensing the mana he has absorbed. Determined to gain the ability to use magic in the future, he starts forging that gathered power into a mana core. The process suddenly destabilizes, and what should have been a careful formation turns into a magical eruption. As the light settles, he realizes something is wrong because the core is not forming in the normal tricolored way. The newborn core emerges pure white, shocking him. He quickly understands the color is not the real problem, because the tiny core is overflowing with an abnormal energy he never intended to release. Faced with that impossible power, he can only stare in disbelief. He concludes that this body's potential far surpasses anything he expected. The revelation hits him with the force of a life-changing truth. He realizes this child carries an absurd number of blessings, and if he develops them properly, his future power will be monstrous. Instead of fear, that discovery excites him because it promises a far greater existence than he had imagined. One memory rises above the rest as the key to what he has become. That key is the instinct and power named Isaac, born from a desperate will to survive. He remembers that his soul once clung to life so fiercely that survival itself became his defining obsession. From that obsession came the origin of the Skeleton King and the special original buffs and skills he later created. Now he realizes that this new body has inherited those same abilities, including Isaac itself. Back in the present, attendants checking on the infant wonder whether the poison has finally killed him. Their fear turns to shock when the child suddenly shows he is still alive. He wakes just enough to babble, confusing everyone watching over the crib. Still acting like a baby, he immediately demands another bottle and even wants a stronger one. As the adults relax in relief, he dryly notes to himself that nearly being assassinated apparently counts as nothing serious here. The bishop notices something off about the child's stare and grows uneasy under it. The infant notices the emptied bottles and wonders if overeating might expose him. He decides he cannot risk acting too strangely yet, so he forces himself to play the harmless baby. He puts on a bright innocent smile to sell the act. The bishop is unsettled because the child should not look this healthy after the poison. He remembers that the dose was supposed to leave the infant dying and vomiting blood, not smiling at him. The bishop's unease turns into humiliation as he convinces himself the child is mocking him. A few days earlier, at the central papacy, the bishop had already been stewing over the struggle to control the next saint. He bitterly recalls how every noble house, even the low ones, began claiming that their own child was the true saint candidate. His superior reassured him that the rival candidates were already being quietly eliminated. Even so, the bishop brought up troubling rumors that House Joshua also had a saint candidate. That rumor immediately caught the attention of the man he was speaking to. The bishop panicked because House Joshua was too close to the emperor to be handled openly. His superior answered by smashing his goblet, making clear that hesitation was unacceptable. He coldly promised that the Joshua child would be dead before anyone arrived. The bishop's only role would be to confirm the corpse, because the rest had already been arranged. The order came from Cardinal Hyriad Barrett, Patriarch of House Barrett, who intended the saint to come from his own house. Remembering that promise, the bishop cannot understand why the Joshua infant is still alive. His panic deepens because the failure threatens everything he was told would happen. In the room, the emperor himself approaches the crib and finds the child unexpectedly interesting. He points out the infant's shining silver hair, the same color associated with the founder of the Holy Empire, while the bishop nervously protests. The reborn child is stunned to realize that the imposing man before him is the emperor. The emperor goes further and suggests the child may be closer to God than even the current pope, effectively recognizing him as the final saint candidate. The infant is blindsided by the revelation that he himself has become the saint candidate everyone has been talking about. The bishop sees the emperor beginning to favor the child and decides the situation can no longer be allowed to continue. He asks to take charge of the infant himself, pretending concern while seeking another chance to remove him. To justify it, he claims something is wrong because no newborn should have been able to drink that much of the clergy's food. The child is horrified by the absurdity of becoming a saint candidate, while the bishop pushes to keep him under church control. The emperor delays that request by saying someone from House Joshua will come for the child first. At that moment, a trace of undigested dark manna slips out of the infant, and the bishop notices it immediately. The child panics, thinking his true nature may have just been exposed. The bishop leans in toward the crib with sudden predatory intent. He declares that he sensed dark manna coming from the child. The bishop's suspicion hardens into certainty, and the infant realizes he is in real danger. He fears the bishop has figured out exactly what he is. The bishop announces that the child may be a false saint candidate tainted by manna and says he must summon the inquisitor at once. Before that can happen, another voice cuts in to defend the infant as a precious saint candidate and calm the emperor. The emperor reveals that the pope has already chosen House Barrett's candidate as the next saint, exposing the church's political bias. The infant finally understands that the church is trying to erase him because he threatens Barrett's chosen child. The bishop prepares to move first now that his scheme is unraveling. He seizes the infant and calls for the inquisitor, while the child sees that being used as a prop in the bishop's accusation. The emperor tries to stop him before he goes too far. He insists that House Joshua's close ties to the royal court mean the child must still be considered fairly. The bishop outwardly submits, but only on the surface. He immediately adds a condition that changes the situation again. He reminds the emperor that the crown prince's blessing will not happen until the saint is decided, turning the child into a political necessity. The emperor realizes that if he opposes the pope's chosen candidate, the papacy may refuse to bless the crown prince. The infant bitterly recognizes that church and throne are bargaining over him. He understands that if his true identity is uncovered in this struggle, he is finished. The bishop presses his advantage by proposing an immediate test. He declares that he will use his exorcism powers on the child. He frames it as harmless if the infant is truly human. But he makes clear that if the child is a demon, the exorcism will destroy him on the spot. Before the ritual can finish, the infant smashes the bishop in the face with the bottle. He does it with cold satisfaction rather than panic. Then he instantly resumes baby babble, deciding that if he must fight, he will do it while still looking adorable. The bishop reels from the blow, stunned that a baby's bottle strike hurt that much. The clergy around them mistake the flash of power for divinity, and begin praising the child as the true saint. Sensing an opportunity, the infant swings the bottle again with deliberate force. The second hit lands even harder, further humiliating the bishop. The child keeps battering him, while the bishop struggles to hold on. Only then does the bishop realize the power involved is not ordinary. The emperor and the others see dark manna in the clash, but it is wrapped in such brilliant light that the contradiction leaves them stunned. The infant secretly reinforces the bottle with strengthening magic and keeps up the act of an innocent baby. As the bishop collapses under the beating, the onlookers interpret it as him being overwhelmed by the child's divinity. The infant notices that every time he uses dark mana, a faint trace of divine power appears with it. He reasons that the impossible coexistence of those opposite forces must be connected to the white mana core he formed. The bishop, now terrified, realizes the child is doing something he cannot explain. Desperate to regain control, he swears by his authority that the child is a heretic. The infant, no longer impressed, decides the bishop is too stubborn to stop on his own. He reaches for the bishop's chest while still babbling like a baby. His hand finds a hidden object beneath the bishop's robes, and he realizes the man has been carrying something dangerous. He pulls out a chained relic that radiates the remains of demonic power. The bishop is horrified that the child has found it. The relic is revealed to be a totem made from the banished remains of a high-ranking demon. It was designed to absorb demonic power and kept as a safeguard against demons. The bishop cannot comprehend how an infant could know what it was or how to use it. He lunges to stop the child before anything worse happens. But the infant has already torn the totem free from him. He coldly decides that since the bishop kept attacking him, he will return the favor. Dark power begins pouring from the totem as he activates it. With a snap of his fingers, he triggers the release. A high demon erupts into the room, and the adults recoil in horror as the child challenges them to stop it. The infant openly revels in turning the bishop's own weapon against him. The emperor demands an explanation from Bishop Masa Barrett for unleashing a demon inside the temple. The bishop tries to deny responsibility, insisting the child merely pulled out a totem and that such an item should not be able to revive a demon on its own. The emperor immediately orders his men to protect the child from both the demon and the bishop. A royal knight snatches the infant away from the bishop's grasp. The child smugly enjoys the bishop's confusion now that the tables have turned. He watches to see how strong the bishop really is, only to find the summoned demon turning on everyone instead of obeying. The demon fixates on one target above all others, the saint. It roars that the saint must die, revealing a hatred deeper than the bishop's scheme. The infant is briefly confused by the demon's obsession. The demon lunges past the others and attacks the knight carrying the child. The royal knights form up and shout to protect the young master. The infant is baffled that the monster he awakened is now trying to kill him first. Even so, he quickly regains his composure. He tells himself the holy knights should be able to shield him, only to watch one of them get thrown aside instantly. That failure makes him doubt whether these so-called holy knights are any help at all. The demon cuts through the room screaming not only to kill the saint but also to save an imprisoned king. As the knight carrying him stumbles back, the infant realizes he cannot rely on anyone else and must stop the demon himself. He decides that in the chaos no one will notice if he uses his own mana. The demon dives straight at him with killing intent. The infant bitterly notes that even the creature he accidentally freed is trying to murder him. At the last moment, his power surges in response. The presence of the Skeleton King manifests through him and addresses the attacking demon as an inferior fool. The demon freezes in shock as it recognizes that terrifying authority. The child himself is startled by what has just awakened inside him. Golden holy power bursts from his body and fills the room. The emperor and the others stare in disbelief as the infant becomes the center of a radiant barrier. The demon crashes into that holy light and begins to burn away. It recoils in pain, unable to withstand the radiance. The surviving clergy realize the demon is fleeing from the child's power. They immediately proclaim that the infant has used true holy power to defeat a high demon. The royal knights begin praising Lord Isaac as an extraordinary young master. The infant looks at the holy flames in his own hands and finally accepts that they are real. He is left wondering where exactly he stands now that his power has changed again. Then he realizes the truth. This strange body is converting his mana into holy power. That revelation creates a new problem, because in the Holy Empire dark mana is already scarce, and now even his own power may no longer stay dark. Meanwhile, the battered bishop keeps screaming that the child is a heretic who uses demonic power and should never have been allowed into the Holy Empire. When he tries to push for another exorcism, the emperor finally cuts him off. He condemns the bishop for falsely accusing an innocent saint candidate and for releasing a high demon in front of the royal holy knights. The emperor warns that even a man of the Sanctus Seds is not above the consequences of such crimes. He makes it clear that this scandal will end badly for the bishop. The bishop realizes he has lost the room, but consoles himself that he has at least planted suspicion and that the emperor may soon discover the church's spy. Even bound and cornered, he resolves to protect his own faction and family no matter the cost. So he makes one final desperate choice. Calling forth a blazing beast of holy power, the bishop decides that if he cannot save himself, he will at least kill the saint candidate before he falls. A bishop unleashes a blazing beast to kill the infant, while Isaac stands powerless with the child in House Joshua's care. Watching the attack, the baby realizes the bishop has finally dropped all pretense and is openly trying to murder him. At first he dismisses the strike as too weak to threaten him. Then he notices something is wrong with the bishop's condition. He realizes the bishop has exhausted his mana and cannot sustain the attack. A new surge of blue power suddenly cuts across the room. The summoned beast is intercepted before it can reach the child. A silver-haired knight arrives and demands to know who dared attack a child of Joshua. His entrance alone shifts the room's balance of power. The onlookers recognize him with alarm as the devout Azure. He is introduced as Relai Joshua, seventh son of House Joshua and commander of Joshua's knights. Rely immediately takes control and orders the bishop arrested. As the bishop is seized and rages, the baby fixates on the name Joshua and starts connecting it to old memories. Rely demands proper respect while the child strains to remember where he has heard that name before. The Joshua Knights kneel and formally greet their young master, confirming the baby's status within the house. Rely apologizes to Isaac for arriving late, and the baby notes how rigidly disciplined he is. Trying to smooth over past grievances, Rely offers Isaac a present. The gift is revealed, and the child briefly mistakes it for gold. Instead, it turns out to be a decorative figure of the skeleton king being beheaded. The baby freezes as the image hits far too close to home. The knights proudly explain they even own versions of the skeleton king being burned and crushed, all while doting on how cute their young master is. Their enthusiasm only leaves the child horrified. As the household gushes over his reaction, he wonders how he is supposed to survive among people this obsessed with destroying him. The repeated name Joshua finally triggers a full memory. He remembers Joshua as the saintess who once tried to defeat him. That memory sharpens into the revelation of Exo Joshua, the 45th saintess. Then another name follows, Ox Joshua, the 61st saintess. When he presses for more, the memory refuses him, but he now understands that the saintesses all belong to the Joshua bloodline, and that he himself was born into that family. The realization leaves him cursing the Joshua name while everyone around him remains oblivious. The arrested bishop erupts again, denouncing the Joshuas as heretics and demanding to know where they got the child. He vows to expose their true identity. Still ranting, he declares that bringing such a creature into Joshua means the family is finished. He swears he will annihilate the Joshuas. Rely answers that threat with a swift slash across the bishop's throat. He coldly tells the bishop to be grateful Joshua showed mercy by sparing his head. Seeing Rely attack a bishop over insults to his family, the baby briefly considers that this man might be useful against the church. That thought dies when the surrounding knights prove themselves hopelessly overprotective and stupid. Even so, the child recalls that the Joshua of Blue were once formidable enemies. The knights gleefully reenact the Skeleton King's defeat for him until he gives up and silently admits he owes Rely for stopping them. Rely accepts Isaac's thanks and starts to leave. Before he can go, a prince of the imperial family arrives and asks Rely to address the empire's interest in raising the child. Rely rejects the idea at once, while the baby is startled to realize the imperial family is trying to recruit him. The prince warns that both the empire and its enemies will target the child and questions whether Joshua can protect him even from the devout Azure. Rely answers with silence, weighing the challenge. The prince adds that the Pope is especially troubled because the child's hair matches that of the Holy Empire's founder. He further warns that even the Skeleton King may come after the child, which makes the baby inwardly protest the absurdity of being hunted by himself. Isaac firmly states that because the child is Joshua by blood, the house will raise him as one of their own. Rely declares that whether the threat comes from the Pope or the Skeleton King, Joshua can handle it. The prince counters by invoking the previous saintess Melissa, suggesting she would be pleased to face the Skeleton King again. That name shocks the child because he recognizes it immediately. Melissa was the last and most dangerous saintess he fought before attacking the divine realm. He reels at the thought that he is not only a saint candidate from Joshua, but a direct descendant of Melissa herself. The discussion turns into an explanation of what a saintess truly is. After repeated defeats by the Skeleton King, the gods decided to create saintesses as their ultimate weapon. They were designed as holy embodiments of divine punishment, and became the Empire's highest-ranked force of light. People believed their overwhelming power would soon destroy the Skeleton King. Instead, the Skeleton King proved merciless. He tore through saintesses and their armies without hesitation. Yet he insists he never actually killed a saintess, because their deaths would only return holy power to the gods and strengthen the next generation. Even so, he admits Melissa nearly killed him and was unlike the others. Rely explains that a saintess exists for one purpose alone, the destruction of the Skeleton King. He adds that the Joshuas alone produce saintesses and exist to destroy everything opposed to God, so they will protect the child themselves. Others cite the many saintesses lost to the Skeleton King, while the child silently protests that their deaths were not his doing. One example given is a saintess who died trapped in a maze, which he bitterly remembers as an accident he never meant to be fatal. Rely reassures the child that Joshua will protect him even if he is cursed, while the baby inwardly begs not to be protected that way. Rely then tells him the family is simply grateful he was born. What parents want, he says, is only that the child not grow into another evil Skeleton King. That lands awkwardly on the one person who actually is the Skeleton King. The child silently apologizes to his unknown parents for already failing that hope. The prince urges Rely to think carefully and reminds him the Skeleton King was sealed 150 years ago. During that time, demonkind expanded, making the child politically valuable to the imperial family as a future symbol of holy authority. He also notes there is currently no active Joshua saintess, because the last one vanished after giving birth to this child. The baby is stunned to learn his mother was a saintess. Rely insists that even without the absent father, Joshua's matriarch is strong enough to protect the child. He adds that Melissa is away destroying the Skeleton King's subordinates, and will soon return to meet her grandson. The child is less reassured than horrified, especially after realizing Melissa is still alive thanks to saintesses' long lifespans. He concludes that if Melissa learns who he really is, he is finished. The prince, meanwhile, decides that if he wants to survive politically, he must take the child with him. When the baby reaches toward him, the prince takes it as a plea to go with the imperial family. He uses that gesture as proof the child prefers the empire, though Isaac dismisses it as simple friendliness. The prince argues that the imperial family can offer many things Joshua cannot. Rely counters that the child is destined to become a demon-slaying exorcist, and Joshua is the best place to train one. The argument escalates until both sides are literally pulling the child between them. To avoid being torn apart, the baby decides he would rather go with the imperial family. The prince senses victory. The child also notices a powerful light of survival around the emperor, and decides that following that light may keep him alive. So he commits to that choice, and the prince praises his wisdom. But the child suddenly realizes something else is terribly wrong. Elsewhere, the bishop cannot accept what he witnessed and insists the child used manna. He kneels before hidden church agents and declares the child must be demonkin. One of them points out that holy power comes from God, so if the child used it, then the bishop is accusing demonkin of wielding divine power. The bishop panics at the contradiction but still clings to his claim. The church's higher authority responds to his statement. The bishop is struck down before he can say more. His accusation is condemned as blasphemy. The agents decide there is no need for an immediate assault because the emperor will take the child away himself. Instead, they plan to kill him later at the imperial estate, where opportunities will be easier to create. By morning, the child is already on the move. He steels himself for what comes next. He resolves to go to Joshua after all. Far away, the hidden church agents are left reeling by that sudden reversal. A flashback reveals the moment a few days earlier when the child first emitted a blinding light. The emperor and Rely were both overwhelmed by its intensity. Rely judged that Joshua, for all its strength, was no place to raise a child whose only wish was to survive. To him, Joshua's greatest treasure was merely the skeleton king's corpse, while the child's will to live outshone everything there. That light unexpectedly drew the skeleton king's old body out of storage, shocking the child. Rely realized the child's reaction meant he had a special connection to Joshua's hidden relics. The baby then pointed toward Joshua and asked to go there instead. He made his choice directly, asking to be taken to Joshua. Rely was deeply moved by that request. So even though the child was being taken toward the imperial household and military power, he decided he had to return to Joshua if he wanted any chance of reclaiming his old body. He remembers that body as the vessel in which he refined his mana to a level rivaling the gods, and regaining it would restore much of his former strength. More importantly, the same light of survival that shone from Rely convinced him that staying with Joshua would greatly improve his odds of living. Back in the present, a knight asks why the Pope's faction is so desperate to seize Isaac. Rely explains that the gods prophesied the saint would become the child of the gods. That implies the child could become the next pope, which explains why Barrett and the church are panicking. The story expands to explain the pope's status as the strongest cleric in the empire, second only to the emperor in practical authority. The child realizes Barrett's line has produced popes for ages, so losing that future to a saint-born child would drive them mad. Their conversation is interrupted by a disturbance outside the carriage. A servant reports that they have reached the duchy, but something is wrong at the gate. He warns that a serious problem has arisen. The guards at the entrance refuse to let Joshua's party enter the duchy. Rely storms out in disbelief that anyone would barhouse Joshua itself. The answer comes from an enemy voice that says of course they cannot enter. Demon can reveal themselves and declare they have come to erase the child who inherited Saintess blood. The baby is stunned, because he had forbidden demonkind from attacking human lands when he was king and cannot understand why this is happening. The attackers announce that a new demon king has ordered all saints and saintesses killed on sight. Worse, they invoke the name Isaac as their skeleton king, proving someone is using his identity. The child furiously denies ever giving such an order, but the demons offer to spare the humans if the child is surrendered. A Joshua Holy Knight answers with a burst of blue lightning that tears through the attackers. The surviving demons curse the Holy Knight as he cuts them down. Rely coldly warns them that insulting a Joshua exorcist will only make their deaths worse. He formally declares Joshua's purpose. For the sake of protecting the weak, he vows that House Joshua will annihilate all evil. Joshua's knights surge forward behind him, ready to hunt the demons to the ends of hell. Rely denounces the Skeleton King for using subordinates to steal back his own body, completely misunderstanding what is really happening. The demons rage at a human daring to speak that way. They insist everything they do is for reviving their king, Isaac. As the battle erupts, one knight pulls the child away from the carriage to safety. He apologizes while shielding the young master from the fighting. The child, bewildered, wonders whether someone is impersonating him as the Skeleton King. The knight carries him deeper into the forest away from the clash. He sets the child down and asks him to wait there. Before returning to battle, he leaves behind a strong protective barrier. The child quickly confirms that even high-ranking Demonkin would struggle to break through it. But that also means he himself cannot escape from inside. So he decides to use the one thing he can still rely on: his overwhelming desire to survive. He activates his magic and begins a summoning spell aimed at a being made of magic yet possessed of a mind. He calls forth Whisper, the Watcher. The summoned creature recognizes him at once, and the child hurriedly tells it to stay quiet before anyone notices. Isaac is relieved to find that his old detection spirit survived and can still recognize him. He explains that Whisper was created to handle detection magic automatically and developed a mind of his own over time. Whisper immediately proves that personality by praising his master's wickedness and mocking Isaac for ending up in a child's body. Still furious that the gods trapped his master in such a body, Whisper is ordered to stop ranting and search for enemies instead. Whisper eagerly accepts the command. He expands his search across a 100-meter radius around Isaac. Whisper reports 88 nearby monsters, making Isaac realize the scale of the attack is almost like a war. Isaac decides he must finish things quickly before the Joshua family's forces discover him and tighten security. He resolves to intervene personally even if it drains all the mana he has stored. Before he can act, Whisper suddenly notices the enemy count dropping to 51. The number keeps falling so fast that Isaac is left wondering what changed. As only 13 remain, the Joshua Knights sense a new threat approaching and form a defensive line. When only 4 enemies are left, one surviving demon recognizes a newly arrived ally and greets him as brother. The 2 demons join forces with the shared goal of killing the saint. Their obsession with slaying the saint sharpens the danger of the battlefield. Before they can finish their declaration, the knights cut them down. The human soldiers are startled by the sudden violent end of the last attackers. Whisper confirms that the immediate enemy force has been wiped out, letting Isaac relax for a moment. That calm ends when Whisper detects the true source of the attack, a Shadow Lich. The Shadow Lich appears in full and condemns the humans for touching his king, vowing to kill them. Isaac is baffled by the Lich's sudden fixation on him. The Lich's devotion becomes clear as he addresses Isaac as his one true king and master. Because Isaac once freed him, the Shadow Lich's twisted loyalty erupts into open rage at seeing his king trapped in a child's body. He warns the knights not to even look at Isaac with contempt. The humans cannot understand his language, so they only hear incomprehensible threats while wondering what he wants. Isaac realizes the Lich has figured out that he is the Skeleton King, though he notes the creature's persistence with mixed annoyance. The knights prepare for battle, while Isaac scolds the Lich for drawing so much attention to him. The Lich ignores that and instead fixates on Isaac as a precious source of mana he must protect. One knight tries to reassure Isaac that they will handle the monster for him. The Shadow Lich, thrilled that Isaac has acknowledged him at all, becomes even more excited and hostile. He immediately charges toward Isaac to obey what he thinks is his master's call. The knights realize too late that the monster is heading straight for the child. The Lich tears toward Isaac while cursing the holy knights for sealing his master in such a miserable state, and Isaac is pleased that he has the monster's full attention. Isaac decides he cannot let his precious mana core be exorcised and orders the Lich to break the barrier around him. The Shadow Lich accepts the order without hesitation. He smashes through the protective barrier in a single blow. The knights panic, convinced Isaac is about to die. Instead, Isaac casually praises the Lich for following orders. He then tells the Lich to stop showing off and get some rest, which completely confuses the creature. The Shadow Lich is stunned that his master is dismissing him. Isaac forcibly sends the Lich away, and the rejected servant cries out in despair as he is banished. Watching this, the Joshua captain begins to suspect an explanation beyond ordinary holy power. He wonders if Isaac has somehow performed a totemization and bound a demonkin to himself. Rely excitedly treats that possibility as proof of Isaac's brilliance, praising him for succeeding on the first try. When someone calls it a holy spell, Isaac privately insists he only used mana, but the others remain unconvinced. The captain notes that the effect resembled a high-level holy totemization spell, yet Isaac gives off no holy aura at all. Rely interprets the Lich's rush toward Isaac as instinctive fear of the child's overwhelming importance. He becomes certain that Isaac must be the saint they have been seeking. The captain admits the evidence is hard to dismiss, since even the demon targeted Isaac specifically, whether or not he is truly the saint. Even so, he is troubled that this extraordinary child is a boy, which complicates expectations. He starts to speak about the Skeleton King's curse on Joshua's son, but then makes a firm decision. As captain of the Order of Blue, he vows to protect Isaac as the future of the Joshua family. That resolve settles into a quiet personal commitment. He realizes he had been letting fear of the curse cloud his judgment. Accepting Isaac's potential, he declares that the child will restore Joshua's name. He gently tells Isaac they are going home and promises to teach him many things. He even decides to raise Isaac into a great holy knight, while Isaac inwardly just wants his original body back. The captain goes further and promises to save Isaac no matter how short his cursed life may be, shocking Isaac. He enthusiastically imagines Isaac becoming famous across the continent. While Isaac is horrified by where this is going, the captain cheerfully plans to teach Isaac how to curse the Skeleton King, and Isaac can only curse the Joshua family in return. They return to the Grand Joshua Duchy estate. Its wealth and prestige immediately make clear how powerful the family is. Isaac is impressed despite himself by the scale of the residence. At the same time, he bitterly resents how luxuriously these people live while he has suffered. His resentment deepens as he remembers the hardship he endured just to survive. Whisper is equally amazed by the estate and compares it favorably even to their old palace, which only irritates Isaac more. Inside, the captain presents the Joshua residence as the birthplace of exorcism and monster slaying on the continent. He proudly invites Isaac to look at the family's legacy. He shows Isaac children training to fight monsters and says Isaac will one day be like them. Those children are already being taught to hate and killed the Skeleton King. Their training is full of violent curses and zealotry directed at Isaac's true identity. Hearing that, Isaac concludes this family is full of fanatics. Even so, he decides that enduring them is worth it for now. As long as he has infiltrated the Holy Empire, he still intends to seize power and take revenge on the gods. Whisper readily agrees to help with that ambition. As they move deeper into the estate, Isaac notices a large concentration of mana. He is thrilled to realize the family has gathered dozens of mana cores in one place. Their escort announces that they have arrived. The captain orders his room prepared because he intends to keep Isaac with him. A servant apologetically reveals that orders have already come down to send Isaac to the annex instead. The order specifically came from the fifth young master, who forbade Isaac from entering the main building. The captain is outraged that someone wants to send Isaac to a place associated with death and misfortune, while Isaac dryly notes how badly this family is already falling apart. The captain dismisses the order as pointless interference from his brother. Whisper quietly informs Isaac that the annex is where the mana cores are stored, instantly changing Isaac's priorities. The captain refuses to let Isaac stay in such a haunted place, while Isaac desperately wants the opposite. Instead, the captain insists on taking Isaac to his own room and reading him stories about Saintesses defeating the Skeleton King, which Isaac experiences as torture. That plan is interrupted when the fifth young master arrives and contemptuously asks why anyone is fussing over a homeless child. He coldly repeats that the child belongs in the annex. The newcomer is introduced as Gawel Joshua, the fifth son, and he openly challenges his brother for defying him. Isaac takes one look at him and immediately judges him to be trouble. The tension between the brothers confirms that first impression. Gawel orders Isaac handed over and sent to the annex at once. Relai refuses, arguing that Isaac is a Joshua descendant and should not be treated like an exile. He even threatens to keep Isaac with him and fill the child's nights with anti-Skeleton King scripture if necessary. Gawel mocks Isaac's frail appearance and questions where Relai even found such a child. Isaac dismisses the claim of noble descent in his own mind and starts wondering what kind of degenerate Gawel really is. For Isaac, the only thing that matters is reaching the annex and its mana cores, so he tries to ignore the insult. When Relai accuses Gawel of trying to brand Isaac as cursed to remove him from succession, Isaac suddenly realizes there is a struggle over inheritance. That revelation excites him, because he had already planned to drain this household, rise to sainthood, and use that power for revenge. Gawel argues that since a demon came for Isaac, the child may as well already be considered cursed, but the knights protest that Isaac helped banish it. Relai counters that the demon's interest proves Isaac's importance, and even suggests he carries the power of a saint. Gawel laughs at the idea and demands proof instead of empty praise. Whisper mischievously urges Isaac to show off with overwhelming magic, but Isaac refuses the absurd suggestion. Relai accepts the challenge and asks what kind of proof would satisfy Gawel. Gawel points toward a dead tree on the grounds. He proposes that Isaac revive the family's symbolic holy tree if he is truly saintly. Gawel explains that the tree died from demonic dark mana and says a real saint candidate should be able to restore it easily. Relai is appalled by the cruelty and impossibility of demanding that from a baby. Then Gawel lets slip a far more shocking truth, that Joshua's first son is missing and the second son is adopted. Isaac is stunned by the implication and immediately wants to know more. He grabs Whisper for answers, desperate to understand what he just heard. In his agitation he nearly hurls Whisper away, and the spirit scrambles to stop him. Gawel keeps pressing the test, insisting that even a tree dead for 70 years should be revived if Isaac is truly special. But before the argument can continue, something changes. Relai realizes the dead holy tree is reacting. Fresh life begins to spread through its branches. The holy tree fully returns to life before everyone's eyes. Gawel is left speechless because even healing and purification magic had failed to save it before. When asked what happened, Isaac casually pretends it was nothing. He privately admits that he simply absorbed the dark mana around the roots, which restored the tree and left him pleasantly full. A knight asks Relai what he did, unable to believe the miracle. Relai honestly says he did nothing, then begins to suspect the truth. Isaac bluntly confirms that he consumed the mana involved and sees no reason to hide it from Whisper. The knights immediately declare that Isaac must have performed the miracle. Gawel calls them insane and insists a baby could not possibly have done what none of them could. The others ignore him and celebrate Isaac as someone who has now shown both exorcism and purification. Gawel turns on Relai and accuses him of staging everything. He claims Relai used the missing saintess to fake the miracle and pin the credit on Isaac. Relai denies ever meeting the missing saintess and fires back that Gawel should worry more about his own collapsing household. Isaac notices that Gawel looks nothing like the saintess Melissa and starts doubting the family story. Whisper voices the same suspicion, noting that Gawel resembles the Pope more than Melissa. Gawel explodes and accuses Relai of trying to install Isaac as the next saint candidate even though the family already has another one. Isaac is intrigued to learn there is another candidate in the house and decides that defeating a rival might even be entertaining. Relai insists Isaac still has the right to lead the family as the son of their missing eldest brother. Gawel rejects that claim, saying the eldest brother abandoned the family when it was in danger. He then reveals that the man who recently resurfaced and announced he had a child is supposedly that missing first brother, making Isaac realize why he is treated as illegitimate. Gowell sneers that even if the man is the saintess's son, Isaac is only a half-blood outsider brought in from elsewhere. He goes further and says they cannot even be sure Isaac is truly their brother's child, reducing him to a tool for the family line. When Gowell suggests selling Isaac off for the family's benefit, Rely finally punches him. Rely refuses to let such filth pass, while Isaac quietly appreciates how much useful information this fight is exposing. The knights rush in to stop the brothers as Rely keeps beating Gowell, and Gowell rants that a fractured house will be easier for him to seize. Isaac, amused and disgusted, privately wishes the whole rotten family would just collapse. Whisper points out that Isaac would be dragged down with it, and Isaac irritably tells him to be quiet. The scene shifts deeper into the Joshua estate as the family moves to formal judgment. Isaac waits in sullen frustration for the decision about his fate. He grows increasingly annoyed at being treated like an object in other people's schemes. At the family council, the adults complain that another boy is useless to them, confirming Isaac's view that no one in this house is sane. Their contempt turns especially vicious toward Isaac's mother, the saintess they had taken in, as they blame her for bearing another unwanted son. The acting matriarch silences the room and takes control of the matter. Hannah Joshua, the second wife acting as matriarch, rules that Isaac will be raised quietly in a minor branch house far from the spotlight. At a family council, the acting matriarch openly challenges why a troublesome child was ever allowed into Joshua territory, and Isaac realizes she is likely behind the push to banish him to the annex. When Lilai is pressed to answer her accusation, Isaac recognizes the hostility as part of the same faction tied to his abusive uncle's side of the family. Isaac notices his father is absent, leaving him without his strongest protector in the room. The acting matriarch explains the patriarch is away dealing with the chaos surrounding the saint candidate matter. Isaac coldly notes that his father is missing the moment on purpose or by bad timing, and the opposition takes advantage of it. An elder suddenly reveals that Isaac, the house's eldest grandson, has revived the holy tree, shocking the entire meeting. Rely immediately tries to dismiss the miracle as coincidence, and claims the family's prayers, not the baby, must have caused it. Others support that excuse at first, arguing even the patriarch struggled with the problem, so a child could not possibly have solved it. The acting matriarch leans on the lack of evidence, trying to keep Isaac's achievement from becoming accepted fact. Some elders start praising the tree's recovery while Isaac fumes at how quickly they are trying to erase his role in it. Fed up, Isaac decides to produce proof instead of letting the adults talk over him. The room falls silent as power gathers around him and the elders realize something undeniable is about to happen. Isaac manifests a crystal of holy energy in front of everyone, forcing them to witness his power directly. The elders stare in disbelief as they recognize the energy as something sacred and familiar. They identify the crystal as the holy tree's own energy, confirming Isaac can draw out and shape what was corrupting it. A senior elder concludes that Isaac removed the manna that had been eating away at the holy tree. Though stunned that a newborn could do such a thing, the elders reason that the crystal itself is proof he turned the tainted manna into physical form. They explain that such an exorcism is extremely dangerous, and could easily have killed the tree if done incorrectly. As the experts discuss how advanced the feat was, Rely can only panic because the conversation is moving beyond his ability to deny it. Isaac's uncle finally states the obvious conclusion: the baby instinctively exorcised the corruption. He goes further, declaring that this infant has accomplished what the Central Church failed to do for 70 years. Rely lashes out at the elders for entertaining what he calls absurd nonsense. He argues that an infant cannot exorcise anything and warns that the family will be ridiculed if this story spreads. Desperate to discredit Isaac, he even attacks the child's bloodline and implies he may not truly belong to the Joshua family. Isaac's uncle counters by asking the elders to see the child for what he is and predicts Isaac will become a saint. He escalates the claim further, saying Isaac could even rise to become the next pope. Then he ruins his own momentum by blurting out that Isaac will also kill the Skeleton King, exposing how wildly far his praise goes. The mention of the Skeleton King horrifies the elders, while the acting matriarch quietly enjoys watching Rely dig himself deeper. Sensing an opening, she proposes that if they are truly so confident in Isaac, they should test him. She formally requests access to the divine relic storage, turning the debate into a dangerous trial. The story shifts to the dark forest in the Northwestern Empire, where the Joshua Patriarch is away on a grim battlefield. There, a holy strike cuts through a monstrous enemy, showing the Patriarch is still fighting far from home. He stands amid corpses and bones, surrounded by the aftermath of brutal combat. The Patriarch remarks that this place is a disaster too, mirroring the turmoil back at the estate. A subordinate kneels and reports urgent news from the family council. He informs the Patriarch that his proxy has requested use of the divine relic storage. The Patriarch initially refuses, reminding them that the Central Church has no right to use that place, only to learn the request concerns his own grandson. The messenger explains that Isaac revived the holy tree and the proxy wants to test whether he has the qualities of a saint. The Patriarch is baffled by the idea and demands clarification. He cannot understand why a saint would appear in his own household at all. After being identified as Eli Joshua, he still refuses permission, warning that only a saintess can survive entering the storage and urging them not to provoke needless conflict. Before the refusal can settle the matter, another voice overrides it and orders the test to proceed anyway. Melissa Joshua, the former saintess and family matriarch, arrives and asks whether the child in question is Isaac. Once she hears he revived the holy tree, she treats it as an extraordinary sign rather than a threat. Melissa proposes opening the storage not just for Isaac but for every saint and saintess candidate among the great houses. When someone worries that another family's child might take a valuable relic, she welcomes the possibility instead of fearing it. She reveals the deeper reason. If someone can retrieve the best item from the storage, that relic may finally lead them to the Skeleton King and his death. With that goal in mind, she decides the challenge needs a reward worthy of obsession. She announces that whichever child brings out the finest treasure will receive a prize beyond even the Pope's reach. The winner will inherit the Joshua family's generational heirloom and be personally taught the household's secret technique. Melissa raises the stakes to the absolute limit, promising the victor everything the Joshua family can offer. It is explained that the divine relic storage holds ancient secret arts and sacred relics guarded for generations by saintesses, though the Joshuas are considered its owners. Because only children under 10 can enter, it once served as a ritual where 1-year-old saintess candidates chose an item that foretold their future gifts. But the place proved so lethal that even saintess candidates died inside, and after several such deaths the storage was sealed. Back in the present, Isaac's shadowy companion frames the coming test as a question of whether their little master can survive and return with treasure. Isaac grumbles at the dramatic narration, but the warning lands because he knows the challenge is real. The companion points out that Isaac is excited too, and Isaac readily admits it. What truly excites him is the rumor that the Skeleton King's body lies inside the storage. A servant notices Isaac's eagerness and asks if the young master is looking forward to the event. He reports that the matriarch has opened the storage to every candidate, not just Isaac. All children from the 5 renowned households will participate, including the Pope's line, though the servant still believes Isaac will win. Isaac privately welcomes the crowd because more competitors will create more confusion, making it easier for him to reclaim his original body. As he is handled and prepared, he is reminded to be careful, which only sharpens his focus. His uncle warns that demons captured from the battlefield guard the inside of the storage. Isaac initially dismisses that danger, assuming captured demons would be weak enough for him to overpower. Then he learns the guardians include 8th-rank demons, which are far beyond what he expected. The servant adds that a 9th-rank dragon may be the worst thing inside, and Isaac is horrified by how insane the trial really is. Even his companion calls the Joshua family mad for sending babies into a place guarded by a dragon. The companion tries to reassure Isaac by noting he at least knows a lot about dragons. That only makes Isaac more alarmed, because he knows from experience how dangerous dragons are in ways the others do not understand. He remembers having scanned many young dragons in the past, enough that they would likely recognize his soul if they met him again. Realizing that could expose him, he worries the companion may abandon him at the worst possible moment, only for the companion to casually admit the thought. Isaac decides he has no time to hesitate and resolves to act before the storage test begins. He reviews the impossible odds inside the storage and admits he cannot handle 8th-rank demons or a 9th-rank dragon in his current state. So he forms a new plan. Before the trial, he will steal enough mana cores from the Joshua household to power himself up. His first target becomes the annex, where he believes a mana core can be drained quickly. Night falls over the estate as Isaac prepares to move in secret. He slips toward a closed room, aiming for the annex without attracting attention. With his companion floating beside him, he studies the route and keeps low to avoid being seen. The companion notices Isaac's tense expression and asks whether he is all right. Isaac is not worried about being caught so much as being exorcised, because he is studying holy magic meant to destroy beings like himself. He laments that if he could only manipulate holy power properly, he could master those spells instead of merely reading about them. He briefly considers using dark magic to force knowledge out of his uncle, but the companion warns that doing so in the heart of the church would get the whole house branded demonic. Isaac admits theory alone is useless to him, and that he needs practical understanding instead. Before he can keep studying, his uncle notices his exhaustion and intervenes. His uncle carries him back in, assuming the child is simply worn out after an eventful day. Isaac remembers that babies are expected to sleep most of the day, and that expectation suddenly becomes useful. His uncle reaches out to settle him down, unaware Isaac is about to turn the moment into an experiment. When touched, Isaac instinctively triggers a holy regeneration spell, proving he can in fact activate holy magic under the right conditions. Thrilled, he wants to test an attack spell next, but the companion begs him to stop before he draws more attention. The companion reminds him that he still needs to reach the annex and cannot keep adults hovering around him. Isaac agrees and decides the fastest way to clear the room is to make everyone think he has fallen asleep. The adults immediately accept the act, praising how quickly Isaac sleeps and treating it as another sign of his excellence. Once they begin leaving, the companion marvels at how absurdly easy these people are to fool. Just before going, Isaac's uncle orders a servant to take Isaac's first totem away for safekeeping because it may be dangerous. That panics Isaac, since the totem is something he needs for his own resurrection plans. As the adults discuss displaying it prominently, Isaac realizes he may lose access to a vital source of mana. So he changes priorities and decides to drain the annex's mana core immediately before the totem is taken too far. He starts crawling toward the annex, determined to move on his own if he must. The companion offers to open the door for him, though not without mocking how slow this escape is. But when the door is tried, the companion discovers it cannot simply carry Isaac out as planned. Relai has locked the room from outside and even placed a holy spell on the mechanism, trapping Isaac inside. Isaac rejects the idea of breaking the door because that would bring everyone running and ruin his escape. Instead, he pounds on it in frustration, trying to think of another way out. He realizes he cannot use obvious magic without making his situation even worse, and the pressure starts to overwhelm him. As he struggles to think of an escape, a sudden cry interrupts him from the other side of the door. Someone outside reacts in pain and confusion, and Isaac senses an unexpected opportunity. The door opens to reveal Shuri Joshua, a 15-year-old saint candidate and son of Gawal Joshua, standing there injured and startled. Shuri looks down on Isaac as a helpless baby who cannot even walk yet. Isaac instantly recognizes him as a rival and notices blood on him, while the companion bristles at the threat. Shuri is shaken by Isaac's totem, realizing it is something even he could not have created and that the baby may be more dangerous than he thought. He gathers holy mana in his hand, preparing to strike before Isaac can become a bigger problem. Driven by jealousy, Shuri declares that he is the one destined to become the saint. He accuses Isaac of trying to steal what should belong to him, and raises his power to attack. Isaac immediately turns the situation to his advantage, deciding this older boy will be his way out of the room. He gleefully realizes he has found the perfect ride. Shuri demands respect and tries to assert his status, but Isaac dismisses him as just another son of the same rotten branch of the family. Isaac openly calls out Shuri's attempted holy attack, making clear he saw the hostility for what it was. Then Isaac starts beating him with the totem, punishing him before the older boy can recover his composure. The companion praises the hit while Isaac keeps battering Shuri and declares that the boy is going to carry him whether he likes it or not. Shuri finally retaliates by throwing up a defensive barrier around himself. He sneers that Isaac is nothing special and blocks the totem strike with holy magic. Proud of himself, Shuri boasts that no one else his age can use third-rank defensive holy magic. He immediately follows with a third-rank holy attack spell, eager to crush the baby before him. Radiant holiness floods the room, and Shuri unleashes the spell at full force. He fires again, trying to overwhelm Isaac with repeated castings and prove the gap between them. Isaac calmly thanks him for the meal, revealing that the attack is helping rather than hurting him. The holy power erupts around Isaac and is absorbed into his body instead of destroying him, leaving Shuri stunned. Shuri cannot understand how a defensive spell became so huge or why his attack is failing completely. Isaac realizes he has just learned the spell Shuri used and is delighted by how easily he copied it. He reproduces the same defensive magic himself, surrounding the room with multiple barriers and thanking Shuri for the lesson. Shuri panics as he sees the baby instantly imitate a spell that took him years to master. Isaac lunges again, pressing the attack while Shuri is still reeling. Shuri tries to retreat, but the copied barriers and Isaac's pressure leave him nowhere to run. The room fills with crashing holy force as Isaac's control of the situation becomes overwhelming. The companion asks whether killing a Joshua heir is really wise, and Isaac makes clear that death is not his goal. He points out that Shuri was never actually hit by the holy attack itself, only terrified by it. Shuri, realizing he is still alive, explodes in anger at being humiliated and frightened by a baby. He tries to recover his pride by insisting that no amount of attack magic can threaten a saint candidate like him, but his confidence is already cracking. Then he senses something far worse than Isaac's copied holy spell rising behind him. The companion abandons its harmless disguise and manifests as a towering demonic form, enraged that Shuri dared attack its master. Faced with that monstrous presence, Shuri's bravado collapses into pure terror. He can only stammer and cry as the demon looms over him. Isaac casually climbs onto the demon's shoulder, treating the terrifying transformation as nothing more than a convenient mount. The companion asks what exactly Isaac intends to do now that Shuri is completely broken. Isaac gives the answer plainly. Shuri is going to carry him, whether he wants to or not. Elsewhere in the dark, Shuri's own ambition is revealed as he identifies himself and clings to his dream. He had sworn that he would become the future saint. He had also vowed to escape the cursed Joshua house and rise all the way to the papacy. But before that dream can continue, someone arrives with enough force to shake the ground, threatening to change the situation again. A panicked boy runs through the night with a vicious toddler clinging to his back and cursing him as dead weight. The toddler orders him toward the annex while the older boy, terrified and confused, demands to know why he is being dragged into this. A shadowy familiar erupts beside them and threatens the boy with death, making it clear the toddler is no ordinary child. Under that pressure, the boy has no choice but to keep carrying the toddler as the sinister spirit looms over them. The boy gives up on arguing and focuses on surviving, even as he inwardly begs for someone to save him. Their desperate flight leads them across the estate toward a forbidden building under the moonlight. The toddler keeps directing the route like a commander, barking out turns while the boy obeys on instinct. Still running, the boy protests that no one should be out here at night, and cannot understand the toddler's purpose. He suddenly breaks as something ahead makes him realize where they are. Recognition hits him, and dread replaces confusion. He realizes they have reached the Joshua residence's second annex, a place feared as a haunted house. The boy blurts out that people have died there, and that the patriarch has forbidden anyone from entering. The toddler, however, senses an enormous concentration of mana inside and becomes even more interested. Blue lights drifting around the annex confirm that the place is saturated with power far beyond what ordinary training could produce. The toddler orders them inside, and the boy desperately objects that entering is impossible. The familiar silences him and forces him onward, reducing him to helpless compliance. The annex door opens with an eerie creak, as if inviting them in. They step into a decayed interior that feels even more ominous than the outside. The toddler notes the ruin with detached interest, while the boy only grows more alarmed. Then the toddler notices something important deeper inside. He spots a clue that makes him pause and reconsider the place. The familiar explains that the entire building and every door within it are sealed by protective barriers. Hearing that everything is locked down, the boy pleads to leave before things get worse. The toddler answers by yanking his hair and demanding attention instead of retreat. As the boy protests, he suddenly realizes the toddler has shifted focus to something else in the room. The toddler approaches a wall of portraits and identifies the figures as former patriarchs of the family. The boy assumes the toddler is after the patriarch's authority, but he mocks that idea as short-sighted. He reveals he has no interest in the title itself and dismisses the future patriarch as someone else's problem. Without warning, he attacks the portrait's barrier. The boy is horrified as glass and magic begin to shatter around them. The toddler smashes through the protected portraits while the boy screams that he is desecrating the family ancestors. The toddler points out that barriers on portraits make no sense unless the paintings are hiding something more valuable. When the barrier breaks, the familiar confirms the seal is gone, and the toddler is pleased that his guess was right. He immediately abandons the boy and rushes deeper into the annex, leaving chaos behind him. The boy stares in disbelief as multiple toddler-like figures scatter away, making the scene even more incomprehensible. The toddler calls out excitedly as he darts through another doorway. He enters a storeroom packed with crates and floating mana, thrilled to have found the real treasure room. The boy chases after him and orders the familiar to shut the door before things spiral further. But the toddler ignores him and keeps moving deeper into the room. He refuses to explain himself, treating the older boy as too insignificant to understand. For a moment he settles down, as if preparing to begin something deliberate. Then he activates a ritual-like process and calmly signals that the real work is starting. The boy panics, shouts for him to get out, and threatens to report everything to the adults. He runs to the door to expose the toddler and have him expelled from the household. Before he can escape, several adults arrive, led by a silver-haired man who addresses him by name, Shuri. The man demands an explanation for why Shuri is here. Shuri tries to accuse Isaac and the monster, but the elder cuts him off and reminds him that entering the annex was forbidden in the first place. Shuri falters as the blame begins shifting onto him instead. The adults point out that many witnesses saw Shuri carrying Isaac here and that traces of holy attack magic were found in Isaac's room. They conclude that Shuri is responsible for the entire incident, and he can only stammer that some of the evidence is his but the rest is not. The silver-haired man declares that Shuri has gone too far, especially since he has been tormenting a child who is barely more than a baby. He demands to know where Isaac has been hidden, and Shuri insists he never locked him up. Shuri finally admits the truth that Isaac entered the annex on his own, shocking everyone. The adults call for Isaac and discover that the inner door has been locked from the inside. The silver-haired man realizes Isaac really is beyond the sealed door. When the door opens, Isaac appears crying, making the adults rush to him at once. They check him over and are relieved to find only fear, not injury. The silver-haired man comforts Isaac and confirms that nothing seems to have physically harmed him. Even so, he remains deeply unsettled by what this means. Holding Isaac protectively, he condemns Shuri and tells him he should be ashamed. Isaac quietly thanks the man, playing the role of a rescued innocent. Privately, however, Isaac grins with satisfaction because he has just finished feeding on the annex's power. Shuri notices Isaac's strange expression and is thrown into fresh confusion. Isaac reflects that the annex contained far more mana than expected, enough to equal a century of training in a single night. Now armed with that stolen power, he realizes a long-delayed plan has finally become possible. While the adults misread Isaac's silence as trauma, he inwardly celebrates that his preparations can now move forward. By morning, the estate returns to calm as if the night's chaos never happened. Later, Isaac is told that someone new is being assigned to him. The silver-haired man introduces Asalai as Isaac's personal assistant from now on. Asalai formally identifies herself as a holy knight of the Joshua household. She kneels and swears lifelong service to Isaac. Isaac immediately suspects she has really been placed there to monitor him after the annex incident. He tests her authority by brusquely calling her over. Then he bluntly dismisses her, making it clear he has no intention of accepting her easily. Asalai and the silver-haired man are left awkwardly stunned by the baby's open hostility. Isaac addresses the man directly, showing he knows exactly who holds real authority here. Asalai, despite herself, is charmed by how adorable he is and asks if she can pinch his cheek, while Isaac internally despairs at the household's insanity. The silver-haired man changes the subject and announces that Isaac has also received a gift from his uncle. He presents a ring in a case as a birthday present. Isaac and his familiar initially dismiss it as cheap trash and take it as proof the family must be in financial trouble. Asalai suddenly recognizes the ring and reacts with shock. The silver-haired man explains that it is the Saintess heirloom, obtained from the council specifically for Isaac. Isaac's attitude changes at once when he realizes the ring is genuine. He remembers it as the Elder Ring, a relic once used by saintesses in battle and containing a fragment of divine miracle. The ring's stored holy power is immense, making it far more valuable than it first appeared. Isaac judges that it may only survive 1 or 2 uses, but he already has a method to restore it. That discovery makes him start thinking several moves ahead. Elsewhere, Shuri sees in private, still consumed by resentment. Isaac notices Shuri's murderous glare and immediately concludes that this must be the real owner of the gift. A cheerful man arrives and greets Isaac as his adorable nephew, drawing everyone's attention. Shuri instantly switches to a fake, affectionate smile, revealing himself as the uncle behind the present. He sweetly asks whether Isaac has been comfortable, but Isaac only finds the act revolting. Isaac decides Shuri may have finally gone mad, while Shuri inwardly curses the situation for becoming more complicated. Shuri recalls sabotaging the blessing device in the relic storage so Isaac could not receive a proper blessing, never expecting the family to compensate him with the Saintess heirloom instead. In that earlier discussion, the silver-haired man argued that since Isaac could not receive a blessing, giving him the heirloom was only fair. Shuri had tried to divert it to his own son, Relai, instead, but the elder refused, reminding him that Relai had already received a blessing and should not be greedy. Shuri had planned to reclaim the heirloom later under the pretense of donating it to the church, convinced Isaac would never understand its true worth. Back in the present, he pretends the heirloom is useless and scolds the family for giving Isaac such a worthless gift. He insists that because Isaac is precious to him, he would never burden the child with something so useless. Then he reveals the real gift he brought instead, a ring supposedly blessed directly by the Sanctus heads. He claims his ring would help Isaac more in the relic storage and boasts that it is something Relai could never obtain. Feigning agreement, Isaac reaches toward the offer and lures Shuri closer. At the last second, Isaac rejects him violently, striking Shuri and refusing to hand over the heirloom. He also decides the church-tainted replacement reeks of the Pope and is not worth touching. With another sudden blow, Isaac sends Shuri and his fake gift flying away from him. The ring splashes into the water, and the servants panic as Shuri screams in despair. While Shuri orders everyone to recover it immediately, the silver-haired man realizes Isaac must have sensed the heirloom's greater value. Seeing Isaac still clutching the true relic, he is stunned that the child chose correctly. Shuri reaches for Isaac again, trying to recover control of the exchange. Instead, the silver-haired man and Asalai joyfully celebrate Isaac, while the servants are ordered to search the water for the lost decoy ring. Isaac privately reveals that he cast weight magic on the throne ring so no one will ever find it. When the familiar is told to retrieve it later, it realizes Isaac intends to profit from the scheme. Isaac confirms he plans to sell the recovered ring because it will be worth a fortune. Shuri can only rage helplessly at being outplayed by a baby. Later, he vents in his office that Isaac has no idea how expensive that lost ring was. He tries to console himself by claiming Isaac probably cannot use the Elder Ring anyway. One of his men agrees, explaining that the relic is useless to someone who cannot cast holy spells and would require the holy power of at least 20 people to activate. Shuri takes comfort in that, and sneers that Isaac's first birthday may not even draw enough guests to make such a thing possible. The next day arrives, bringing the long-awaited birthday gathering. To everyone's surprise, crowds pour into the Joshua estate from every direction. Asalai reports that more than 148 saint candidates are present, and that roughly 4,000 people, nobles and servants included, have gathered. She adds that all the ducal houses, many marquis families, foreign saint candidates, and even the emperor have come. Isaac is baffled by the absurd number of saint candidates, while his familiar dryly suggests the gods are exactly petty enough to allow this chaos. The silver-haired man admits he expected no one to come because the event looked like an obvious trap. A new arrival explains that people came precisely because they no longer believed it was a trap. That speaker is Count Simon Age, one of the empire's top merchant leaders and Relai's close friend. Simon says the rumors have spread across the empire, making attendance unavoidable. He bluntly states that everyone came because the weak sons of the Joshua household would all be present, turning the event into irresistible entertainment. He adds that the head of the Joshua family has staked something important on the occasion, making the spectacle even more attractive. He further claims that even the Pope's family will attend, making Isaac wonder what exactly has been wagered. The silver-haired man dismisses that as impossible, arguing the royal side despises Joshua territory because it is full of commoners. From behind a door, another voice warns Simon to mind his tongue. The warning carries enough force to silence the room at once. The silver-haired man recognizes too late that Simon's vulgarity has invited real danger. Bishop Barrett enters and remarks that the old saying about dangerous vulgar friends has proven true again. The silver-haired man immediately identifies him with alarm. Barrett's smile makes it clear he has arrived with hostile intent. He mocks the Joshua family for daring to host such an event, and says their infant had better bring back something from the relic storage if they hope to save face. He explains that he came because he wanted to see the child who dared call himself a saint candidate. When he notices Isaac is not even visible, the insult deepens. Barrett turns that absence into an opportunity to needle the family further. With false piety, he says he sincerely prays the saint candidate can restore the family's reputation. The silver-haired man begins to suspect that the church may have engineered this entire humiliating situation. He reasons that the sudden explosion in saint candidates from 25 to 148 makes sense only if the Sancta Seds is deliberately allowing false or dubious candidates to proliferate. In that case, every family would push its child into the relic storage, and the weakest candidates would be targeted first. He realizes the chaos could easily become deadly for Isaac. As he starts to voice that fear, he turns back toward Isaac and Asalai. The thought lands with full force. If the competition turns violent, Isaac will be in real danger. The story closes by framing Isaac as a boy of the Joshua family whose extraordinary appearance hides far more than anyone around him understands. Joshua's child was dismissed as a useless burden who could only disgrace his family. Yet to those craving Joshua blood or trying to please the Pope family by ruining the Saintess's line, that helpless boy looked like an ideal target. Because of that, the child became perfect prey for schemes meant to cripple him and stain his future. A hooded conspirator handed over a bottle with orders to slip it to the Joshua boy as a cruel prank. The plan was not to kill him outright, but to leave him alive and incapable of doing anything. They were told to lace his water with medicine and even holy poison so the world would learn how cruel it could be. The conspirators also meant to humiliate him publicly and turn him into a laughingstock. Their goal was to prove before everyone that a child of Joshua could never become a saint. But when the baby drank the tainted bottle, he only found it tasty. As he kept downing bottle after bottle, the children around him stopped mocking him and started getting scared. Instead of collapsing, he demanded more poison as if it were a treat, leaving the others stunned. His bizarre enthusiasm sent the other candidates into panic, and some just wanted to flee the scene. The plotters realized something had gone wrong and wondered whether he had grabbed the wrong bottle. Even as they called him weird and embarrassing, they could not understand why he kept choosing the drugged bottles. Their contempt only grew as they accused him of disgracing Joshua's name while he kept drinking. One older boy finally snapped and tried to stop the baby by force. The baby only stared back, unimpressed, as another bottle was shoved toward him. When the older boy tried to offer a safe bottle instead, the baby rejected it the moment he learned it was not poisoned. He chased after the truly dangerous bottle with absurd energy, making everyone wonder what kind of monster he was. The moment someone admitted one bottle contained holy poison, the baby became even more interested while others panicked that he might die. He lunged at anyone holding the poison, turning the whole scene into chaos. As the dust settled, some children concluded he must have extraordinary poison resistance, perhaps from overwhelming holy power. Others tried to reinterpret his actions as self-sacrifice, wondering if he was swallowing the poison to keep others safe. That possibility finally caught the attention of the Joshua boy who had been watching from the side. A white-haired child named Kina Barrett stepped in and mockingly asked whether they were really calling the baby selfless. Shuri Joshua was shocked to see Kina there at all. Kina revealed himself as a direct descendant of the Pope family, making his presence instantly intimidating. The others were baffled that someone from the Pope family had appeared inside the Saintess's relic storage. Seeing Kina's status and the baby's absurd display, some already assumed the contest's outcome had been decided. Kina smugly suggested the Joshua baby was practically guaranteed sainthood, then cast doubt on his appearance by noting his hair did not resemble the Pope line. He even sneered that the rest of the Pope family had muddy brown hair, unlike his own pale color. When questioned, Kina coolly insisted there was nothing strange about his being in the relic storage. He explained that because the Pope family ruled the clergy, the Saintess's relic storage was effectively their family property as well. From his perspective, he was only taking what already belonged to him, and saw no reason to justify himself. The baby silently judged that arrogance alone proved Kina really was from the Pope family. Kina then unleashed enough holy power to dwarf even a bishop's, confirming he was no ordinary child. With that power behind him, he condemned the other saint candidates for using petty tricks to humiliate a baby host. He called their behavior pathetic and worthless, openly shaming them. Kina dismissed the idea that a baby could naturally possess poison resistance. Instead, he claimed the Saintess's power must be protecting the child, while the baby privately decided stupidity ran in Kina's bloodline. Pretending pity, Kina offered to detoxify the poisoned baby himself. The onlookers were amazed that Kina could already cast a holy detoxification spell and judged his holy power to be at least 5th rank. But the baby saw through the performance, and realized Kina was trying to use him as a prop to show off. So the baby answered with a slap straight across Kina's face. The blow stunned everyone, and Kina's carefully displayed holy power vanished at once. Kina froze in disbelief as he realized something impossible had just happened to him. He concluded that the baby had somehow nullified his holy power, a thought that shattered his confidence. For the first time, Kina wondered in horror whether the Joshua baby might actually be stronger than him. His fear quickly curdled into rage as he reduced the child to nothing more than a Joshua insect in his mind. The baby only glared back and threatened him in baby babble while clutching a bottle like a weapon. Before the baby could swing it, Shuri Joshua threw himself in to stop him from escalating further. The crowd misread the moment as family loyalty, and mocked the baby for striking someone who had supposedly tried to save him. Shuri, however, angrily admitted he was protecting them all from getting smashed by flying bottles. Kina recovered his composure and dismissed the slap as a childish surprise, insisting the baby was still just a baby. He then took his leave with a final insult, telling the Joshua children to salvage their family's honor if they could. Shuri held the baby close, still tense and furious after the confrontation. As he walked away, Kina declared that the finest treasure in the relic storage would belong to him. He added that no Joshua could even approach the body of the Skeleton King, hinting at a secret objective hidden in the trial. Shuri was disgusted by Kina's fixation and could not understand what the baby was suddenly trying to do. The baby exploded in outrage the moment he heard the phrase "body of the Skeleton King." He grabbed Shuri and demanded an explanation, while Shuri was left reeling by the sudden obsession. Shuri finally revealed that the family head had promised a secret technique to whoever brought back the Skeleton King's body. That revelation instantly sharpened the baby's focus. He connected the name Melissa to the Skeleton King and realized the relic mattered personally to him. In his mind, the Skeleton King himself erupted in outrage at the idea of children playing with his body. While the others regrouped, the baby sat among the emptied poison bottles, still processing the new information. His expression hardened as he started thinking beyond the farce around him. The Skeleton King's spirit reflected that his body held centuries of accumulated mana, enough to push him to the 10th rank if recovered. But with so many children now searching the storage, stealing it away unnoticed would no longer be easy. The baby decided that if obstacles remained, he would simply push through them. At that moment, a voice called all the candidates together. An elder announced that the children would soon depart and needed to listen carefully to the rules from that point onward. He began a formal explanation of the relic storage as a sanctuary preserving the saintess's remains and treasures. The baby immediately lost interest and decided to leave before the lecture finished. Shuri tried to stop him and demanded to know where he was going. Before he could catch him, a trap detonated nearby and sent debris flying. Shuri recognized the elder as Isaac and realized the situation had gone badly wrong. The baby burst forward using a newly learned holy spell called High-Speed Stride. Isaac shouted that the area ahead was restricted and that entering it would trigger the entire storage's defenses. The other children panicked as they learned the whole relic storage could become one giant trap. The baby ignored every warning and kept charging deeper while the others screamed for someone to stop him. Outside, at the Joshua residence banquet hall, the adults overseeing the trial remained unaware of the full disaster unfolding inside. A worried attendant hoped the young master was safe, while Isaac's father remained grimly silent. The observers then established a magical connection to the interior of the relic storage. Through familiars tracking the third-place candidate, they began receiving updates on the children's progress. They learned the first storage door had already opened and the candidates were moving through it far faster than expected. The current third-place candidate was announced as Armin Age, to his father's delight. Second place was then revealed to be Shuri Joshua, which shocked his father into proud disbelief. As they prepared to announce first place, the monitor operator hesitated. Isaac's father immediately sensed something was wrong and demanded the name. The answer stunned everyone. First place was Isaac Joshua, the baby. Isaac's father panicked at once because he knew exactly where the child was heading. Inside, a hidden mechanism clicked underfoot. A new trap erupted, and Shuri could only scream as the elder's warnings came true. The corridor descended into chaos as children were thrown around by collapsing structures and surging hazards. Shuri cursed the baby for causing a catastrophe by barging into the forbidden zone. Even while being swept along, he shouted that the normal trial was already deadly enough without adding anti-intruder traps. The baby, however, calmly identified the side entrance to the second storage as if he had found exactly what he wanted. His shadow familiar celebrated a promotion after feeding on mana from the annex, and the baby immediately decided to work it even harder. He ordered the familiar to gather every useful target it could find. The familiar surged through the corridor toward the scattered candidates. Among the children, one boy tried to explain that the saintess's strength was the reason the trial was so overwhelming. At the same time, Shuri was still being flung through the air, and other children barely recognized him in the chaos. They complained that Shuri seemed to be cheating somehow, unable to understand how he was moving like that. Shuri bitterly knew it was not family training at all, just the baby dragging him into madness. The familiar then wrapped around him and lifted him against his will. Proud of itself, the familiar delivered Shuri to the baby as a captured informant. Shuri begged the baby to stop and warned that surviving the first storage meant nothing if he kept acting recklessly. Before he could finish explaining the second storage's lesson about fear and choosing the harder path, another trap exploded nearby and the baby dismissed it as noise. The baby demanded a direct explanation of what was inside the second storage. Shuri shouted the most important rule first. Once inside, they must never attack the enemies they encountered. When the baby called that nonsense, Shuri clarified that the only way to pass was to endure for 3 minutes until the enemies vanished on their own. He stressed that if the baby refused to listen, both of them would die. The baby accepted the rule only after Shuri insisted someone had actually died in this trial before. He reluctantly agreed that not attacking for 3 minutes sounded simple enough. As soon as he crossed the threshold, the second storage welcomed him to the floor of equanimity. The trial instructed him that patience and cold reason were virtues, and that he must remain calm and unwavering. It promised that patience would lead him to the light. A new presence stepped forward to embody that promise. Elsewhere in the storage, Kina advanced with a small group of followers. One of them worried that staying in last place was dangerous. Kina answered that there was no reason for them to take the front when other children could serve as expendable shields. He was content to let those ahead get stuck at the second storage's entrance, where an 8th-ranked demonkin was waiting. Confident in his cruelty, he pointed ahead as if the outcome were obvious. Then a brilliant light flared in the distance, interrupting his smug certainty. Kina immediately recognized that the second trial had begun. The sealed door opened further, confirming the test was now active. A command echoed through the chamber, warning the challenger not to falter. The baby then saw the radiant figure the trial had prepared for him. A godlike being repeated that patience would lead him to the light and offered itself as the answer to the trial. But the moment the figure threatened consequences for failure, the baby lost patience almost instantly and attacked after barely 3 seconds. Shuri could only watch in horror as the baby ignored the one instruction that mattered. He remembered the baby's earlier confidence, and realized too late how hopelessly reckless that confidence had been. As the floor split and danger surged upward, Shuri screamed at him for being insane. The baby answered that no one could expect patience from him after showing him a god's face, and decided 3 seconds was more than enough. The trial immediately declared him a failure. For those who could not endure, the punishment began at once. A monstrous executioner rose from the floor to deliver divine punishment. Shuri despaired, convinced they were finished. The baby instead gathered crackling red power into his hand and prepared to strike back. His attack blasted into the executioner with overwhelming force. Shuri could only stare as the baby casually continued his assault. The executioner's core was torn open by the blow. Even after seeing it happen, the baby only wondered what that thing had been. The punished guardian collapsed into rubble, leaving the baby standing before the wreckage. He scoffed that calling such a creature 8th rank had to be a joke. The Skeleton King then realized the golem had been created with his subordinate's magic. He identified it as a form of magic unique to the Skeleton King's elite demonkin, the 14 familiars. That discovery made him suspect either those familiars had once served the Joshua family like dogs, or this relic storage was directly connected to his missing body. Determined to confirm the truth himself, the baby crawled onward toward the next answer while Shuri shouted after him. A rival group realizes the Joshua family has cleared the way for them, leaving Isaac confused by their sudden delight. They begin searching the area for whatever the Joshuas uncovered. The loudest of them, Nizer Sepet of the Sepet Ducal family, boasts that he knew the Joshuas would be the key to passing this trial. Nizer openly thanks them for defeating the gatekeeper and orders the Joshuas aside so his group can claim the second storage first. He complains that Isaac's side already forced everyone through enough trouble and assumes the Joshuas were only useful because the baby somehow avoided every trap. Nizer twists that into an accusation, calling the Joshua children despicable for using underhanded means. He even claims Shuri must be secretly cooperating with Isaac, which only leaves Shuri baffled. Isaac denies any alliance, but Nizer presses the others to believe the baby could not have dodged the traps without help. To prove it, Nizer points to the ring hanging on Isaac and declares it must be a special artifact. He snatches the ring away, convinced it contains the secret to bypassing the dungeon. Nizer proudly announces that the ring will let his group avoid every trap ahead, while Isaac realizes he has completely misunderstood what he stole. Isaac stays unnervingly calm, making Shuri suspect he is waiting for the thieves to trigger something worse. Nizer marches forward with the stolen ring and orders the Joshuas to remain behind him. Drunk on ambition, he starts proclaiming that he alone will achieve the impossible feat of retrieving the Skeleton King's body. He grandly shouts his own name as if victory is already his. The moment he steps forward, the room answers with a dangerous reaction he did not expect. A massive explosion erupts around Nizer's group, engulfing the area in fire. The survivors finally understand they walked into a trap, and Shuri immediately realizes Isaac had anticipated it. Shuri sees the truth at once. Isaac deliberately let the others take the bait. The ceiling and chamber begin to shake from the blast. When the smoke clears in the second storage, Isaac is already moving through the wreckage with Shuri on his back while the rival children lie scattered and unconscious. Isaac calmly notes that the mines in this section have now all been cleared thanks to the fools who rushed ahead. Even so, he notices a problem before he can relax. A few children from another group are still following him, and Isaac cannot understand why they have attached themselves to him. Those boys decide the baby must possess some kind of divine instinct because he comes from the Saintis family. They also conclude that Nizer must have been the suspicious one, while Isaac wants no part of their admiration. Shuri, meanwhile, decides Isaac is more dangerous than any demonkin and silently urges the others to flee while they still can. One of the boys sincerely tells Isaac that if a true saint exists, it would be someone like him, and Isaac accepts the praise as obvious. A new figure approaches and politely introduces himself as Paris Julius, second prince of the Julius kingdom. Isaac immediately recognizes the prince's homeland and recalls rumors that a prince from that kingdom received a god's blessing, marking Paris as potentially useful. Shuri tries to get Isaac's attention, but Isaac remains focused on the newcomer. Their advance stops when they reach the next destination. Isaac identifies the great door before them as the entrance to the third storage. A radiant gatekeeper appears and formally welcomes the candidates. The being announces that this place is the floor of remembrance. More winged gatekeepers descend and demand that the candidates show courage and determination. Some of the children cheer, thinking they can simply move on now and praising themselves for following Isaac instead of Nizer. The gatekeepers clarify the trial with brutal simplicity, defeat them and claim the glory. The others assume that means a straightforward fight, but Isaac starts connecting this trial to the earlier ones. He quickly realizes the gatekeepers are exactly what he suspected. Instead of fear, Isaac looks entertained by what is about to happen. His confidence shocks the boys who have been relying on him. Shuri decides to trust Isaac completely, and concludes the gatekeepers must be lying if they contradict his judgment. He reasons that the first storage tested choice, yet he passed it by ignoring the obvious setup and charging through. He remembers the second storage was supposed to test equanimity, even though he himself was anything but calm. So he concludes the third storage's keyword, remembrance, must mean the answer lies in recalling how the earlier trials actually worked. From that pattern, Isaac declares that attacking the gatekeepers would be the wrong move. He orders everyone to back away, and even Shuri is startled that Isaac has somehow chosen correctly again. Shuri starts wondering if Isaac's saintess blood is finally making him act kindly. That hopeful thought dies immediately when Isaac begins gathering power for something violent. He blasts one of the winged gatekeepers out of the air while internally mocking the idea that he would ever sacrifice himself for others. Shuri is left staring, unable to understand why Isaac attacked after insisting no one should. The struck gatekeeper rises again and begins to respond. It condemns Isaac for choosing the wrong answer after all. The surviving gatekeepers retaliate with a sweeping attack toward the children. The blast explodes among the candidates, sending them screaming for help. Isaac and Shuri remain untouched in the middle of the chaos, making the others wonder what they are seeing. Shuri starts to grasp that Isaac may have planned even this. Isaac only grins wider when Shuri calls him insane. Seeing the gatekeepers attack, Isaac recognizes a familiar mechanism from his past. The gatekeepers reveal the truth themselves. The earlier guides were lying puppets created by the magic of the 14 familiars, and the candidates were foolish to trust them. Isaac gleefully orders the monsters to show the children how cruel life can be, while Shuri can only despair at his personality. The chamber erupts again in fire and destruction as the false guides continue their assault. In the confusion, the other children suddenly lose sight of Isaac and the Joshuas. They panic and search for him, unaware that Isaac has hidden himself with a 6th-rank holy spell, invisibility. Isaac smugly notes that his uncle gave him this spell for a critical moment, and he is delighted to finally use it. Paris realizes Isaac even included him in the invisibility, and thanks him, though Isaac dismisses it as nothing. Isaac casually tosses the stolen ring to Paris. Paris catches it, and realizes Isaac has entrusted him with the ring. He assumes Isaac is lending it to him because he lacks experience fighting Demonkin, while Isaac wordlessly lets him keep believing that. Paris gratefully vows to remember this kindness, and begins channeling power through the ring. The ring suddenly reacts violently in his hand, interrupting him with a burst of force. Isaac's familiar praises its master, and Isaac realizes the prince possesses exceptionally strong holy power. Shuri is horrified that Isaac has already turned someone as important as a prince into another accomplice. As the battle worsens, one child demands to know whether anyone can use defensive holy power. A black-haired boy steps up, raises a barrier, and tells the others to stay behind him. One of the Demonkin gatekeepers hurls a punishment attack straight at the shield. The defender calls for the others to act while the attack is incoming. Another boy tries to launch a holy attack in response. He is struck down before he can finish, and the counterattack fails. As he collapses, the ring Isaac gave away begins floating and burning with gathered power. The children stare at the ring in terror, unable to understand what it is doing. The ring starts draining holy power from the nearby children, leaving them weakened and helpless before the Demonkin. Even the Demonkin pause in confusion at the strange phenomenon. One of them mockingly asks whether anyone else was fooled by their lies while the ring continues to harvest power. Isaac's familiar explains that the ring is absorbing the children's holy power, and Isaac immediately orders it redirected elsewhere. The familiar obeys and sends the stolen power toward the Demonkin instead of the hidden Joshuas. The redirected drain knocks more children down, and the Demonkin coldly tell them not to feel wronged. They explain that the lying puppets spare those already neutralized, so losing holy power and fainting is preferable to being killed outright. Isaac's familiar reports that the transfer is nearly complete just as a new surge of energy begins to form. A massive concentration of holy power gathers, startling even the familiar. That power erupts into the form of a blazing holy spirit, shocking everyone present. The familiar is blasted back by the spirit's sudden appearance. The spirit immediately locates Isaac's hidden position despite the invisibility. It appears before him and calls him by name, revealing itself as Isaac Joshua. Isaac is annoyed that the one person he had been waiting for has finally shown up at this moment. Shuri can only marvel that Isaac somehow anticipated even this arrival. The Holy Spirit spreads its wings and fills the chamber with overwhelming pressure. Its very existence is absurd, and the onlookers realize that summoning a Holy Spirit at such a young age is monstrously abnormal. The Spirit admits Isaac has surprised him, because he did not expect anyone else here to be capable of defeating a Demonkin. He then needles Isaac by asking whether Isaac trapped the other children just as ruthlessly as he did in the first trial. Before Isaac can answer, the surviving children protest that Isaac did not betray them at all. They insist the baby passed the trial on their behalf and even guided them to safety. They go so far as to call Isaac their benefactor, leaving Isaac and his familiar equally disturbed by their devotion. The Holy Spirit mocks them for calling themselves saint candidates when they needed a baby to save them. One of the boys fires back that the Spirit has no right to boast after hiding in the rear and doing nothing while they search for traps. The others pile on, declaring Isaac more saintly than the Spirit and promising to report this disgrace once they escape. They keep praising Isaac and talking about following the Joshua family, while Isaac internally complains that the demonic baby on his head is the real parasite here. One of the boys starts to explain that without Isaac they would have been doomed. Then everyone notices a new threat descending from above. A blazing orb streaks down toward the group. The children look up and realize the door to the third storage has appeared, meaning the second trial is over. The final gatekeeper announces their success in passing the second trial and introduces itself as the guardian of the relic storage. It immediately presents them with a new decision. They may either take a treasure now and end the trial, or continue onward and face the trial for the third storage. One child tries to choose the harder path at once, but the gatekeeper cuts him off and warns them to choose carefully. The choice is repeated so no one can pretend they misunderstood the stakes. The gatekeeper promises the treasures of the third storage to anyone who passes the next trial, but leaves the consequence of failure hanging ominously. Then it states the consequence plainly: failure means death, terrifying the children. Isaac's familiar senses the source of the voice and identifies it as a dragon, which Isaac recognizes from long experience. That confirms for Isaac that the warning about death is no bluff. Even so, some of the boys still want to continue, convinced the third storage is their chance to become saints after everything they endured. Others quickly agree and ask to proceed. The gatekeeper confirms that they truly wish to face the next trial despite the danger. When they insist, it accepts their decision. The final trial begins at once. A new presence manifests, and the children recoil in confusion. Isaac, by contrast, immediately recognizes the pattern and finds the setup laughably simple. A giant statue appears and declares the final trial: praise your God. The children stare up at the statue and realize it depicts their deity. The statue explains that only those who show proper respect and prove their faith may enter the third storage. Some children think the answer must simply be kneeling and praying, but others hesitate because a trial this late should not be that easy. Isaac instantly rejects the obvious solution. Inwardly, he refuses to kneel before the God who toyed with him for centuries and cheated him in the end. One boy decides not to overthink it, and reasons that praying to their Lord should be enough. He kneels before the statue and begins the ritual. Reciting the formal prayer he learned, he offers worship to the Supreme Lord. The statue approves his conduct. It declares that he has passed, proving the prayer itself is accepted. The others are stunned, while Isaac remains deeply suspicious. When someone urges Isaac to pray too, he flatly refuses and kicks Shuri away from trying to drag him into it. He stays on the ground, glaring at the statue instead of bowing. The Holy Spirit then steps forward, saying he also learned the proper prayer at the Sancta Seds. He tells the others to watch closely. Rather than merely kneeling, he demonstrates the exact ceremonial posture required for worship. The children immediately want to imitate him. Another boy begins reciting the prayer as he prepares to copy the ritual. The statue pressures him to hurry, warning that hesitation means forfeiting the trial and accepting death. Terrified, more children rush to kneel and pray as well. The statue reacts with sudden interest, as if something about the unfolding scene is not going exactly as expected. A baby candidate refuses to kneel before the sacred statue, deciding he would rather defy the ritual than submit to it. The other children are baffled and begin to suspect his family has lost its faith. As the whispers turn into slander against the Joshua family, the baby is ordered to stop disgracing them and pray. One of the candidates coldly concludes that his defiance will be recorded and cost him any chance of becoming a saint. She dismisses his talent as meaningless without faith and regrets ever taking him seriously. Even the statue rebukes his disrespect, but the baby remains openly contemptuous. He hardens his resolve, deciding he would rather die than bow to an idol. When the statue seems ready to kill him, he still refuses to back down. Dark power surges from the statue, confirming that the threat is real. The statue condemns him as blasphemous and sentences him to perish. Pinned under the pressure, the baby answers the death sentence with even fiercer defiance. He unleashes his own power and tries to destroy the statue instead, despite his familiar warning that it is dangerous. He throws a killing blow with full intent to shatter the idol. Instead of retaliating, the statue praises him, leaving everyone stunned. The baby himself is momentarily thrown off by the sudden reversal. The statue declares that he has passed and orders him to proceed to the third storage. A rival protests that the trial was supposed to measure prayer and faith, not open rebellion. The statue answers that the baby alone is qualified to go forward because he alone showed faith in the God. Seeing their confusion, the statue prepares to explain the true meaning of the test. It reveals that the others knelt before a statue rather than before the God himself. The statue exposes their worship as idolatry and forces them to confront the difference between symbol and divinity. That realization shakes the candidates, who finally understand the trap in the trial. They admit they were misled, and even their own doctrine supports the ban on worshipping images. The statue points to the baby as the one child who kept his faith even under threat of death. It confirms that only he has earned the right to enter the third storage. The silver-haired rival refuses to accept that outcome. He argues that a baby cannot even explain his motives, so no one can prove the refusal came from faith. The baby silently agrees that the objection is logically sound, even if it annoys him. Seizing on that opening, the rival presses the attack. He claims that if the baby truly had such faith, he should bear a stigmata like a real saint candidate. The baby is caught off guard when the others point out that he alone lacks one. The rival gathers support from the crowd as doubt spreads around the baby. He openly tells the baby to give up, insisting that someone without a stigmata does not deserve sainthood. The statue considers the objection instead of rejecting it outright. Then it excuses the missing stigmata by saying the baby is simply too young. That absurd explanation leaves the candidates speechless. When challenged, the statue stubbornly repeats the same reasoning and expects them to accept it. The rival immediately twists that loophole, demanding entry for himself and everyone else who does have a stigmata. The crowd eagerly agrees that they all want access to the third storage. The statue pauses as if weighing their greed. It abruptly grants their request and says it will let all of them in. The candidates rejoice, though some are suspicious that the permission came too easily. The statue reveals the catch, comparing them to moths rushing into fire. With a smile, it opens the way anyway. The sealed entrance begins to part. A vast darkness spills out from within, and the children realize too late that they have stepped into something monstrous. The dark mana immediately overwhelms them, leaving them choking and panicked. The statue explains that this is the dark mana leaking from the body of the Skeleton King. It mocks their ambition and says it had intended to spare anyone too weak to endure this pressure. The silver-haired rival alone keeps smiling, revealing that he has been waiting for this moment. He recognizes the place at once and realizes the remains he seeks are finally within reach. Inwardly, he rejoices that the body of the Skeleton King lies inside the third storage. He reflects that after being separated by destruction in the divine realm, he is finally about to reunite with his old body. His familiar notices the dark mana pouring out, while he can barely contain his excitement. The statue mistakes his manic grin for courage and praises him as the one child who truly proved his faith. The other children stare in disbelief at the baby smiling through unbearable dark mana. The statue offers one last mercy, conjuring a blazing orb and saying it is not too late to turn back. It tells them that anyone who cannot smile in the face of death may retreat now. Those who give up are promised a lesser reward from the second storage instead. Most of the candidates immediately consider retreat, deciding survival matters more than pride. The silver-haired rival rejects the consolation prize outright. He declares that they will all continue into the third storage. Then he shocks everyone by ordering that every trap in the third storage be activated. The others denounce him as insane, but he only asks whether he is being taken seriously at last. He reminds them that no saint in history, not even Saintess Melissa, ever retrieved the Skeleton King's body. He reveals that he knows the third storage was designed to protect children, and that the statue itself is only a safeguard. Because he wants a greater evaluation than the Saintess ever received, he refuses an easy victory. He demands that the third storage be restored to its original, most dangerous state. The baby's ambition sounds deranged even to the others, who can only stare at him. The statue accepts his demand. It intensifies the trial so the true saint can be decided more clearly. Terrified candidates beg him to face the danger alone instead of dragging them with him. As the pressure lifts them helplessly, they realize he has no intention of letting anyone escape the ordeal. They are pulled deeper into the trial against their will. A barrier and hidden mechanisms flare to life, and the children are thrown into chaos as the traps reactivate. The baby watches the confusion with delight until his familiar spots something important ahead. A relic rises from the center of the chamber. The familiar recognizes it as the baby's original body. The baby is overjoyed to find that his body has been absorbing the energy of the third storage all this time. The others realize that even a fragment of the Skeleton King's remains is radiating terrifying dark mana. The baby notices that only a thumb bone is genuine and that the rest is merely a replica built around it. The relic reacts as if awakened by his recognition. Dark energy swells violently around the false hand. That surge tears open a seal and releases a horned demon guardian. The children panic as they recognize one of the 14 familiars, a demon that should not have appeared after the earlier trial. The baby realizes too late that removing every safety measure has unleashed something far worse than expected. The demon descends in fury and addresses the intruders as vermin. It accuses them of daring to covet the Skeleton King's body. One of the boys blames the silver-haired rival for causing the disaster and demands he answer for it. Instead of apologizing, the rival calmly promises that everyone will still leave with the treasure. He identifies the demon as one of the 14 familiars once trained by the Skeleton King and later captured by the Pope family. Confident he prepared a holy spell for exactly this situation, he claims the treasure for himself. He begins casting with complete confidence. A massive holy command forces the demon to kneel. The other children recognize the power as the light of the Pope family. The rival is pleased that his spell worked. Before he can claim victory, the demon asks whether he is the one seeking the king's body. It lunges toward him, singling him out as the true offender. The demon declares that it will punish the one who covets its king's remains. Outside the relic storage, the scene shifts to the waiting adults at the entrance. They realize communication with the inside has been cut and grow uneasy. A messenger rushes in with catastrophic news that the seal on the demon in the third storage has been broken. The report shocks the observers, especially the silver-haired man waiting outside. They identify the released monster as one of the 14 familiars. The silver-haired man understands at once that everyone inside is now in mortal danger. The supervisors admit they entered to disable the traps and then vanished, which means the children were left exposed. The staff conclude that no child could possibly survive such a monster and urge the trial to be stopped. Before they can act, a blinding light erupts from the entrance. The adults shield their eyes as the sealed gate begins to open on its own. The silver-haired man realizes the relic storage itself is opening. The light intensifies until no one can see what is emerging. The attendants try to push everyone back, fearing dark mana will spill out with the opening. Then someone notices that the demon's presence is gone. Hope surges as they wonder if the monster has been defeated. They reason that one of the children inside must have overcome the familiar guarding the Skeleton King's remains. The silver-haired man outside is immediately credited, and others assume the Pope family's heir must have done it. A cardinal congratulates the long-haired church leader, calling it a fitting result for the strongest saint candidate. The cardinal smugly accepts the praise and says Kina has done well. But behind the smile, he is already calculating his next move. He turns his thoughts toward Joshua, deciding that once the Skeleton King's body is secured, the Joshua family will be forced to submit to the Pope family. He prepares to end Joshua's resistance for good. His confidence falters when the children begin emerging from the gate. The silver-haired man outside watches closely, sensing something is wrong with the expected outcome. He searches the crowd for Isaac and Shuri instead of celebrating. As the dark entrance clears, he silently prays that they are safe. The gate finally settles, leaving the waiting crowd gathered in tense silence. Reports come in that some children are injured, but none appear gravely harmed. Yet the children who entered deepest into the third storage still have not returned, raising fresh alarm. The silver-haired man grows more anxious as the delay stretches on. Then word comes that the final group is approaching. Armin and Shuri stagger out exhausted, carrying younger children with them. Their families rush forward in relief, calling their names. Shuri collapses into her father's arms and confirms she made it out alive. The adults immediately check the returning children for injuries. The silver-haired man's relief vanishes when he realizes Isaac is still missing. Seeing the whole group, he confirms Isaac is not among them. The cardinal notices the tension and turns his attention toward the silver-haired man's concern. He confronts the silver-haired child candidate and demands to know what he is holding. He presses further, asking where the Skeleton King's body is, and the child falters under the question. The cardinal dismisses the object in the child's hand as worthless, trying to reassert control. At that moment, another burst of holy light flares overhead and interrupts him. Someone points upward as a new presence descends from the sky. A radiant wolf appears, carrying the missing baby Isaac in its jaws without harming him. The silver-haired man outside instinctively calls out for Isaac to stop or come down. Everyone recognizes the missing child at last, safe atop the glowing beast. The silver-haired man and the attendants rush toward Isaac in disbelief and relief. A woman identifies the beast as the young guardian dragon that protects the relic storage. The creature's true nature becomes clear as a holy dragon's presence manifests through its wolf-like form. The observers realize this is the hatchling guardian of the relic storage itself, personally carrying Isaac out. The silver-haired man concludes that although it looks like a wolf, it is unquestionably the holy dragon summoned into the relic storage by the dragon-linked matriarch, a being of unmistakably noble rank. A strange sound draws everyone's attention to the baby Isaac. They realize the child has put a suspicious bone in his mouth and is somehow absorbing power from it. The elders panic as they suspect the object Isaac is chewing on may be tied to the Skeleton King. Their fear sharpens into shock when they conclude it may actually be the Skeleton King's body. Even while scolding the child, the elders excitedly celebrate that the lost remains have finally been brought back. Kina freezes as the situation suddenly turns against him. A stern man presses Kina to admit whether he handed the Skeleton King's body to Isaac. Kina awkwardly tries to justify himself, claiming it was not wisdom but mercy meant to spare his host embarrassment. His excuse only sounds more absurd, and the silver-haired Joshua man rejects it outright. The dragon familiar publicly identifies Isaac as the one who truly claimed the Skeleton King's body, overturning the false narrative. Kina is openly ridiculed as his attempt to take credit collapses. He can only stammer in disbelief as the accusation rebounds on him. The scene flashes back to the relic storage, where Kina's holy magic failed against the demonkin. The demonkin recognized the clergy as enemies and cursed them as insects. It saw the children gathered before it and focused on them as prey. The demonkin moved to slaughter the trapped children without hesitation. Kina was left screaming helplessly as the others braced for death. At the last moment, a violent blue force erupted and interrupted the attack. Kina looked up in confusion, unable to understand what had saved them. A blue defensive barrier had formed around the children. Kina recognized the color and began to suspect the barrier's source. The impossible answer emerged. The protection came from Joshua's baby, Isaac. The demonkin turned its fury on the clergy instead, accusing them of coveting the Skeleton King's body. It lunged again, but Isaac met it head-on with blue power. The baby struck back fiercely, treating the monster like a disobedient servant. He even mocked it for failing to recognize its own master. Back in the present, the witnesses accept the dragon's testimony and begin asking what Kina actually accomplished. When the dragon complains that releasing the familiar was too dangerous, the silver-haired Joshua man demands an explanation. He points out that the 14 familiars are far beyond what children can handle and asks why the seal was broken at all. The dragon calmly answers that the release was requested by the white-haired brat standing there. Kina is exposed as the one who ordered the familiars freed. The rescued children immediately testify that Kina activated every trap in the third storage and dragged them into danger with him. The crowd turns on Kina, horrified that the Pope's family nearly got their children killed while Isaac was the one who saved them. The humiliation deepens as people openly note that Joshua's child has beaten the Pope family's child again. Praise spreads through the crowd, and Isaac is recognized as proof that the Joshua family's return to prominence is real. Meanwhile, the elders still fuss over the bone in Isaac's mouth and beg him to spit it out. Their attempts to take it from him fail, and they are baffled by how strong the baby is. Isaac quietly notes that he now has so much mana that he can absorb it almost instantly. The Joshua side warmly agrees that Isaac has done something worthy of reporting to their matriarch. Elsewhere, one elder's smile twists into something far darker. He reveals the church's true goal: use the Skeleton King's body to cast a tracking spell and hunt down the Skeleton King's soul. Isaac finally understands why they were so desperate to seize his body. The church elders creep toward him and demand that he hand the remains over. They openly fantasize about finding the Skeleton King and tearing him apart. Their obsession is driven by a grudge that has lasted 150 years. Isaac decides these fanatics are beyond reason. Rather than cooperate, he has the dragon carry him away from the grasping elders. As he escapes, he dismisses them as lunatics and hopes never to deal with them again. Later, inside the Joshua estate, the church faction searches for the remains but cannot find them. When asked whether the body has been located, they admit it is nowhere in the room. Their search turns frantic and frustrated as nothing appears despite all their efforts. Isaac secretly watches their failure and taunts them to keep searching forever. Even so, what happened in the relic storage troubles him more than their incompetence. He keeps replaying the moment when he called the Demonkin his servant. In that memory, the Demonkin had been knocked down by Isaac's blue flames. The creature sensed his mana and wondered if its master had truly returned. It mourned the news of its master's death, then rejoiced that he had come back alive. Even while dying, it begged only to keep serving him. Isaac tried to force answers out of it about the church that captured his former self, but the creature could barely speak. From its broken words, Isaac infers that the Pope's family was involved in the Skeleton King's capture. He resolves to investigate that connection further. A bottle interrupts his thoughts as someone tries to feed him again. His guardian desperately begs him to finally relieve himself, turning the moment absurd. The elders panic that if the Joshua matriarch learns the remains are still inside Isaac, she might literally cut him open to retrieve them. Their fear grows when they recall she has already done something similarly brutal to one of her own sons. Isaac checks whether Melissa is away with the matriarch and decides he must absorb all the mana before she returns. Just as he settles on that plan, a visitor enters. A messenger summons Relai because the matriarch is calling for him. The summons shocks Relai, who immediately fears the matriarch may have returned early. He panics because she never comes back from pilgrimage this soon. Isaac realizes his own actions may have accelerated her return and that he has not finished absorbing the mana. He sees the danger clearly. If she arrives now, she will search his insides for the remains. Before that crisis can unfold, everyone is distracted by a mountain of gifts that has arrived. The Joshua household is stunned to learn the presents are all for Isaac. Relai had expected the matriarch herself, not a delivery. The messenger teases him for getting scared and clarifies that only a voice message came ahead of her return. Isaac fumes at the needless panic the messenger caused. Another announcement follows. The Pope has also sent gifts. The Joshua elders immediately want the Pope's offering sold off without a second thought. A formal envoy explains that the gifts were prepared as apology and thanks from the Pope's side, under the Emperor's watchful interest. He politely notes that Joshua's people seem to dislike the Pope's generosity. He then presents one item he insists they will appreciate. The item is introduced as something the Cardinal said would greatly help Isaac. The elders stare in disbelief as they recognize what it is. It is the Triple Crown, a medal bearing the Pope's seal. Isaac asks what the medal means, and his shadow companion explains it is a token from the Pope. The adults immediately sense something is wrong and refuse to believe the Pope would send that lightly. Relai is called forward to receive it. To Isaac's confusion, the medal meant for him is handed to his uncle instead. He wonders why something supposedly his is being diverted to another family member. Relai confirms with the envoy that the order was to give it to him, not directly to Isaac. The envoy calmly says he was specifically instructed to ensure Relai received it. An elder explodes, because giving such a medal to another relative carries a terrible implication. He reveals that transferring a medal this way signifies the intended recipient is dead. Isaac is stunned to realize the Pope is effectively wishing for his death. The envoy tries to smooth it over by claiming there is no malicious intent. He argues that the arrangement was only because Isaac is too young to accept it himself. The elders reject that excuse and point out the sunflower ribbon marks it unmistakably as a deceased recipient's medal. They condemn the Pope's house for mocking the Joshua family's curse yet again. Gao urges restraint, warning that an open clash with the Pope's house would damage the entire Joshua family. He recognizes the insult for what it is, a demand that Joshua know its place. Privately, he suspects the Cardinal arranged this humiliation and is relieved that it weakens both Relai and Isaac. Relai is ordered to stop resisting and accept the medal anyway. Isaac decides that letting this stand would be unacceptable. As the envoy opens the case, blue fire begins to stir inside it. He notices the strange reaction but does not understand it in time. The metal erupts in blue flames and flies from the case. Everyone recoils as the holy fire swells overhead. They realize the metal itself is burning with holy flame. The envoy is left trembling, unable to explain who cast such power. The elders turn toward Isaac as blue fire gathers around the child. Isaac cheerfully reveals himself as the caster. The envoy accuses him of defying the Pope by destroying a gift sent personally in his name. The Joshua elders immediately defend Isaac, arguing no child could be blamed for failing to accept a medal he never truly received. They declare the incident happened before acceptance, and therefore the family can pretend the gift was never received at all. The envoy is horrified as the Joshua side calmly turns the Pope's insult back on him. Relay presses the point further, asking whether they should really accept a medal that melted under a baby's flames. That possibility unsettles everyone, because it means the Pope's blessing was wiped away with ease. The envoy tries to recover by asking for the medal back and claiming he must have brought the wrong item. Before he can fix the situation, Isaac's flames leap onto him as well. The envoy is engulfed in harmless but humiliating blue fire. The Joshua elders laugh it off as Isaac merely playing, while Isaac threatens to burn them too if they do not let go of him. The envoy, furious and humiliated, storms out cursing the Joshua family. The Joshua side celebrates the reversal and orders the offensive medal disposed of. They laugh that their matriarch would have loved seeing the Pope's servant disgraced. They even praise Relay for using holy flames so effectively, assuming he orchestrated the whole thing. Relay is baffled when they accuse him of casting the fire on Isaac. He insists he only used invisibility in the relic storage, while the elders remind him Isaac had also used quick strides there. The realization slowly dawns that Isaac may have cast every one of those holy spells himself. Isaac, hearing this, is startled that they are finally connecting the dots. The elders begin to understand that all the holy magic in the storage may have come from the baby. Isaac braces as they start asking how he could possibly know so many divine spells. The answer is the secret scripture, a legendary treasure that lets its user instantly learn and cast the spells written inside. Isaac reflects that bringing that book out of storage was a smart move, even if its fire magic is weaker than what he wielded as the Skeleton King. The adults struggle to explain his feat, since his mother is not even a fire user and ordinary talent cannot account for it. As the debate grows more confused, a woman cuts in with a sharper observation. She argues that the real miracle is not Isaac's talent but his ability to erase the Pope's blessing itself. The elders instantly latch on to that idea and become excited again. They demand the medal be brought back so they can inspect it personally. When they look for it, the box is empty. Relay admits the medal is gone. He explains that after being told to get rid of the hateful thing, he simply threw it away. The others are left speechless that he obeyed the order so literally. They immediately send people to recover it before the family heads hear anything about this mess. Privately, Gowel is pleased, because without the medal there is no evidence for the claims being made. He decides the Joshua leaders must never learn that a supposedly unmelting papal medal was destroyed. A few days later, the story shifts west of the Joshua dukedom. Someone in dark clothing moves through the new location, hinting that another thread of the story is about to begin. The scene settles over a remote lakeside area, marking the transition to the next development. A cloaked figure arrives there in secret, setting up the next encounter. A stern patriarch advances with his retinue as the household rushes toward the mansion under his command. He orders everyone to stay focused until they arrive, and his men obey without hesitation. As they near the estate, something catches his attention. He realizes the disturbance is coming from the mansion itself. Inside the grand house, a crisis is already underway. The elders stare in disbelief, unable to process what they are seeing. They realize the infant Isaac is manifesting the Skeleton King while casually finishing off what should have killed him. After surviving hundreds of bottles of poison and sacred fruits, Isaac innocently notes that the food meant to strengthen bonds with holy beasts tasted good. He immediately decides those holy beasts will be useful allies when he eventually moves against the Pope and even the gods. He also concludes House Joshua must possess such a beast of its own. That thought is interrupted when he senses a response. A holy beast of House Joshua, Terenblum, answers his call. Isaac is confused by the sudden development just as someone tries to stop him from leaving the feast. The patriarch arrives and takes control of the room. The entire household bows to him, formally acknowledging his authority. Isaac is stunned to learn that the patriarch of House Joshua is his own grandfather. Seeing the man's overwhelming aura, Isaac becomes optimistic that this family may finally be useful to him. One of Isaac's uncles begs the patriarch not to cut the child open, while Isaac privately vows not to let that happen. The uncle steps forward to shield Isaac from the patriarch's judgment. The patriarch coldly orders that Isaac be thrown into the sacred flames instead. The uncle desperately objects, and Isaac is horrified that only this one relative seems to be protecting him. The uncle argues that Isaac is still too young, though Isaac notices that this only delays the threat rather than removing it. Another relative joins in, absurdly calling the flames a reward, which only deepens Isaac's disbelief. The uncle explains that burning Isaac could both extract the Skeleton King's remains and strengthen him with the fire's blessing. He pleads for more time, or at least a less destructive method. Then he proposes a compromise. Instead of the flames, he suggests dropping Isaac into the sacred waters, while Isaac curses the entire family as lunatics. A rival relative rejects that idea, insisting the temple's flames and waters are treasured resources reserved for raising a saintess. When Isaac hears that same rival dismiss him as worthless, he immediately decides the man is an enemy. That rival tries to redirect the honor to Shuri, falsely claiming she defeated the demon in the relic vault rather than Isaac. Isaac's defending uncle counters that even the holy dragon recognized Isaac's achievement, but the rival refuses to accept it. He reminds everyone that Isaac even burned the Pope's medal with holy flames, only for the rival to accuse the elders of staging the whole thing. The rival keeps denying the evidence until the Patriarch interrupts. The Patriarch produces the melted metal itself, silencing the denial. He recalls that the Pope is the one human directly connected to heaven. Anything carrying the Pope's blessing should be protected by blessed gold. Isaac reflects that even as the Skeleton King he should not have been able to melt such an object so easily. He begins to suspect this new body may possess far greater power than expected. When asked where the metal came from, the Patriarch calmly says he found it at the bottom of Lake Elisiva on his way here. Isaac's uncle seizes on that proof, arguing that a child who can melt the Pope's symbol proves House Joshua surpasses the Pope. The elders eagerly add that such a child could even endure the Skeleton King's flames and become an ideal hunter of that threat. They frame the matter as urgent, warning that if the Skeleton King problem is ignored, disaster will spread again. Isaac's shadowy servant notes that someone has been impersonating the Skeleton King, but Isaac decides the confusion only benefits him. The servant then points out that this deception may connect to an incident from 70 years earlier. Isaac's uncle reveals that House Joshua was once cursed by a Skeleton King. That revelation catches Isaac completely off guard. The uncle claims the Skeleton King came to destroy the Saintess's bloodline and left a curse on the family. Isaac's servant reasons that curse could not have come from his former master, who died long before that event, and Isaac realizes the family's shortened lives may stem from another demon entirely. He dismisses an ordinary demon's curse as manageable, but his servant explains the curse suppresses vitality in humiliating ways, including stunted growth and impotence, leaving Isaac momentarily speechless. Isaac becomes furious at the unknown impostor for tarnishing his name and blaming baldness on a curse. The Patriarch returns to the subject of the family curse. He notes that Isaac's red eyes mark him as cursed as well. He concludes that the sacred flames and waters alone will not be enough. Instead, he decides to grant Isaac a Holy Spirit. Isaac is startled because a Holy Spirit is far more valuable than the other options. He knows Holy Spirits can only be bestowed by higher powers, and he immediately covets one as a path to transcendence beyond the reach of gods. In his excitement, he imagines using that power to eventually strike back at the divine beings who oppose him. A rival relative protests that giving a Holy Spirit to Isaac is excessive. He argues such gifts should go only to those who have brought great honor to the house, not to Isaac. He further warns that melting the Pope's medal was an act of hostility that could provoke retaliation from the Church. The Patriarch turns that accusation back on him. He demands to know what the rival was doing when the Pope's so-called gift was delivered. He condemns him for safely sending the insult away and then defending the offenders instead of protecting the family's dignity. The Patriarch asks what the man has accomplished besides belittling his own nephew and trying to hold him back. He reminds everyone that House Joshua exists to protect the weak. By that standard, Isaac has already honored the family name by restoring its pride when the adults failed. The rival is left shaken as the Patriarch calls everyone to the main building. There, the Patriarch formally declares that he will bestow a blessing upon Isaac. A few days later, the family gathers again for the test. The Patriarch's sons still question whether he truly intends to hand such a gift to Isaac. He explains that using the flames or waters to remove the Skeleton King would injure the child. Worse, those anti-demonic forces would cripple Isaac's future by preventing him from learning proper exorcism rites. He warns that Isaac would be permanently limited to a low clerical rank. So he offers Isaac a choice between the flames, the waters, and the Holy Spirit, using marbles to represent them. The rival relative is pleased, assuming the Patriarch has no intention of giving away the Holy Spirit easily. The Patriarch places the three choices before Isaac and tells him to decide for himself. Isaac's uncle urgently tries to steer him toward the white marble, believing it to be the safest option. He keeps pleading with Isaac to choose that one. Isaac ignores the pressure and reaches for the red marble instead. He proudly lifts the marble that represents the flames. The rival relative mocks the choice, assuming Isaac has doomed himself to mediocrity. Before he can finish, the red marble reacts violently. It cracks open and releases a torrent of fire. The room erupts as everyone realizes this is not the temple's controlled flame at all. A female spirit begins to emerge from the blaze. The family can only stare as the truth dawns on them. A royal rank Holy Spirit fully manifests, enraged that she has been summoned into the human realm. Her mere appearance sends the household into panic. The Patriarch's son demands an explanation, and the Patriarch calmly tells him not to panic. He reveals that there was never only one Holy Spirit available. Because House Joshua is rooted in water, he deliberately hid a second option for a child whose flames surpassed even the Pope's blessed gold. He admits he set a trap in the test, but Isaac still chose correctly. Even the summoned spirit is caught off guard by the situation. She explodes in anger at being called through a subordination ritual. The elders are horrified to realize the patriarch has summoned a royal rank spirit into their home. The spirit's fury intensifies. Her flames blast through the hall and knock everyone back. The elders scramble to defend themselves as the mansion begins to burn. The patriarch's son accuses him of recklessly endangering the entire estate. The patriarch denies being the one who truly summoned her. He points instead to Isaac as the real caller. Watching the child amid the chaos, the patriarch realizes Isaac may genuinely be extraordinary. Isaac, meanwhile, recognizes that this place could become his grave if things continue. The spirit keeps flooding the room with destructive fire while the family struggles to endure it. Isaac's servant is baffled that a royal rank spirit appeared when only a much weaker one should have been possible. Isaac wonders what might have happened if he had put real effort into the summoning. As the spirit recoils, Isaac notices that her flames are anti-demonic. He immediately realizes those flames can convert mana into holy power, making them extremely valuable to him. His servant agrees that such an ability would be a tremendous asset. Isaac then starts thinking about how to force a royal rank spirit like this into submission. His servant warns that royal spirits are too close to the gods, which makes them dangerous for Isaac to approach directly. The servant urges the patriarch to dismiss the spirit before the gods take notice. An elder identifies her as the notorious mad spirit that even the gods abandoned. The patriarch dryly remarks that if the gods rejected her over something as trivial as black hair, he can understand her resentment. The spirit silences the humans with another violent burst of flame. She rages that summoning someone of her rank through a subordination ritual is an unforgivable insult. But the patriarch repeats that he was not the one who called her. When she insists only the patriarch could have done it, he points again to Isaac. The spirit finally looks at the baby and falls silent in disbelief. She accuses the patriarch of sacrificing a newborn to summon her, and he flatly denies it. Still furious, she demands to know what kind of abuse could have turned an infant into this. Isaac only laughs, which makes her even more unsettled. Realizing the child is both capable and openly hostile to the gods, she decides she wants him for herself as a tool to refine her power. She resolves to test him directly by attacking, convinced that if he truly summoned her he will survive. She hurls a massive fire attack straight at Isaac. The family cries out as the blast engulfs him. The spirit assumes death would at least be merciful for the child. Instead, Isaac crawls out of the smoke laughing, leaving her stunned. The patriarch presses the point that this infant truly is the one who summoned her. He orders her to either form a contract with Isaac or face punishment. She bristles at the threat. Mocking the idea that punishment could matter to someone of her rank, she decides she would rather burn House Joshua down and enjoy her freedom. She openly declares her intent to destroy their lands. Before she can finish boasting, the situation changes again. The elders suddenly notice Isaac has grabbed hold of the spirit's tiny manifested body. They panic when they realize he is trying to put her in his mouth. The spirit screams in horror, recognizing this is not the first time he has swallowed something impossible. Even as the adults shout, Isaac keeps chewing on her while she rages that the entire family is insane. She tries to retreat and vows revenge, but Isaac refuses to let her escape. When she attempts teleportation, Isaac immediately notices. She lunges for the exit, trying to flee. The family can only watch in exhausted disbelief as Isaac keeps hold of her. Isaac's servant is amused by the absurdity of the scene. The spirit cannot understand why she is unable to break free. Dark power begins binding and suppressing her. An elder realizes Isaac is overpowering her with dark mana. The patriarch matter-of-factly explains that Isaac once swallowed the skeleton king's thumb, leaving everyone aghast at what this child has been fed. Isaac recalls that holy spirits are beings made almost entirely of holy energy, which makes them especially vulnerable to dark mana. The spirit weakens rapidly, losing strength and breaking out in a reaction as the dark mana overwhelms her. As the adults shout for someone to stop Isaac, he just keeps chewing with a grin while the patriarch dryly notes that the spirit's situation is unfortunate. A trapped spirit rages that everyone panics at the skeleton king's name yet refuses to face the danger directly because his power is overwhelming. The Joshua patriarch coldly offers a bargain. If the spirit stays with his grandchild and purifies all of the skeleton king's dark mana, it will be sent back. The spirit explodes at the insult, but the patriarch makes clear the alternative is simply to remain and be devoured. Furious at the saintly bloodline that cornered it, the spirit vents that only that lineage is keeping it from slaughtering them. Driven into a corner, the spirit decides to use the child as a weapon against the cursed situation. Before it can finish the threat, the baby abruptly grabs control of the exchange and shocks the spirit into silence. The baby demands only 4 days alone with the spirit, turning the negotiation completely around. The patriarch dismisses the demand as trivial, while the spirit is offended that the child thinks so little of it. The patriarch orders the east castle opened and seals the area off until the purification is complete, taking the child and spirit inside. When his sons try to object, he cuts them off before they can challenge the decision. He refuses to hear any protest and commits fully to the plan. Left with the child, the baby immediately tests the adults by making the spirit cry out in pain. The baby realizes the east wing sits beside the annex where the family's mana cores are stored. The story shifts to the Joshua family's eastern castle, where the isolation begins. Soon after, the east wing erupts in another violent explosion. Servants dryly note that the blast is really the skeleton king's mana going off again, and that the patriarch seems to have accepted this chaos. Outside, gossip spreads that Isaac has fallen out of succession because of the supposed curse on him. But some begin to question whether Isaac is truly cursed at all. A frightened witness reports that someone checking on Isaac fled in terror from what he saw. The rumor becomes stranger when the figure inside is described not as a monster, but as a balding old man. That detail makes someone realize Isaac has been shut away with the Holy Spirit for 10 years. The burning East Wing underscores the shocking implication that this has been going on for a decade. Inside the East Wing, the disturbance continues behind closed doors. A maid screams as the chaos inside suddenly intensifies again. One attendant steals herself at the sealed room, trying to do her duty despite the danger. She reaches for the door to enter. Upon opening it, she announces her arrival to Lord Isaac. Seeing the room's condition, she anxiously asks whether he is all right. The answer comes only as the sound of someone calmly eating candy. The baby sits in perfect comfort, making it clear he is far less helpless than anyone assumes. The maid mistakes his small form for proof that the Skeleton King's curse is still severe, while he privately notes he is staying small on purpose. He reflects that babies absorb power better than anyone else, and that there is a level of growth possible only in infancy. Nearby, the exhausted spirit wakes in pain, and the maid politely greets it as Lord Shalak. Shalak, battered but stubborn, vows to keep purifying the baby no matter what. The baby smugly reminds him he had nearly finished the job the day before. Shalak snaps that the baby somehow has even more mana than before, and the child only mocks him. Shalak demands to know how the baby could have consumed so much of the Skeleton King and still leave so much mana after 10 years. The baby reveals the truth to himself. He has secretly been draining mana cores beneath the annex every night for the past decade. That hidden supply let him finish gathering mana far faster than anyone would have imagined, and he realizes he is finally done. Though self-taught, he has now reached the point of casting even 6th rank holy spells. The maid reassures him that things will be fine, but warns that the Pope is mobilizing too. That immediately catches his attention. She explains that the church plans to execute the Skeleton King's surviving subordinates, the 14 demons. She still believes the last of the Skeleton King's mana will soon be removed from him, unaware that this news enrages him for another reason. As she tucks him in with candy and rest, he decides he needs to deal with the church before they act. A familiar voice praises Kim Shuri's success, making the baby realize his old accomplice is nearby. Outside, Shuri is being congratulated for becoming the youngest ordained priest after skipping a grade. He is told even the princess will attend his ordination. His father boasts that escorting the princess as top of his class is a great honor, and Shuri plays the dutiful son. The praise continues until Shuri suddenly vanishes mid-conversation. His father is left staring at the empty space where he stood. A moment later, Shuri is violently yanked through space and slammed into Isaac's room. He crashes hard at the baby's feet, instantly losing all dignity. The baby addresses him by name, making clear this was no accident. When Shuri looks up, the baby threatens him with death if he lies. The child accuses him of being a habitual liar who thinks academy status will protect him. He reminds Shuri that his achievements were only possible because he personally coached him. Shuri protests that he worked hard too, but has to admit he never could have reached this point alone. The baby starts planning ahead, noting that many holy spells only become available after ordination. He tells Shuri that he will be helping with that next step. Shuri nervously asks what he can possibly do for him. The answer is simple extortion. The baby wants every reward and gift Shuri has received, including his quiz prize money and Goel's support. Shuri realizes all over again that the harmless-looking child is a demon in disguise. Once that is settled, the baby asks about the planned execution of the Skeleton King's minions. Shuri explains that since the relic storage incident they no longer obey orders and seem to be waiting for death, so the church intends to execute them. The baby accepts that he cannot stop it immediately, and decides he will act within the year. His first target is the priest ordination ceremony. Shuri points out that Isaac is not even enrolled in the academy, so attending should be impossible. The baby laughs at the objection, already seeing a way around it. Shuri explains the loophole. With a recommendation from academy professors and a past test, someone can be ordained without normal enrollment. The baby bluntly calls him an asshole, while privately acknowledging that Shuri has correctly understood him. Shuri adds that recommendations are only given for major public deeds like saving an important person, and Isaac has only a month left to arrange that. Isaac immediately focuses on one detail: the princess will be present. Realizing a princess is exactly the kind of high-status target he needs, he starts plotting around her attendance. The scene shifts to the Joshua training grounds as events outside continue moving toward the festival. Isaac's father orders messengers to turn back. He declares that Isaac will not be going to the capital. The family protests that this year is different because all saint candidates are being ordained at the Foundation Festival. That argument finally makes him pause. They press the point that Isaac has remained hidden for 10 years while the other candidates built reputations, and that his relic storage feat should count for something. They even gush that Isaac is living in the East Wing like the saintesses of old, and that they cannot wait to see how much he has grown. An academy professor eagerly adds that he has always wanted to teach Isaac, and that the ordination will also be attended by the princess and even the Pope. The mention of the Pope sharply changes Isaac's father's mood. When told the Pope will personally grant hero titles to those ordained, the stakes rise even further. A hero title would multiply Isaac's strength, making the ceremony far more valuable than a mere public appearance. The professor objects that Isaac is still too young, but Isaac's father rejects age as irrelevant beside talent. The others are overwhelmed by his intensity as he thinks it through. At last he gives in and allows preparations to proceed. But he warns that everyone involved will be held accountable for what they have claimed. Back inside, Isaac and Shuri wait, while the dark spirit lingers nearby. Another fire breaks out in the east wing, signaling that a new threat has arrived. Outside, a robed man watches the burning manor with deliberate interest. He confirms that Isaac is indeed inside. He reveals his goal: to summon and seize a royal rank spirit during the chaos, something normally beyond even the Pope except briefly. The spirit he wants is a black-haired fire spirit tied to the barriers of heaven, a vicious being denied the rank of spirit king because of its temperament. He reasons that the Pope's family, obsessed with collecting spirits, would reward him richly if he delivered such a prize. He prepares special tools for the theft. Among them is an item that neutralizes divine mana, completing his plan. His scheme is to suppress Isaac's holy power, drive the Skeleton King's dark mana berserk, and smuggle the spirit out amid the confusion. The professor is led straight to Isaac's room, unknowingly helping the intruder get close. The visitors enter, excited that they will finally see the hidden little lord. They are startled to find Isaac still looking exactly as he did 10 years ago. Isaac notices the newcomers and instantly understands an opportunity has arrived. He turns on an irresistibly cute act, silently welcoming the recommendations he needs. The professor and attendants are completely overwhelmed by the sight. The intruder, however, sees through the charm and decides to force the Skeleton King's mana berserk with everything he has. As he reaches for Isaac, the baby notices the move. The man snatches Isaac up and triggers his sabotage, expecting the dark mana to explode. Instead, nothing happens at first, leaving the room in stunned silence. Isaac clings to him sweetly and calls him Daya, as if greeting a familiar protector. The man is baffled because he released enough holy mana to send the dark power rogue, yet Isaac remains stable. Shalak realizes what Isaac is doing and screams for the priest to kill the intruder instead, while also demanding to know why so much divine mana is being released. The intruder spots the royal rank spirit and thinks this confusion is finally his chance to steal it. He reaches for the hidden device in his clothes to complete the theft. Trying to hide his panic, he awkwardly claims his sweating is just from the weather, but Isaac catches the suspicious scent. Isaac immediately recognizes the culprit for what he is and prepares to expose him. At the same time, Shalak suddenly convulses as the sabotage begins affecting him instead. The spirit erupts in pain and power, shocking everyone who expected Isaac to be the one destabilized. A violent surge of red energy tears through the room as the situation flips out of the intruder's control. Shalak fully goes berserk and unleashes a destructive scream. The onlookers assume the Skeleton King's mana has driven the spirit mad and panic at the danger. The intruder, seeing the chaos he wanted, decides he only needs to smuggle the crazed spirit out now. He crushes his prepared item and commits to the theft. With the trap sprung, he forms a blazing attack in his hand. He fires a brutal flaming strike straight at the berserk spirit. The blow lands hard and hurls Shalak away. The intruder thinks he has the upper hand as the spirit is blasted back. But the backlash of power surges again, and the room descends deeper into chaos. Through it all, Isaac sits calmly, already certain the man has miscalculated. Isaac's attendants rush in, horrified by the scene and calling for their lord. Isaac decides the moment is perfect because there are now enough witnesses. He begins drawing the raging mana into himself with deliberate control. Dark currents spread through the room as everyone watches the impossible happen around the crib. The professor realizes Isaac is absorbing the mana and actually calming the frenzy. Isaac confirms it with a composed smile. Satisfied, he concludes that the mana problem is handled. He then orders the other source of trouble to stop as well. A blue divine force descends and binds Shalak, abruptly suppressing the berserk state. The witnesses recognize the miracle as Joshua's azure divinity. Under that power, Shalak is suspended and pacified in midair. Even Shalak is stunned by the sudden restraint. The professor and attendants instantly turn the event into praise, proclaiming that Isaac controlled the Skeleton King's dark mana and subdued the berserk spirit with azure divinity. Isaac's father arrives and is told that what happened is nothing short of a miracle. Overjoyed, he celebrates that Isaac has finally spoken aloud. Isaac is exasperated that this is what impressed his father most. The family erupts into delighted celebration anyway, lifting Isaac up in triumph. Meanwhile, the intruder, battered and confused, can only wonder how his plan collapsed so completely. Shalak, now conscious and furious, turns on him and identifies him as a servant of the Church of Gold. Demanding answers, Shalak asks who is really behind the attack. The priest desperately denies any conspiracy and claims he only came to meet Lord Isaac, a lie no one is likely to believe. A fire spirit calls out the priest's hypocrisy, pointing out that he came prepared against flames while pretending innocence. She immediately punishes him by ordering all fire spirits to cut off every priest tied to the Pope. She makes clear this is not mercy or alliance, only revenge born from anger. As she turns to leave, the terrified priest begs her to stop. He insists spirits should not be able to sever bonds from priests contracted to God, especially the Pope's clergy. She crushes that belief, revealing she already broke with the gods long ago and no longer obeys their rules. Nearby, Isaac and his attendants watch the collapse of the priest's authority with satisfaction. The spirit dismisses the priest completely, leaving him shaken and powerless. With the threat gone, attention returns to Isaac and what he has accomplished. The fire spirit acknowledges that Isaac saved her with divine mana and even purified the skeleton king's mana. Because that corruption is gone, her contract with Isaac is over, though she chooses to remain beside him out of debt. The church officials decide to return to the Sancta Seds and report everything that happened. Isaac's extraordinary feat earns an immediate recommendation for ordination. Later, the report reaches a stern silver-haired elder in his office. He confirms that the Sancta Seds has approved Isaac's ordination. The approval is so fast that his subordinate wonders if Isaac was fast-tracked for saving Joshua and the academy. The elder explains the real reason is even stronger. Isaac saved a royal rank spirit, leaving no room for opposition. Still, before ordination, he had Isaac tested to confirm he possessed the required knowledge. Isaac answered all 1,600 questions perfectly. The subordinate is stunned by a score that flawless. The elder admits Isaac lacks nothing in ability except a tolerable personality. So the only remaining hurdle was a character test, one most people pass unless they are deeply immoral or criminal. The subordinate remembers that this exam uses holy magic to force honest answers and asks to see Isaac's results. One answer reveals Isaac views his own household as something to conquer and claim. Another answer says that after ordination he intends to destroy the gods themselves. His stated ambition as a priest is to destroy the Holy Helon Empire, leaving both examiners horrified. Realizing only the two of them know these results, they understand how dangerous the truth is. If Isaac ever took such a test officially, he would be executed for heresy instead of ordained. To avoid that outcome, the elder orders his subordinate to be ordained in Isaac's place and keep Isaac confined at home. He decides Isaac needs harsh education before he can be allowed near ordination. Elsewhere, a window is quietly opened. A dark familiar asks its master whether he has made his decision. Isaac answers that he has. He ties up his belongings with determination. Then he climbs out with a sack and declares he is running away. The story shifts to the capital's academy, Roman. Students in the Holy Spell Division gossip that a 10-year-old is being ordained. The news spreads as something outrageous and certain to make the graduation ceremony memorable. One red-haired student reacts with mocking disbelief. He ridicules the idea that a toddler could possibly deserve ordination. Pressed for details, he explains that Isaac never grew after being cursed by the Skeleton King. He turns to Shuri Joshua to back up the insult. The group laughs off Isaac's ordination as probably just an honorary title. Another student recognizes that the mockery is about to stir trouble again. The red-haired boy sneers that belonging to the Saintess's household lets even useless brats get ordained. Shuri is enraged by the insult to Isaac and their house. Before she can answer, a silver-haired girl cuts in and demands whether Nizer Sepet thinks the Sancta Seds is a joke. She reminds him that Isaac's recommendation was accepted by his own father, Duke Leon Sepet. Then she twists the knife by saying he has just insulted his own father. Nizer lashes out, asking why an outsider is even present. She calmly reveals she was invited to mentor the graduates, as a holy spell instructor. She turns to Shuri and says Shuri worries her too. Her warning is political. If Isaac cannot become a priest, House Joshua must survive long enough for Shuri to inherit it. She even offers Shuri a lowly job under the Pope if House Joshua collapses. Shuri swallows her anger, knowing this is not the moment to explode. She rejects the offer anyway and refuses to rely on that girl. The silver-haired girl brushes past her without concern. Shuri leaves the room telling her to worry about herself instead. The scene moves to the dormitories. Inside, something crashes to the floor. Nizer vents in private, cursing the people who put him in this situation. He rages that his family will skip his ordination because Isaac ran away. He spirals further, blaming Isaac for ruining everything at the worst possible time. In his fury, he wishes Isaac would lose all his hair like the Skeleton King. That insult summons Isaac through a dark portal, and Isaac immediately demands to know what he just said. Isaac fixates on the hair comment as an unforgivable offense and threatens Nizer's life over it. When Nizer asks how Isaac even got there, Isaac bluntly says he came to be ordained and ran away because his family kept stopping him. Isaac starts to call out Kim Shuri next. Nizer panics as Isaac pulls out a heavy object and advances on him. Isaac is outraged that members of the Pope's house dared offer Shuri a menial position. Nizer tries to deny involvement, but Isaac cuts him off with violence. Isaac beats him while roaring that no one gets to disrespect the Joshua name. In a warped confession of loyalty, Isaac declares Joshua belongs to him alone, including the right to ruin it himself. He forces Nizer to remember exactly who he is dealing with. Isaac vows that if House Joshua is ever destroyed, he will be the one to do it, then orders Nizer to take him to the ordination. He tells the battered boy to stop whining, get up, and lead the way. Isaac explains his rampage as payback against anyone who messed with Shuri. At the Academy banquet hall, students gather before the ceremony. The crowd notices the tiny silver-haired child and starts whispering about him. Isaac knocks over a chair as he enters, drawing more attention. He strides in gleefully, announcing that no one dares mess with the Joshua. A red-haired girl notices the disturbance. Nizer recognizes her as someone suspicious from the relic storage years ago, and realizes Isaac may cause trouble if he reaches her. he panics, deciding he has to stop Isaac before something even worse happens. He also realizes the girl is Naki Sepet, his own sister. He lunges forward to intercept Isaac. Thinking he has succeeded, he reaches out toward the target. Isaac ignores him and directly singles out the redhead instead. He climbs onto the table and demands to know whether she was the one who troubled Kim Shuri. Naki answers coolly that she never touched Shuri herself and that Nizer was the one who did. Isaac immediately treats that as a useful admission, even though she is trying to shift blame. His dark familiar senses a familiar power from Naki, and Isaac recognizes it too. He realizes she carries the energy of one of the 5 major gods. Naki studies him and identifies him as the rumored Isaac. She mocks the state of the current candidates, dismissing Isaac as a cursed infant and herself as a child of the Pope's family. Then she coldly predicts that House Joshua will soon be erased from the 5 faiths. Nizer desperately tells Isaac to leave because they cannot afford to provoke the House of Crimson, but Isaac refuses to abandon his ordination. Naki adds that Isaac will never be ordained because Nizer promised to appeal to the Pope and have it cancelled. Nizer is furious that his own scheme has been exposed in front of Isaac. A church attendant quietly warns Naki that Isaac's behavior alone may already be enough to cancel the ceremony. When the attendant suggests calling an inquisitor, Naki refuses because most inquisitors belong to her own House of Crimson and that would complicate matters. Nizer grabs Isaac and tries to drag him away before things get worse. A sudden roar interrupts everyone. A monstrous paw slams into the hall. A huge purple beast erupts into the room, sending the students into panic. As everyone screams and runs, Isaac grins because the chaos gives him cover. Naki tries to frame the creature as an escaped practice room monster and urges others to stand back. The beast swats aside the nearby attendant before anyone can control the scene. It turns on Naki and lunges straight for her. Naki is caught off guard that the monster ignored the script she was trying to impose. At the last second, Isaac casually calls out to it. The beast halts mid-attack when Isaac's command reaches it. Isaac complains that he had been calling for it, and it arrived far too late. The creature obeys and pulls back. It stands down, whining instead of attacking. Naki still tries to denounce it as a monster, and prepares a fire spell. Isaac's expression hardens as he raises his own power. He shuts her down with a brutal command that forces the beast into submission. The once terrifying creature is reduced to a frightened whimper. Students stare as the monster cowers under Isaac's control. Isaac's familiar mockingly explains that its master only dragged out a resting monster, beat it, and chased it around as part of his act. Holy enforcers finally rush in asking where the monster is. Naki immediately points them in the wrong direction and orders them to pursue it elsewhere, protecting Isaac from scrutiny. One of the newcomers is an inquisitor, and his presence shocks everyone. Nizer tries to slip away with Isaac before the investigation starts. The inquisitor stops him, declaring no one may leave until the matter is resolved, and Nizer realizes he is trapped. In desperation, Nizer pretends ignorance and laughs nervously while clutching Isaac. Naki stops the inquisitor from pressing further. She openly states that Isaac saved her life, forcing the room to reinterpret what just happened. Nizer is left speechless by how completely the situation has flipped. Naki addresses Isaac directly and confirms his name. She awkwardly apologizes for what she said earlier. Even while apologizing, she insists she is not actually grateful, revealing her pride and embarrassment. The onlookers are baffled by her sudden change in attitude and connect Isaac to the rumors about a child who saved people. A blonde girl realizes the stories were true. She is revealed to be Princess Charlotte Alec Hella, and she recognizes Isaac as the child her brother once mentioned. Back at Joshua Manor, the family office becomes the site of another argument over Isaac. Someone keeps pressing Cardinal Eli to let Isaac attend the ordination, arguing it should be a blessing for the family. Eli cuts the plea off completely. He declares that the Pope's anger is irrelevant, and that Isaac will remain confined and educated inside the manor until he is fully grown. When warned that locking Isaac up will damage him, Eli snaps that the damage is already done. A magical communication then brings urgent news from the capital. Eli hears that a silver-haired baby is roaming the academy and instantly realizes Isaac has escaped there. A higher authority summons Eli at once. Eli bursts out and orders immediate departure for the capital. He insists they must arrive by tomorrow no matter what. When told the trip should take at least a week, he checks the time and sees less than a day remains. Rather than accept reality, he decides they will somehow outrun it. By the next day, the academy stands ready for whatever Isaac has set in motion. And Isaac is already forcing his way through another door, charging ahead before anyone can stop him again. A nervous attendant pounds on the door, trying to drag a reluctant child out to the ordination banquet before everyone notices his absence. He bluntly warns the boy that hiding will not spare him from ridicule, so they should stop delaying and face the ceremony. The child gives up in despair and begs the person inside to abandon the whole ordeal and just go home. His plea is cut off when something unexpected finally happens behind the door. The sudden change leaves him completely stunned. A transformed voice identifies him as Kim Shuri and orders him to come along. The story shifts to the final day of the Foundation Day Festival, where the ordination banquet is already underway. The hall hums with quiet conversation as the candidates and guests wait for the ceremony to begin. An official command brings the room to attention and everyone rises for the arrival of the highest authority. The formal entrance begins. The Pope enters with the patriarchs of the 5 great houses, each taking his place as a power in the empire. Among them, one ambitious noble applauds with smug confidence. He privately boasts that he will soon control House Joshua and even claim the Cardinal of Azure for himself. His scheming is interrupted when a breathless relative named Rely suddenly appears. Instead of helping, the noble dismisses the intrusion and assumes Isaac should be safely at home. Rely reveals he ran there in panic because Shuri has vanished and may be with Isaac. Before they can sort it out, the ceremony advances with the announcement of the Pope's arrival. Pope Julio Barrett enters, and the hall is forced into full reverence. The Pope is formally introduced as the supreme religious figure presiding over the rite. The crowd kneels and chants blessings over Hela and the Empire as the Pope takes his seat. The Pope settles in with quiet authority. He ascends the throne prepared for the ordination. As the guests sit again, one patriarch notices Isaac is still missing and grows uneasy. The officiant announces that the ordination will now begin and calls the chosen candidates forward, briefly easing some tension. That relief vanishes the moment Isaac Joshua's name is called. A patriarch mocks the officiant for calling someone absent, but an unexpected answer comes back that Isaac is present. The shock is so great that one man spits out his drink. The nobles stare toward the entrance, unable to believe Isaac would dare appear now. Isaac walks in transformed into a healthy, older-looking boy, leaving the hall in disbelief. The patriarchs recoil as the impossible sight overturns everything they thought they knew about him. The officiant repeats the summons, and Isaac calmly steps forward to claim his place. Those who knew the cursed child can only watch in stunned silence as he advances. One elder is overwhelmed with joy that Isaac has grown and is even wearing the priestly robes prepared for him. Rumors spread instantly that the infant cursed by the Skeleton King has somehow overcome it and become both powerful and beautiful. Even the other candidates are left asking how such a change could be possible. Isaac himself remains composed, as if he expected the uproar. But one patriarch refuses to accept the miracle and accuses the Skeleton King of corrupting or possessing the boy. He insists the real Isaac would never smile like that and fears his grandson has been taken over. Others begin to wonder if the Joshua family curse has truly ended at last. Some observers go further, saying Isaac looks blessed rather than cursed, which only deepens the confusion. Isaac reaches the Pope, and the old man addresses him directly. Isaac immediately senses that the Pope is no ordinary frail elder. He recognizes the Pope as a veteran monster in human form, carrying the presence of many predecessors and immense hidden power. For a moment, Isaac considers simply killing him on the spot. His murderous impulse is so blunt that even his own inner voice frames it like a joke about beheading the Pope during the rite. Meanwhile, Isaac's grandfather realizes the boy is dangerous and must be stopped before he acts. He lunges in panic, but his attack goes wildly off course and crashes into the floor instead. Trying to save face, he screams that he only slipped because of a cockroach. His brother can only stare at the absurd excuse in disbelief. The officiant hurriedly forces the ceremony onward by calling Shuri Joshua next, while Isaac realizes his enemies are trying to derail him. Shuri approaches the Pope as Isaac lingers nearby, still under pressure. The Pope remains unreadable and allows the ritual to continue despite the chaos. The officiant announces the next stage, where the candidates must pay their respects to God. The Pope asks which God will bestow a blessing on the child, turning the rite into a test of divine favor. The holy vessel is brought forward for the selection. Watching from above, Isaac's grandfather desperately hopes the patron saint of Azure will answer. He reassures himself that no evil god could possibly choose Isaac. His brother coldly adds that if an evil god did appear, they would simply destroy it. That confidence falters when Isaac points out the bowl of holy water and seems to understand something they do not. The Pope asks what Isaac means as the vessel is presented before him. Isaac pricks his finger without ceremony. He lets a drop of blood fall into the holy water. The water reacts at once, surging with blue power. A towering divine manifestation rises from the vessel, stunning everyone present. Isaac's grandfather exults, convinced the patron saint of Azure has personally answered his grandson. Isaac recognizes the god of light that once favored Joshua, but he regards it with contempt rather than reverence. He notices a tiny detail that confirms his suspicion. To Isaac, the identity of the god hardly matters because he is angry no matter who appears. He points straight at the Pope's glowing emblem, and the old man suddenly realizes something is terribly wrong. The Pope recognizes the sign too late. Black-red power erupts from the holy vessel instead of a blessing. The corruption explodes outward and engulfs the ritual space in demonic energy. From the balcony, the patriarchs watch in horror as the darkness spreads through the hall. Isaac's grandfather instantly recognizes the returning presence and panics. The Skeleton King manifests before Isaac, proving the ancient curse has not ended at all. The Patriarch of Azure attacks at once, but the Skeleton King's return is already underway. Isaac braces himself as the red chains and curse energy coil around him again. The Patriarch gathers blue mana for a decisive strike. He unleashes a cutting wave of power toward the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King evades while keeping Isaac bound as a hostage, forcing the Patriarch to hold back. The Undead King reveals that he has been waiting specifically for this holy child to appear. He declares his true aim is to tear down the Holy Empire piece by piece, beginning with the Pope himself. Isaac, still chained, is baffled by how personal and dramatic the Skeleton King is being. The king's familiar appearance disgusts Isaac, who realizes the creature resembles his own former self. Even Isaac's shadow companion rejects the imitation and insults the Skeleton King as a fake version of its master. The shadow goes further, loudly declaring that the real master is a much bigger fool than this imposter. The red-haired patriarch and the Pope prepare counterattacks while the shadow openly picks a fight with the undead king. Their powers collide in midair as the hall becomes a battlefield. The Patriarch of Azure shields himself from the blast and keeps pressing the attack. He orders the civilians to flee while the fight escalates around them. Drawing on his mana, he forms a concentrated blue sphere and begins a far stronger spell. That spell expands into the shape of a colossal whale made of Azure's power. The divine beast descends over the Skeleton King with crushing force. A massive vortex of blue energy engulfs the undead king. Even while under attack, the Skeleton King taunts the Patriarch of Azure for being weakened by the old curse. He claims the Patriarch's power is limited and advises him to stay still if he wants to survive. The Patriarch admits he hesitated only because he feared collapsing the building. Now fully committed, he sharpens his killing intent. He silences the Skeleton King with overwhelming force, driving the whale down on both king and hostage. The Skeleton King laughs even as the attack closes in. He tightens his hold on Isaac and asks whether the Patriarch is willing to let the little saint die with him. Isaac screams that this is exactly the problem with the Patriarch's plan. From within the whale's jaws, Isaac shouts that his own grandfather has endangered him by summoning something so destructive while he is still being held hostage. The Patriarch, maddened by fear and obsession, insists a saint will survive this and calls the boy insane for doubting it. Inside the crushing spell, Isaac realizes the attack really might kill him. The whale slams down and tears through the hall in a catastrophic explosion. Isaac curls up under the impact as debris rains around him. The Skeleton King is struck head-on by the blue onslaught. His body is shredded apart by the attack. The blast rips through the cathedral and blows open the structure. When the dust settles, the survivors scramble to see whether Isaac was caught in it. Panic spreads as people realize the Skeleton King has truly returned after 70 years of silence. Some fear the monster had been gathering strength all this time, but Isaac rejects that conclusion. He reveals that the thing they fought was only an imposter. His grandfather rushes to him in alarm, desperate to know if he is hurt. Others whisper that Isaac endured an impossible attack and that even the Skeleton King called him a saint. They assume the monster must be dead because the Patriarch's whale tore it apart. Isaac coldly corrects them and says the king was never truly killed because it was only an illusion. The nearby nobles turn toward him, startled by the certainty in his voice. Isaac's shadow confirms it was a flawed shadow clone, and Isaac notes that it felt wrong from the start. He explains the clone was powered by his own mana. That leads him to suspect his missing mana core may have been recovered and used to create the fake king, especially since the Empire had already stored one of the king's bones as a relic. Realizing the imposter may contain his stolen mana core, Isaac decides that killing it and reclaiming what is his would be even better. His grandfather falls silent, sensing the danger in Isaac's reaction. The Patriarch of Azure reflects that, in the moment of crisis, he had no real choice. He concludes that if he had hesitated, the Pope would have died and Isaac might have been killed as well. In the aftermath, the Pope personally tends to the injured child while the Patriarch watches from a distance. The Pope is shaken that Isaac was harmed at all and struggles to understand what just happened. He cannot accept what the sign on his chest implied. His mind returns to the moment Isaac's blood reacted to the emblem. He realizes the response came from the supreme god long sought by the House of Gold. It was the god above the 5 major gods, and that revelation nearly chose Isaac instead of him. The Pope resents how close that Joshua child came to being acknowledged by the highest divinity. He watches Isaac and the Patriarch of Azure with concealed hostility. The Patriarch approaches Isaac and calls to him directly. He gently asks the boy to come with him and return home. Trying to be affectionate, he proudly praises Isaac for overcoming the curse and growing into a handsome grandson, but his forced smile only makes the moment awkward. He even offers candy like a doting grandfather, which only convinces Isaac he looks more like a kidnapper than family. At that moment, Duke-like authority interrupts the reunion. A silver-haired figure declares that Isaac should not be taken back yet. Before anyone can object, a new rupture opens in the ruined hall. Monsters begin pouring through the breach, proving the crisis is far from over. The silver-haired newcomer states that there is still unfinished business here and prepares to deal with the threat. The Patriarch reluctantly accepts that the situation cannot be ignored. Isaac, however, grins and agrees that leaving now would be a waste. He steps forward beside the silver-haired ally, ready for another fight. The ally privately resents Isaac's sudden rise and the fact that he has become the saint, but decides to make use of him anyway. Isaac senses the hostility yet welcomes the arrangement, intending to exploit the other boy in return. Together they advance into the ruined hall, and Isaac declares that he will prove who the real saint is. He raises a crackling sphere of blue mana in his palm, preparing to strike. At the ordination, Isaac unexpectedly unleashes an exceptionally pure purification spell instead of a normal attack. The holy light tears through the undead and demonic creatures, forcing them back in pain. The onlookers are stunned because his purification is clearer and stronger than anything seen in a century. Some priests in training are confused that he is using a cleansing spell rather than trying to kill the monsters outright. They reason that Isaac may be purifying the surrounding mana to stop more monsters from spawning. Isaac privately notes that he only had Shalak to learn spells from, so his holy magic has developed in an unusual direction. He recalls that higher purification ranks can do more than cleanse, and the monsters begin to sense the danger. Isaac realizes that advanced purification can inflict lingering area damage over time. As the corrupted creatures start coughing and weakening, his theory proves correct. Before he can finish explaining, a silver-haired trainee cuts in and warns that Isaac still cannot defeat them with his current magic alone. The older trainee acknowledges Isaac's absurd talent for doing this much with only 5th-rank magic. He insists talent is not enough and explains that these monsters must be struck with stronger holy attacks from multiple directions. When the trainee demonstrates, his own spell fizzles, leaving him momentarily confused. Isaac immediately breaks into laughter at the failed attempt. The silver-haired trainee snaps that Isaac clearly does not understand what kind of monsters they are facing. He starts to explain that their regeneration demands overwhelming force, but Isaac keeps interrupting. Amused and irritated, Isaac dismisses the trainee as ignorant and regrets not letting Azure's patriarch deal with him earlier. Isaac reveals that the visible monsters are only bait. He starts searching the room for the real source of the threat instead of focusing on the obvious enemies. After locating suspicious mana, he prepares a precise spell at floor level. He exposes a hidden glowing bug and declares that he has found the true culprit. The silver-haired trainee can only stare, unable to understand why Isaac is targeting an insect. Isaac pins the bug with a needle-like strike. The bug explodes in toxic energy, proving that it was the hidden trigger behind the spreading corruption. Isaac explains that the insect slowly poisons everything around it. As the poison begins affecting the trainees, he warns that victims would die without ever realizing what was happening. The silver-haired trainee suddenly remembers the skeleton's earlier threat to destroy everyone present. Isaac points out that eliminating the priests in training would be the first step toward crippling the empire. He orders everyone to search for more hidden bugs and detoxify anyone already affected. Just as he takes control of the situation, Isaac senses a new threat. A barrage of holy attacks suddenly sweeps through the hall. Isaac realizes someone is trying to wipe out the monsters too quickly, which would ruin his plan to expose the poison source. Dark energy surges overhead, and the trainees panic as the situation escalates again. Shalak encourages Isaac to purify the fallen so everyone will finally recognize his ability, and Isaac delights in the idea. He eagerly looks toward the source of the overwhelming holy power. The Pope arrives and casts a 9th-rank holy spell. Instead of destroying the poison outright, the Pope's spell absorbs the surrounding mana. Isaac and the silver-haired trainee watch in alarm as the Pope neutralizes the toxic field by draining its energy. The Pope calmly announces that no one will be poisoned anymore. Isaac is annoyed that the Pope solved the crisis before he could capitalize on it. A surviving wolf monster suddenly lands nearby, still intent on revenge. It accuses Isaac of defying its king and vows not to forgive him. The beast decides to take at least one enemy down with it. It lunges straight at Isaac from behind. Isaac turns with a cold, focused stare. Without moving, he releases a terrifying pressure that halts the monster in mid-attack. The wolf realizes in horror that Isaac's presence alone is overpowering it. Broken by fear, the creature retreats instead of fighting, and Isaac dismisses it as pathetic. Once the battle ends, the trainees report that the remaining monsters have been cleared and the wounded are being moved for treatment. The silver-haired trainee is left shaken by the fact that Isaac drove off a monster just by glaring at it. He cannot accept that such intimidation should be possible for someone like Isaac. He concludes that only someone on the Pope's level should be able to do that. In the aftermath, the Empire is thrown into panic as news spreads that the Skeleton King appeared at the ordination and then retreated after being repelled. Church officials publicly claim the holy water vessel was tampered with by an illusion spell and say the source is under investigation. When questioned, they imply that the presence of outsiders contributed to the disaster. The blame is also redirected toward the Empire's failing barrier, and the holy dragon tied to the royal side rather than the church. The scene shifts to the palace after the crisis. Reading the reports, Isaac immediately sees that the church is using the incident to protect itself and shift responsibility. He concludes that those in power are behaving exactly as deviously as expected. A relative mockingly congratulates him on finally being ordained, while Isaac internally wonders how to get rid of the man. Another family member is overjoyed that Isaac can now speak and even imagines using him in a ritual against the Skeleton King. Their conversation is interrupted when a stern blue-clad elder enters. The newcomer dismisses the others and asks to speak privately with the two men while Isaac is sent out. Once the door closes, the meeting becomes secretive. The elder makes sure no one can overhear them. He seals the room with a soundproofing spell before speaking openly. Only then does he ask what is important enough to require that level of secrecy. Admitting he trusts even his own office only so far, he reveals that the matter concerns Isaac. His suspicion is that Isaac was chosen by an evil god during the ordination. He explains that the sigil that appeared was unlike anything ever seen before. Because only the Pope and the Cardinal of Gold saw it, and because the Pope immediately tried to kill Isaac, he treats that as proof something was terribly wrong. He argues that the Pope would never have acted that way unless Isaac had chosen an evil god. The brown-haired noble proposes another possibility. He suggests Isaac may have chosen a god belonging to the House of Gold instead of an outright evil deity. He reasons that Gold's faction is possessive enough to react violently if someone from Joshua touched what they considered theirs. The elder admits that if the Pope reacted that strongly, Isaac may indeed have chosen a god unique to gold, or at least one tied to them. He even considers that Isaac may have reached a god the House of Gold itself has never successfully claimed. That hope collapses when they remember Isaac's personality and doubt he would ever choose a proper god. Even so, the elder orders an investigation into which god contacted Isaac, bribing his subordinate with a relic for his daughter if he succeeds. Until Isaac begins practical training, they decide to keep him under special watch. The elder warns that if Isaac repeats his previous test of faith result, he may become something far worse than an ordinary priest. He names the feared possibility outright: Isaac could become a dark priest. The three men are horrified by what that would mean. They realize that if Isaac falls that far, their entire house could be branded traitors and dragged down with him. The elder resolves that they must prevent that outcome at any cost. Soon after, Isaac is told that practical training for the nephews of the great houses will begin. One relative fondly recalls his own miserable upperclassman hazing, while Isaac hears it as a threat of military-style abuse all over again. They explain that the trainees will work with upperclassmen, discover their specialties, and be judged for future assignments by the results. Isaac is reminded that after this period he will formally contract with a god. His uncle brightens when Isaac asks when they will be allowed to join the offering ceremony. Isaac admits he is especially interested in the execution of the Skeleton King's minions during that ceremony. His uncle is delighted, believing Isaac's faith is finally deepening in a healthy direction. Isaac offers to explain his interest himself. He listens as the offering ceremony is described as a personal act of devotion that also raises the question of whether such worship should be communal. His uncle launches into a long-winded theory that rituals are communal by nature, and that shared enjoyment itself may be part of faith. While pretending to follow along, Isaac privately reduces the whole thing to one useful fact: lower gods and angels attend, which means more targets for him someday. His uncle mistakes Isaac's murderous enthusiasm for righteous zeal and praises it. He adds that the team with the best grades in practical training will earn the right to execute the Skeleton King's minions. Isaac is horrified to learn that this opportunity depends on a team project. His uncle insists he only wants Isaac and Shuri to succeed together. Shuri obediently accepts the arrangement on the surface. Isaac also agrees outwardly, while privately deciding he will sacrifice some teammates and save the rest if that is what it takes to rescue his own minions. His uncle reassures himself that such a sweet child could never become a dark priest, completely missing Isaac's real intentions. Still uneasy, the brown-haired noble asks Isaac directly which god chose him at the ordination. Isaac hesitates, clearly remembering something unpleasant. He recalls a grotesque sigil and the evil god Absolute Ruin, whose very presence made him sick. Pressed for an answer, he bluntly says it was an evil god. The adults scramble to downplay that confession, insisting that ominous sigils do not necessarily mean anything and that faith matters most. They abruptly change the subject by telling Isaac that the Cardinal of Gold wants to see him. Before Isaac can react, someone calls his full name from outside. The men freeze at the interruption. The silver-haired woman from earlier storms in and announces that she has come specifically for Isaac. The adults panic, fearing she may be here because of the evil god or to harm Isaac on the Pope's orders. Instead, she grabs Isaac's hand and addresses him directly. She admits that she once thought he was worthless. Then she insists she is only being honest, leaving Isaac baffled while Sherlock laughs at the chaos. She explains that Isaac's isolation was not weakness but proof that he refused to let the Academy's mediocrity taint his talent. Having recognized his excellence at the ordination, she declares that practical training with ordinary students would be a waste of his time. She invites Isaac to train directly under her grandfather and skip straight to real combat. In her mind, Isaac should join her, defeat the Skeleton King, and help lead the Empire. Isaac is tempted because the offer is absurdly favorable, and even he can tell she seems serious. He starts to answer, but his patience snaps and he rejects her outright. He declares that he will proceed with practical training instead, while Shuri quietly confirms that she has always been this unhinged. The woman keeps pushing, promising him years' worth of experience and dismissing concerns about formal qualifications. Isaac tries to redirect her toward the brown-haired noble instead. She rejects that suggestion immediately, saying Isaac and that man are nothing alike. She argues that Isaac has enough talent to drive away monsters with a glance. Sherlock realizes she must have seen Isaac use Intimidate and now wants to learn that ability from him. That only hardens Isaac's refusal, and he says the thought of being taught by the Pope's side makes him sick. The woman takes that as an insult to her grandfather and demands to know if Isaac is calling him disgusting. Isaac starts to answer with murderous honesty, but someone clamps a hand over his mouth before he can finish. The room jolts as a new presence intervenes. Azure's patriarch arrives and cuts in before the argument can explode further. He physically pulls Isaac away and tells the woman he does not want her anywhere near their child. She protests that even a patriarch should not keep Isaac from her if he spends time with the wrong people. Azure's patriarch coldly warns that Isaac would only pick up bad influences from her side instead. The others can only watch the two factions square off around Isaac. Inside Isaac's head, Absolute Ruin rages that the Joshua family will be brought to ruin for this. The story then shifts to explain the Pentagon, the exam every trainee priest must pass. The trainees will be tested in order by the 5 faiths: white, gold, azure, black, and red. Each stage will be overseen by the cardinal of that faith. Passing the pentagon is mandatory to become an official priest. When Isaac arrives for the exam, he asks whether his group mates are already inside. Seeing that the groups are organized by similar background and faith, he immediately suspects the church wants factional conflict. Shuri reassures him that their group is mostly made of his own friends, so it should be manageable. Isaac decides to use those teammates to clear the pentagon and save his minions from execution. He prepares to make a good first impression as he enters. Instead, he walks into a room full of hostile upperclassmen already talking about taking him down. Before they can act, another trainee calls out the one who bullied Shuri for years and turns the room's attention onto him. The upperclassmen close in with predatory smiles, treating the coming retaliation as harmless fun while warning Isaac not to tell Shuri. Isaac immediately decides his assigned teammates are useless to him. One of them tries to smooth things over, but Isaac has already found a better use for them. When he produces a strange relic, the others realize the rumors about his childish mind may have been true after all. Isaac answers their mockery by smashing one of them in the face with the relic. The victim drops instantly, leaving the rest too stunned to react. As panic spreads, they can only conclude Isaac has lost his mind. Isaac calmly insists this violence is simply the start of getting closer as a team. He doubles down on the threat and declares that they will become very close whether they like it or not. He unleashes overwhelming pressure, forcing the whole group into submission. The scene shifts to the academy as the aftermath settles in. Shuri can barely process Isaac's claim that this was supposed to be team building. He finds Isaac literally sitting atop a human pyramid of crushed teammates, proving how warped Isaac's idea of harmony is. The trapped students beg Shuri to save them and insist Isaac is not really his family. Shuri awkwardly thanks them for entertaining his cousin while they desperately plead for rescue. He reminds Isaac that their first exam depends on group harmony, and demands to know what he is trying to accomplish. Isaac argues that total submission looks harmonious enough, while Shuri calls it deranged coercion. Ignoring the complaint, Isaac hands Shuri a document. He explains that it is a list of people who have been exploiting Shuri. Isaac says these teammates have spent 7 years draining value from Shuri's generosity under House Joshua's name. One of the students protests that House Joshua never asked anything in return and that they have nothing Isaac could want. Isaac's answer turns chilling as he points out that their healthy bodies alone are valuable enough. He frames extortion as a fair relationship in which he finally receives as much as he gives. He orders the group to carry out this new activity diligently and with pure hearts. His smile makes it clear the order is a threat, not a joke. Under pressure, the students finally surrender and agree to cooperate. Satisfied, Isaac ends the exercise and walks away, leaving the heap of students collapsed behind him. Shuri worries that this madness will make them fail the exam, but Isaac tells him to follow because he has a plan. Isaac reminds him that one failing score means immediate failure, yet claims he already knows how to avoid it. He leads Shuri to a wardrobe and tells him to look inside. Inside, Shuri finds a bound and gagged student hidden away. Isaac presents the captive as if unveiling a clever surprise. Shuri is horrified until Isaac explains the captive belongs to their group and had been carrying a letter about quitting as a spy. That revelation makes Shuri realize Isaac may have uncovered a real plot. He drags the captive out for questioning while the boy trembles. A quick blow loosens the captive's resistance. Shuri immediately guesses that Nizer was the one who ordered this sabotage. The captive breaks down, apologizes, and claims he had no choice. Isaac dismisses the excuses and demands the exact order Nizer gave him. The spy confesses that Nizer told him to keep making outrageous demands of Shuri until Joshua's group collapsed during the test. He also admits his earlier hostility toward Isaac at the entrance ceremony was staged on Nizer's orders so Nizer could claim credit for defeating the Skeleton King's minions. Isaac finally puts a full name to the mastermind, Nizer Sepet. He decides on the spot that Nizer needs to be taught a lesson. A few days later, Nizer is already furious that his spies keep failing him. He berates one subordinate for being so incompetent that multiple infiltrators have already quit. The servant can only weakly blame Joshua's bizarre team building exercises. Nizer gives up on the excuse and sends the servant away. His remaining aides reassure him that he still has 3 loyal people inside Joshua's group, enough to finish the job. Even so, Nizer remains fixated on Isaac and decides the boy must be removed quickly. What truly fuels him is jealousy that his father has taken an interest in Isaac and even invited him to their house. He convinces himself that once today is over, Isaac and House Joshua will be finished. With that confidence, Nizer heads out to watch Joshua's downfall. The first exam begins in a hall called the Pentagon of Harmony. As the ceremony drones on about faith and comradeship, Isaac barely hides his boredom. The rules are finally revealed. Harmony will be tested through a team vote. If even one member votes against keeping the team together, the entire team fails, and the dissenter is reassigned elsewhere. Nizer immediately sees the loophole and expects Joshua's team to be destroyed while any traitors survive. He remains confident because he still believes he has spies inside Isaac's group. Certain of victory, he mentally condemns Isaac in advance. The official calls Isaac's team forward for the result. The result is announced for the Azure team. To Nizer's shock, every member voted to remain together. Joshua's team passes the Pentagon of Harmony intact. Isaac answers the result with a smug grin that makes clear this was his doing. Outside afterward, Shuri chases after him, desperate to know how he pulled it off. He asks how Isaac convinced everyone to vote to stay together. Isaac reminds him that the Cardinal of Gold had been trying to meet him earlier. Instead of meeting the Cardinal directly, Isaac demanded a legendary golden pill as the price of an audience. The Cardinal actually sent it, and Isaac used it to bribe his teammates before the vote. Shuri is appalled that Isaac handed over the reward in advance, since they could have betrayed him anyway. Isaac simply says he trusted his team. Shuri is unsettled by how naturally Isaac now talks like a priest. He starts to relax, only to realize that trusting Isaac is usually a mistake. Back in the room, the bribed teammates are writhing in agony and begging for help. They demand the antidote, convinced Isaac poisoned them. Isaac cheerfully insists he knew they would not betray him, prompting Shuri to ask what he actually did. Shuri accuses him of feeding them poison while lying about it. Isaac reveals the so-called golden pill was mostly flour and junk, with only a microscopic trace of the real medicine. He says Shuri's freeloaders had it too easy for too long, so a little suffering is overdue. The victims beg again, believing that passing the exam entitles them to the promised cure. Isaac pretends to honor the promise and starts rummaging for the antidote while they crawl after him. He triumphantly announces that he has found it. What he produces is only an old diaper, and Shuri can hardly believe the cruelty of the joke. Isaac offers the diaper to the desperate students as if it were medicine. At that moment Nizer storms in, furious that Isaac has stolen his spies. He demands to know what Isaac gave them to turn them against him. Before Nizer can act, the abused teammates themselves rise up to block him from touching Isaac. They openly defend Isaac and ask why Nizer is interfering. A stunned Nizer is confronted by one of the boys repeating Isaac's lesson about people seeking overwhelming power in desperate times. Nizer rejects the idea and insists people only save themselves first. Isaac answers that, before death, every other value becomes meaningless. That logic finally rattles Nizer. He realizes too late that Isaac has turned his own pawns through fear and survival instinct. Faced with Isaac's monstrous presence, Nizer can only wonder if the boy is even human. Elsewhere, the Cardinal of Gold waits in his office. He allows a servant to enter. The Cardinal complains that he has been kept waiting 7 days just to see an apprentice. The servant apologizes nervously. He reports that Isaac still will not come. Even after receiving the golden pill, Isaac refuses the summons and sends back only a message. The servant hesitates, knowing the message will be offensive. Isaac's reply is a demand that the Cardinal send an even larger piece of gold next time. That insult makes the Cardinal shatter his pen and order his people to use every means available. He commands them to bring Isaac to him by force if necessary. Meanwhile, Nizer leaves Isaac's room seething over the humiliation. Still, he consoles himself with one useful discovery. Isaac seems unable to openly clash with the Inquisitors. Nizer vows to investigate that weakness and expose Isaac's secrets. His plotting is interrupted when he notices servants gathered near the dorms. He demands to know why they are loitering there. The servants explain they are waiting for someone inside, and Nizer curses his luck when he realizes they belong to the House of Red. He tries to drive them off, since it would be troublesome if anyone learned his master wanted to meet someone from Azure. The threat fails because the red-clad heir himself is standing right there. The heir coldly asks why Nizer is late. Isaac steps out as if he had arranged the whole meeting and reminds Nizer that he needs something from him for a tea party. The servants eagerly assume Isaac will help because they still owe him an item, while Nizer realizes Isaac is exploiting that debt. Isaac casually demands the promised item by the end of the day as tea party snacks, and Nizer is enraged that team building has now cost him his own men. As the servants start to leave with Isaac, Nizer lashes out from behind with holy fire. He casts Repentance Hell, blasting the servants aside. Then he faces Isaac directly and says he has business with him alone. Nizer invites Isaac to a test of faith, clearly intending violence. Shuri warns that such a test could scorch Isaac and even drag their whole house down if it goes wrong. Nizer prepares a device that can be activated by touch, planning to force the confrontation. Before he can finish, a new voice calls Isaac's full name. The Cardinal of Gold appears behind Nizer and rebukes him for ignoring a summons while fooling around. The Cardinal makes it clear he is not someone Nizer can manipulate. Nizer instantly drops his bravado and recognizes Cardinal Barrett. Barrett notes that Nizer has also grown suspiciously close to the House of Red and is now trying to interfere with his servant. That wording stuns Nizer, because it means Isaac already belongs under Barrett's protection. Nizer hurriedly apologizes, realizing he has blundered into a Cardinal's personal affair. Isaac adds fuel to the fire by claiming Nizer told him not to associate with people of gold, which is why he could not answer Barrett sooner. Barrett accepts the explanation at face value while Nizer is left speechless beside him. Nizer protests in outrage, but only makes himself look guiltier. He tries to change the subject by asking how a Cardinal was even allowed to contact a student during training. Isaac finds that objection hilarious. Barrett responds by reminding Nizer that he spared him only out of respect for his father, and gave him time to learn teamwork. Nizer tries to backpedal, but Barrett is finished being patient. As punishment, Barrett assigns Nizer's entire team extra work from the Santa Seds. Barrett then tells Isaac to come with him, but Isaac politely says he should see the Cardinal of Red first because that Cardinal also summoned him. That revelation leaves Nizer reeling again. Isaac blandly claims he already has plans and will meet Barrett later if conditions improve, which makes Barrett realize another cardinal is now involved. When Isaac cheerfully confirms that the Cardinal of Red called for him too, Nizer is horrified that Isaac somehow knew about a summons never announced aloud. Nizer panics that Barrett will now judge him badly and that he needs to escape the situation. He abruptly pretends he came only to summon Isaac and offers to escort him away. Barrett stares at the transparent lie in disbelief. Since Nizer insists he has prior business with Isaac, Barrett dryly decides to let him have it. He dismisses them, saying prior engagements cannot be helped. But as he leaves, Barrett reminds Nizer that he has inconvenienced the House of Gold. The punishment is expanded into even more work starting the next day, crushing Nizer's hopes. Nizer tries to console himself that at least he can still take Isaac to his father, only to realize Isaac has vanished again. When Nizer demands to know where Isaac went, Shuri casually says Isaac has already gone to sleep. The final insult is that Isaac supposedly needed an early nap to grow, even though it is only mid-afternoon. Isaac's ordination begins in chaos as he sleeps through it and leaves the red-robed attendants furious. 3 days later, his punishment has become relentless menial labor. While dragging a mop in misery, Isaac swears he will kill Joshua for putting him through this. He finally explodes at the injustice of being worked nearly all day. When he complains to a contact for help, he is mocked for failing even to deliver a child and for dragging his team's grades down. Isaac realizes the only way to get help from Joshua's father is to meet him first. He decides the man should at least appear for prayer, giving Isaac a chance. So he settles on ambushing him in the prayer room. 6 hours later, Isaac is still waiting and wearing himself out. Before he can act, other trainees barge in and drag him back to work. They threaten him over their falling scores, while Isaac desperately insists he has to see Isaac, Joshua's father, first. Then he spots a silver-haired boy watching from nearby. The boy greets him with a bright, innocent smile that completely throws Isaac off. As Isaac is hauled away, the silver-haired child openly enjoys his suffering. Another boy calls the child cruel, but the child admits he is doing it because it is fun. Still, he says meeting the Cardinal of Red would actually help them more. He explains that Cardinal Barrett would never award them the top king grade. He has to spell out the grading system for Isaac, who realizes too late how badly he misunderstood it. The child warns that if Barrett is angered enough to hand them the lowest rank, they will be thrown back to the academy, and Barrett likely wants Isaac dead as well. When Isaac protests that a cardinal should have no grudge against a 10-year-old, the child reveals Isaac's mother had once been engaged to Cardinal Barrett. He adds that Isaac's father stole her away, turning the broken engagement into a feud between both families, which makes Isaac understand why Barrett would hate him. The revelation hits Isaac so hard that even his strange little companion startles him. The child advises that befriending the Cardinal of Red is the best way to keep Barrett in check. He reasons that Red also needs Gold's children to pass its evaluation, so a promise not to sabotage them should be enough leverage. Isaac starts to think the plan might work. Then a sinister red hand suddenly clamps over his mouth and body, cutting him off. His companion notices too late that something is wrong. A voice calls for Isaac. The owner of that voice is Cardinal Barrett himself, reading calmly in the prayer room. He invites Isaac in, and the room erupts as if the trap has already been sprung. Barrett immediately addresses him as the kidnapped child, making clear he knows exactly who Isaac is. Isaac mocks Barrett's gentlemanly act and calls out the hypocrisy of having him abducted. Barrett drops the mask just enough to call him a brat. He says he has something important to tell Isaac, while Isaac assumes this is just retaliation for being ignored. Barrett confirms Isaac's identity. Then he shocks Isaac by saying he wants to adopt him into the House of Gold. Isaac is too stunned to process the words. He can barely comprehend that Barrett wants him as an adopted son of Gold. His first instinct is that this must be mockery or some new scheme against Joshua. Barrett insists the offer is genuine and says Isaac should leave Joshua and join House Barrett. Isaac starts searching for the hidden motive behind such a bizarre proposal. But instead of rejecting it outright, he decides the other side's intentions matter less than what he can gain. So he asks the Cardinal what he would get in return. He treats the adoption like a business deal and demands clear terms. Barrett is taken aback that a child is negotiating with him so coldly. He offers everything Joshua cannot, claiming the papal family can supply whatever the Vatican lacks. Isaac immediately rejects the idea that Joshua lacks anything. Barrett counters that Joshua is trying to confine Isaac and that the Vatican will only burden him with endless restrictions. He paints the faith as a life of suppression and patience that will chain Isaac down. By contrast, he promises that House Gold will not interfere with Isaac's affairs and will support whatever he wants to do. Isaac says that still is not enough and raises the price absurdly high by demanding backing as Barrett's future heir. Barrett realizes Isaac is no longer just aiming for sainthood but maybe aiming for the papacy itself. He argues that if Isaac truly wants to become pope, switching to House Gold would help. Isaac answers that he still belongs to the Vatican. Barrett responds by piling on outrageous incentives, from land and armies to tax privileges, wealth, and direct heir status, and Isaac finally says he will consider it. Satisfied, Barrett moves to begin the affiliation process immediately. Isaac quickly stops him and asks him not to tell Joshua yet. He promises to keep the matter secret for now. That promise alarms someone hidden nearby. Isaac's companion, who has been eavesdropping, panics and crashes into a wall. He tries to recover while Barrett turns toward the noise. Terrified, the spy bolts while insisting he heard nothing. Barrett can only sigh at the obvious lie. He tells Isaac that the spy's report does not matter and that only Isaac's own choice matters. Isaac clarifies that agreeing to think about the offer was not the same as agreeing to defect. He states flatly that he would never join the papal family, even if it killed him. When Barrett presses him, Isaac repeats that answer without hesitation. That answer finally breaks Barrett's restraint. With a dark smile, Barrett says Isaac resembles his mother in both face and speech. He threatens that with a single word he can have Isaac excommunicated and strip him of any future as priest, saint, or pope. He goes further, warning that he can ban Isaac from ever entering the Holy Empire again. Isaac answers that if that happens, he will simply build a country where priests and popes are unnecessary. He even questions why one nation should need two rulers when it will be his country anyway, leaving Barrett stunned. Barrett can only ask what kind of being Isaac really is. Isaac brushes it off as the minimum courage needed to defeat the Skeleton King. Then he dismisses the adoption offer entirely, and says forgetting it would be better for Barrett too. Even so, he admits the offer has made him more curious about what happened at the ordination ceremony. He openly wonders what could have happened there to make Gold want to adopt the direct heir of a rival house. That question visibly rattles Barrett, because it cuts too close to the truth. Isaac notices the reaction and realizes the Empire would be just as curious if this became public. Elsewhere at Joshua Mansion, the news arrives that Isaac passed the Unison Pentagon. Joshua's patriarch cannot understand how Isaac could have passed when he expected him to fail. He bitterly blames his own insufficient faith for the result. Then he drops to his knees in prayer. He raises a sacred vessel and praises his God. Calling on divine power, he tries to cast out his grandson as if performing an exorcism. Benjamin Joshua returns and asks what happened to the house while he was away. Really can only laugh awkwardly at how far things have spiraled. Benjamin is baffled that anyone could call Isaac a problematic child. He insists Isaac is kind and brilliant, and assumes the patriarch is only acting this way because he is worried about his grandson. Really reflects that as the second son he cannot inherit, so Isaac's appearance as a possible heir should be good news, yet he still feels uneasy. The patriarch complains that the blessing meant to overwhelm ordinary people has not worked on Isaac at all, making it feel more like a curse than a blessing. Even so, he admits Isaac now means a great deal to him. At that moment Leah Joshua, a saintess candidate, returns and greets the family. While welcoming her back, the patriarch keeps obsessing over how Isaac passed a test he should not have been able to clear. He concludes the papal family is taking far too much interest in Isaac and that if the Vatican truly wants him dead, Isaac should leave the priesthood and come home quickly. Yet he also laments that Isaac is too exceptional for his ordination to be delayed any longer. That contradiction darkens the mood again. Really notices a luxurious envelope and asks who sent such an extravagant letter. The patriarch hesitates before answering. He reveals it came from Benjamin's fourth brother. That means Noel has written to the family, which immediately raises alarm. The letter turns out to be Noel demanding that the patriarch step down because he is close to death anyway. The patriarch explodes and declares that Isaac must be taught manners because Noel is hopeless. He even says that if Really doubts Isaac, then Really can become the next patriarch instead. Really tries to calm him by pointing out that Isaac at least passed harmony, so there may still be hope. A summoned bird spirit violently rejects that optimism. The fiery familiar Shalak bursts in to report that Isaac has been beating other children with his rattle. Shalak furiously adds that Isaac even uses healing magic so he can keep beating them longer. The patriarch accepts this with disturbing calm, as if it is simply typical Isaac behavior, leaving Really speechless. Shalak piles on by saying Isaac also poisoned and blackmailed his teammates into passing. The patriarch starts to reassure himself that it is fine as long as the papal family never learns any of this, when another emergency interrupts him. A servant arrives with even worse news about Cardinal Barrett. Barrett has asked for Isaac to become his stepson, not merely his adopted son, which shocks everyone. Benjamin demands to know how Isaac responded, insisting Isaac would never simply defect from Joshua. The answer is devastatingly simple. Isaac said great. Benjamin grabs the messenger in panic and demands to know what trick Barrett used, only to hear that the offer involved too much money to refuse. Nearby whispers immediately conclude that money explains everything. The patriarch's fury turns murderous as he realizes Isaac's other grandfather is still alive and trying to steal him away. He vows not to let anyone take his kin. Then the scene shifts to a mountain of treasure that makes the scale of Barrett's offer painfully clear. The trainees stare at the gold and realize it all came from House Barrett for Isaac's sake. Rumors spread that Isaac really is close to the Pope's family, and Isaac privately admits the treasure is both compensation and hush money. But he decides gold alone is not the real issue. What truly enrages him is the banner naming him Joshua Isaac of the Faith of Azure, which makes him suspect Joshua's patriarch sent this cheap, humiliating display. He snatches the attached note and fumes at the patriarch's stinginess. He reads it in disbelief. The note effectively calls him one of them, and the patriarch even makes a heart with his hands, leaving Isaac horrified by the forced affection. At that moment Benjamin notices someone unexpected nearby. He is stunned to find Leah here as well. Isaac is even more alarmed when he hears the matriarch has come too. The arrival of Joshua's saintesses sends the trainees into a panic, and Isaac especially dreads facing Melissa, whom he has been trying to avoid. As the room fills with pressure and confusion, he desperately looks for somewhere to run. Meanwhile, he and another boy watch a communication orb projection and marvel at how real it looks. When the boy startles him, Isaac lashes out and kicks him on reflex. The boy complains, and Isaac blames him for making him think Leah had actually arrived in person. Then a projected voice addresses Isaac directly. Through the orb, a silver-haired woman says the rumors were true and that he really has grown quickly. She praises him for overcoming the Skeleton King's curse. Isaac relaxes for a moment, thinking the orb will keep her from recognizing that he is the Skeleton King himself, until she mentions his recent kidnapping. Mid-sentence, she suddenly falters as if sensing something off. She calls him Isaac instead of Isaac, and the slip makes him realize she has noticed something. He panics that she sensed the truth even through the orb. Her aura turns ominous as she asks why she can feel Isaac's power on him, and Isaac realizes he could die if she figures it out. He frantically remembers the real cause. 10 years ago he swallowed one of the Skeleton King's fingers. The women wait, while Isaac struggles to recover his composure. The silver-haired woman then casually says she heard from Riley and laughs that there is no way Isaac himself would be there anyway, which saves him. Relieved, Isaac thinks swallowing that finger may have been the best decision of his life, even while wondering how anyone could skin a skeleton. Watching from the side, Leah wonders why saintesses have come all this way just to see trainee priests. A red-haired trainee voices the same suspicion, questioning why saintesses who supposedly avoid family politics are interfering here at all. Leah abruptly singles out Isaac, the third son of House Red, and declares that he is the one who interests her. She immediately humiliates Nizer by reciting his recent failures and knocks him into a panic. As Nizer's allies scramble to wake him, Leah treats his collapse like a joke and unsettles everyone watching. Ignoring the chaos, Rosario announces that he has prepared a special reward for Isaac. Isaac first assumes the reward must be money and eagerly waits for the answer. His excitement dies when Rosario reveals he is offering his ultimate holy attack power, the same force that once defeated the Skeleton King. The onlookers are stunned because Rosario is handing over God energy, a priceless power beyond ordinary holy magic. Nizer realizes this gift will push Isaac even further ahead and fumes that the Azures are falling behind. One blue-haired candidate decides that letting Isaac gain this advantage cannot be allowed. He moves to expose Isaac by accusing him of poisoning his teammates during the Harmony trial. He shouts to the Saintess that Isaac is not what he seems and identifies himself as Molech, Nizer's planted spy. Molech claims that Isaac fed poison to the group. He insists Isaac did it to pass Harmony, shocking Rosario. Molech tries to frame the accusation as proof that a saint candidate used forbidden means. Rosario is caught off guard by the charge, while Leah reacts with sudden concern at the mention of poison. Seeing a chance, Nizer praises Molech and promises to recruit him if Isaac is expelled. Leah cuts through the noise by calling Isaac forward. Instead of denying the act, Rosario angrily asks whether Molech really thinks poison was all Isaac used. Rosario declares that poison is too mild for proper mental training and treats Isaac's conduct as a problem of insufficient severity, not immorality. Molech desperately adds that Isaac also beat them until they were badly bruised, expecting this to condemn him. Rosario calmly corrects Isaac's methods, saying flesh wounds are useless for training and that broken bones would have been more effective. He even offers to break the boy's bones himself as an apology, terrifying Molech and forcing Leah to stop him before he kills someone. Leah steps in and asks Molech if he wants help, but her tone only makes him more afraid. She cheerfully offers to break the bones cleanly in one strike, pushing Molech into outright terror. Isaac quickly claims he can handle the matter himself, trying to keep Leah from acting. Leah reminds Molech that he ignored her earlier threats, making clear she has not forgotten him. Isaac seizes the moment to enslave Molech instead, declaring that from now on the spy will serve as his shield and servant, which convinces Molech that the Joshua family is insane. The scene shifts away from the uproar at the ceremony. Later, Leah privately asks Isaac whether he truly wants to become the head of his household, and he admits that he does. She presses him to explain what he would do if he actually gained that position. Isaac answers without hesitation that he would remove the saintesses, horrifying everyone else in the room. When asked why, he says they are unnecessary and begs to be taken seriously. He adds that he would personally kill the Skeleton King. Then he goes even further and suggests Leah herself should give up being a saintess. Leah falls silent, and Rosario watches her reaction closely. Rosario finally admits that he carries a sin no person should have committed. He recalls telling a young Leah that he once had a perfect chance to kill the Skeleton King. He explains that it was a once-in-a-lifetime opening and that the Skeleton King truly could have died then. But when the moment came, he could not strike. Asked why, Rosario can only say that he does not know, though he believes God has never forgiven him for it. Isaac is stunned when Rosario says the Joshua family's curse exists because of him. Rosario explains that killing the Skeleton King is the only way to lift that curse, so the burden of doing it belongs to him. Isaac asks what terrible sin Rosario actually committed. Rosario hesitates, and Leah senses there is more behind his confession than he is willing to say. She decides there must have been some hidden reason Rosario could not kill the Skeleton King. Rosario then reveals why he summoned Isaac in the first place. He presents an item that leaves Isaac and his companion reeling when they recognize whose it is. The gift is a blue pendant preserved in a case. Isaac realizes it is the unique symbol of a saintess. He immediately senses that receiving such an item should be impossible. Rosario notices Isaac's confusion but remains calm. He explains that he stored his own power inside the pendant so Isaac can draw on God energy whenever he needs it. Rosario urges him to rely on that power instead of weak offensive holy spells if he wants to survive the remaining Pentagon trials. He promises to visit the Holy Helon Empire soon and personally teach Isaac how to kill the Skeleton King. After Rosario departs, Leah prepares to leave as well. Before she goes, she pauses in front of Isaac as if something still needs to be said. Leah leans in and begins asking Isaac a pointed question. She asks whether he possesses a mana core, catching him completely off guard. Isaac panics internally because he secretly created one himself and cannot understand how she suspects it. Leah briefly wonders if she misread him, giving Isaac a narrow chance to recover. She clarifies that the object in the pendant is the mana core that had been stored in the outer building. Isaac hurriedly pretends he knew what she meant all along. He claims he kept the core because he could not absorb it, and had been trying unsuccessfully to break its seal with holy spells. Leah immediately says the seal can be undone with the necklace and starts removing it. Isaac is shaken that she not only knows about the mana core but can also release it, yet he decides to accept the chance. Leah hands him the necklace and says she is not sure he can use it, but she respects his effort to restore his household's lost techniques. Isaac wonders what this has to do with those techniques, and Leah instead asks again what he plans to do after removing the saintesses. He answers with complete sincerity that he wants to live as a rich man with no responsibilities, which makes Leah laugh. Amused, she tells him they will meet again after his apprenticeship and departs in good spirits. Left behind, Isaac concludes that Leah is just as abnormal as Rosario. Outside, Leah's night escort notices her mood shift. He prepares the carriage and asks her to return. Before boarding, he reminds her that the necklace she gave away could lead Isaac to the Joshua household's secret techniques. Leah answers that she already knows exactly what she handed over. She explains that the necklace is an heirloom passed down from the household head, so every direct branch covets it. She coldly adds that if Isaac loses it, then he was never as capable as she thought. But if he keeps it, he will inevitably become the next household head, which she considers preferable to seeing him sent to the Sanctuseds. She repeats Isaac's own goals to herself, remembering that he wants the Saintesses gone. When she recalls his vow to kill the Skeleton King, she cannot help laughing at how outrageous he is. Yet she quietly decides to support that impossible ambition and entrusts the task to him. Back inside, Isaac is already fantasizing about the wealth and power the heirloom could bring him. Elsewhere, rain falls over another great estate as the story shifts again. A servant welcomes Master Goel after a long absence. Goel exchanges polite greetings but makes clear he has returned with a purpose. He immediately asks about Joshua and is told Isaac is still considered worthless as ever. Goel dismisses the judgment as typical Joshua hypocrisy and admits he fears he might start caring about them if he stays too long. Still, he senses that something unusual happened during Isaac's ordination. He recalls that the clergyman responsible for Isaac's ordination vanished afterward. That priest was later found dead in the monster forest, confirming that someone erased the witnesses. Goel reasons that if the House of Gold now wants to adopt Isaac, then the truth behind the ordination must be extraordinary. The deeper he thinks, the more convinced he becomes that this household is hiding something dangerous. He orders the servants to leave him alone so he can investigate without interruption. Privately, he rejects the idea that he has grown sentimental toward Joshua despite having once surrendered their rights. Even so, he admits there are moments when he wonders whether he got too close to them. But in this house, all affection disappears, replaced by disgust and suspicion. Goel enters Barrett Manor's office to search its records. He finds the classified storage and begins looking specifically for Isaac Joshua's ordination file. At last he locates the record showing the divine mark of the God who chose Isaac. The moment he reads it, he realizes the implications are catastrophic. Isaac was chosen by the greatest God, and Goel understands that everything surrounding him has suddenly changed. He concludes that this is why the Pope's house moved so ruthlessly to cover up the ordination. As he rushes out, he realizes the issue is no longer church politics but the survival of House Barrett itself. Then he corrects himself again and sees the crisis as one that threatens the entire empire. Meanwhile, Isaac has returned to his room and is surrounded by piles of money and gifts. He asks his shadowy familiar whether his new wealth is enough to buy a weapon capable of destroying the binding orb, and learns it might barely be possible. The familiar explains that the real obstacle is the anti-demonic stone, a material that destroys mana and resists mana, aura, and holy power alike. Isaac realizes in fury that someone transformed the orb binding the Skeleton King's minions into that stone specifically to kill a ninth circle demon. Since brute force will not work, he decides to try removing the seal from the mana core instead. He prepares the core and necklace, trusting Leah's claim that the pendant can release the seal. As the blue pendant reacts to the red core, Isaac admits he has never seen anything like the process unfolding before him. The seal begins to open exactly as Leah promised. A torrent of dark power bursts free from the core, and Isaac greets it with reckless delight. He orders his familiar to devour the released energy. The familiar surges through the room, swallowing the unleashed power in a frenzy. Isaac is thrilled by the sheer amount of mana pouring out, and realizes it is enough to raise his magical rank. He imagines himself freely casting far stronger spells once the absorption is complete. The released power keeps roaring upward in a violent vortex. The familiar revels in the feast as the dark energy continues to pour in. Isaac laughs triumphantly, convinced he has finally seized a huge advantage. His laughter abruptly falters when he notices something is wrong with his own body. He looks down and finds that one of his hands has turned skeletal. The sight sends him into panic as he realizes the power has triggered something far worse than he expected. The room falls still for a beat as the shock settles in. Isaac curls up in the darkened room, trying to contain the damage while his familiar hovers nearby. He curses the Skeleton King again, recognizing this as the Joshua family curse flaring up. Isaac concludes that the sudden surge of mana must have activated the curse inside him. He recalls that the Skeleton King became the strongest demon lord through a curse called the Reversal of the Living and Dead. The familiar worries that the curse may eventually consume Isaac's body, but Isaac believes his many blessings will keep that from happening for now. He reasons that the curse only exploded because his mana increased too quickly and upset the balance holding it back. Although he could strengthen his holy power to suppress it, he refuses easier but dangerous options like draining holy mana from Rosario because that would expose him and get him executed. Instead, he decides to use the remaining Pentagon trials to rapidly build enough holy power to control the curse. He specifically plans to exploit the test of Red and the heretical trial to massively increase his divine mana. Until then, he binds his skeletal right hand to hide the transformation. At that exact moment, someone calls out to Isaac from outside his room. It is his cousin, and Isaac instantly realizes he is in danger of being exposed. Trying to act normal, he greets the visitor, who only complains that Isaac's habit of laughing alone is unsettling. The cousin notices Isaac hiding his arm and asks if he has been hurt. Before Isaac can stop him, the cousin grabs the bandages away and exposes the skeletal hand. He recoils in horror, shouting that Isaac's hand has turned to bone. The familiar urges Isaac to erase the witness's memory, but Isaac refuses because using that magic on a human would reveal him. Instead of fear alone, the cousin reacts with pity and assumes Isaac's twisted behavior must have come from a body ruined by the family curse. He laments that Isaac should have spoken up sooner because everyone judged him as evil without knowing the truth. He explains that Joshua men are cursed either to be born untalented or to be born gifted but with a severe physical defect. He even remembers an ancestor who suffered from the same kind of affliction. Isaac is baffled that the cousin sees his condition and still does not suspect the truth, and he briefly wonders if killing him would be simpler. But the cousin instead insists on telling their grandfather and getting Isaac treated, promising that even a shortened life might still be extended. Terrified that this would expose him as the Skeleton King, Isaac desperately begs him not to tell the family elders. He lies that he only wants to spare the family needless worry. Then he adds that the Pentagon matters more than his own condition right now. Isaac declares that before he dies, he wants to personally execute the Skeleton King's minions, and his cousin is moved enough to call his name in awe. Isaac assures his ally that he has already found a way to survive, and the other boy desperately begs to be told so he can help. Instead of answering immediately, Isaac lets the tension build. He finally reveals his condition for living. Someone must deliver something to the Cardinal of Red. 20 days later, Isaac's name is being cursed across the academy. His classmates are exhausted and furious because his so-called training has included bombs, poison gas, and cyanide-level sabotage. Isaac dismisses their outrage as personalized training, while the others insist he has simply been trying to kill them. When they demand an explanation for his written plan, it turns out he had listed only gruesome ways for them to die and treated them as goals. Ignoring their protests, Isaac orders them to put on the equipment he prepared. The trainees realize he means sandbags, and their alarm only grows. They protest that priests are not knights and should not be doing brute physical training. Isaac insists they must prepare their bodies because the next Pentagon test is close, though the others argue the next one should be a mental challenge. He casually admits he mixed up the test order. Then he corrects himself and says the next trial is actually the physical Pentagon of Red. The others are stunned that he somehow changed not only the order but even the nature of their projects. Isaac cuts off the complaints and orders everyone to grab sandbags and run 50 laps. The trainees accuse him of insanity and demand to know how he could have altered the official sequence at all. Isaac calmly claims he merely misspoke. He immediately doubles the punishment to 100 laps around the field. With a chilling smile, he threatens that if they fail to take first place, they might as well consider themselves dead. Driven by fear, the trainees are forced into the brutal run. Some of them start thinking it would be easier not to try so hard at all. Even while collapsing from training, they argue that 2 kings should be enough to clear the Pentagon, and hope Azure will secure the next one. Isaac crushes that hope by saying they need at least 5 kings. The others protest that red and gold rarely produce kings anyway, so this training still makes no sense. They insist the Pentagon order is an imperial tradition and accuse Isaac of overstepping by tampering with it. Before the argument can settle, someone rushes in with urgent news. The messenger announces that the Cardinal of Red and the Cardinal of Gold officially swapped the next test order, making the Pentagon of Red come first after all. The trainees realize Isaac had been right and are horrified by what that means. They remember that the Pentagon of Red is a one-on-one combat trial, and failure there means failing the entire program. With the next test now confirmed, the scene shifts from panic to preparation. Isaac greets the news with a predatory grin and proposes that training should begin in earnest. A few days later, Everyone gathers at the Imperial Training Center for the trial. The House of Red team arrives in formation. Their red-haired leader fumes that his father actually granted Isaac's request. He recalls being told that Isaac wanted to show something interesting, and that he had permission to attack Isaac hard enough to force out his true abilities, only to learn the match is now team versus team. He decides that even so, Azure should not be a threat with Shuri Joshua leading them. Confident in Red's combat specialty, he assumes Isaac is the only real obstacle and believes the rest of Azure will fall easily. The Red team charges into the arena full of confidence. Their leader promises they will crush Azure quickly. That confidence falters the moment he notices who is seated above the arena. The Cardinals of Red and Gold are personally watching the match. The Red team leader realizes the man on the throne is the Cardinal of Red, Leon Sepet. Isaac also notices the unexpected presence of Kina Barrett beside the arena. Isaac casually explains that his usual cupbearer is sick from breakfast, so he brought a replacement for training. That replacement is Kina, and Isaac treats her presence as perfectly normal. The Red team leader is appalled by the implication. He points out that Kina is as strong as an upper-level priest and has no business being here. Even the Cardinal of Red thinks the Cardinal of Gold has gone too far. When he demands an explanation, he discovers the Cardinal of Gold did not even know Kina had been added. It becomes clear that Isaac privately asked Kina to help him in exchange for studying under her and learning stronger techniques, and she agreed. The Red team leader can only stare in disbelief as the arrangement sinks in. He denounces the setup as cheating and shouts his protest across the arena. He argues that Kina is not a trainee and that someone of her level should never interfere in a fight between trainees. Kina calmly answers that she refused her upper-level promotion. She explains that she also surrendered the privileges that came with it. By doing so, she remained a trainee on paper so she could stay beside Isaac Joshua longer. The audience and officials are left speechless by her declaration. The referee steps forward to oversee the dispute. Kina demands a ruling on whether she is allowed to participate. The referee reluctantly notes that she is still officially a lower-level priest and has not yet taken the Pentagon tests. He rules that no rule actually forbids her participation, leaving the protest dead on arrival. The Red team leader realizes his side cannot defeat Kina head-on, and with Isaac also present, the battle looks unwinnable. He starts searching for a loophole and decides their only chance is a duel between team leaders. Isaac notices him thinking hard and waits for the idea. Instead of strategy, Isaac mocks him crudely, then checks whether his injured hand will hold up. Isaac answers that it will once he gains more holy power. His teammate quietly tells him he should have been the leader all along. Isaac rejects the praise and says their progress has really been because of that teammate. The teammate starts listing Isaac's achievements, from leadership to grades, as proof that Isaac deserves the credit. He even says their success in the Harmony trial came from Isaac, leaving Isaac baffled by the sudden admiration. The teammate insists Isaac teaches well, even if most people cannot endure his methods. He points out that this very teammate was one of the few who actually kept up. Kina adds that the Red team leader is still dangerous, but if Isaac's assessment is right, even that redhead should not be too hard for him. The teammate tries to warn Isaac further, but Isaac cuts in. Isaac answers with a cheerful death threat, promising to kill him first if he loses. The teammate is left too stunned to process whether that was encouragement or menace. The referee announces that the match will begin in 5 minutes and orders both teams to prepare. Watching from the stands, a worried attendant calls out to Isaac. She tells her superior that Kina is indeed with Isaac's team, but something still feels wrong. The superior judges that Kina's presence actually puts both Isaac and Shuri at a disadvantage. He then reveals that the House of Red has already used the spell of ruination on its own members. Those affected begin turning feral, their bodies and minds pushed toward monstrous aggression. Isaac restrains the transformed trainees with chains and tells them to wait until the right moment. The observer recognizes the chains as an Azure holy spell. The attendant explains that Isaac asked her to teach him uplift spirit. The superior is baffled because the spell should only boost morale, not create the beast-like frenzy now appearing. She insists it should merely make people brave enough to face fear, while the superior points out that Isaac's version has turned them into monsters. Isaac proudly reveals that he combined uplift spirit with herb doping in a secret method unknown to the clergy. He calls the result beastification. Having trained his teammates to withstand it, Isaac decides to unleash the transformed group to maximum effect. As the battle is about to start, a summoning formation appears above the arena. Isaac looks up eagerly and asks whether it has begun. The summoning completes. A divine manifestation of the Red God descends into the arena. The spectators immediately recognize what is happening. The patron god of the House of Red, the god of justice, has answered the call. Azure panics that Red will gain a blessing through prayer, which would put them at a severe disadvantage. One of Isaac's teammates realizes they still have to win despite that divine support. The summoned god's power crashes into the arena with overwhelming force. Rocks and debris rain down as Azure braces under the pressure. Isaac sheepishly starts to say he did not mean to cause this much trouble. Then the god statue is suddenly shattered, and Isaac's name is screamed in shock. His teammate realizes Isaac has once again done something outrageous and tries to stop the situation from turning violent between allies. The House of Red erupts in outrage, accusing Isaac of breaking and even beheading the statue of their god. One teammate grabs Isaac and demands an explanation. Kina is equally stunned and demands to know how he destroyed a god statue at all. Instead of apologizing, Isaac excitedly asks what spell it was and whether she can show it to him later when teaching him. Kina dismisses the broken statue as meaningless because every god except the god of gold is worthless to her. Their teammate can only pray for divine patience with both of them. Another teammate laughs bitterly that Isaac has at least tested how durable the training field is. Kina forces Isaac to apologize, and he offers an obviously insincere one. The Cardinals watch the chaos from above without intervening directly. The Cardinal of Red decides Isaac is a troublesome child worth breaking down and interrogating later. The Cardinal of Gold counters that the real problem is the House of Red for letting its god statue be destroyed by a trainee in the first place. He warns that if anyone's faith deserves testing, it is Red's, and makes clear he will not let Isaac be touched. The two Cardinals glare at each other, their rivalry surfacing openly. The Cardinal of Red swallows his anger and decides not to start a full heresy trial over trainees, ordering the Pentagon to continue. Azure is startled that the match is still proceeding after all this. The Cardinal of Red turns to his team leader and issues a direct command. Nizer looks up at his Cardinal, waiting for the order. Leon Sepet coldly commands him to cripple Isaac Joshua. At last the referee begins explaining the official rules of the Pentagon of Red. The objective is to find the one real necklace hidden among many fakes, and the first team to secure it wins. Each leader must secretly choose who carries the real necklace, and once assigned, it cannot be traded. Nizer immediately frames the game in tactical terms, saying there are 3 ways to find the real necklace. He lists them as forcing a confession from the enemy leader, deducing the carrier, or subduing the entire opposing team and taking every necklace. As the necklaces are distributed, Nizer orders his team to gather tightly. He tries to steady their nerves by mocking Azure as harmless. At the same time, Shuri abruptly says he wants to resign as leader. Isaac furiously demands that Shuri stop stalling and hand out the necklaces. Nizer sneers that Shuri is weak-minded and should never have been leader in the first place. Red convinces itself the match will be easy as long as they keep an eye on Kina. They underestimate Azure completely, assuming priests who hunt monsters will be useless against human opponents. The referee raises his hand to start the match. Red surges forward, convinced there is nothing to fear from Azure's supposed weaklings. That confidence vanishes the instant something unnatural rushes at them. A beastified Azure trainee launches into the fight with a feral scream, shocking Red. Isaac is delighted that the test now gives him legal cover to beat up the clergy he despises. One of his teammates is horrified by how inhuman Isaac looks when he says it. Red still clings to the idea that Azure's code of honor will keep them defensive, just as Isaac dives straight at them. Isaac addresses them contemptuously as mere trainee priests. He attacks with a modified golden shaker technique, turning his chained weapon into a flail and crashing into their formation. He demands that they bring him their leader. The strike detonates through the group, scattering bodies and drawing screams. Red is thrown into confusion, unable to reconcile Azure's brutality with the honorable image they expected. Isaac repeats his demand for their leader while advancing through the wreckage. He promises that if they obey, he will at least let that leader keep living in one piece. A blue counterattack finally erupts elsewhere in the arena, showing Azure is attacking on multiple fronts. Nizer shouts for help as his team is overwhelmed and dragged into chaos. Even while downed, Azure keeps pressing forward under orders to hold formation and never retreat. A silver-haired boy suddenly launches himself into action, forcing the tense standoff into open chaos. The red team is caught off guard as someone realizes the attackers are trying to slip away under cover of confusion. A warning goes out that the assault is fake, and Nizer is told to be careful before the trick succeeds. Nizer is startled when the silver-haired strategist praises Kina for performing exactly as expected. He immediately reveals that he saw through the scheme and dismisses it as far too shallow to fool him. As he moves, the silver-haired boy is shaken by how completely his opponent has read his intentions. He realizes Nizer has identified the technique as a cloning holy spell rather than a real attack. Nizer reacts at once and orders his side to seize the escaping target. The red team surges forward to surround the silver-haired boy and cut off his route. They cast a restrained holy spell, turning the battlefield into a trap meant to pin him down. He clicks his tongue, frustrated that the net has closed around him. Before the trap can settle, something crashes into the arena with overwhelming force. Nizer drops from above like a predator, shocking everyone with his sudden re-entry. Grinning wildly, he orders his allies to grab the intruders at any cost. The red team obeys and charges in to capture the blue side before they can regroup. Nizer boasts that tricks like beastification and cloning only make his opponents slightly stronger, not dangerous enough to threaten him. He spots Shuri and singles him out as his real prey. Power crackles around Nizer's arm as he promises to maim Shuri and keep the injury as a trophy. Observers recognize the spell forming and panic because they know how dangerous it is. Shuri is warned too late as Nizer closes in with the charged strike. Shuri curses, bracing himself for a blow he may not be able to stop. In Shuri's mind, he recalls the silver-haired boy calmly telling him to trust the plan and simply follow instructions if they want to win. That earlier strategy had predicted Nizer would force a duel by underestimating Shuri. The plan depended on that arrogance, and on Shuri being ready when the opening came. Back in the present, Shuri steadies himself and prepares to act instead of panic. Nizer lunges and convinced the fight is already over. At the last instant, Shuri's focus sharpens and his fear gives way to resolve. Their powers collide in a violent burst that shakes the arena. Rely and the others cry out for Shuri, fearing he has been overwhelmed. But through the smoke, Isaac appears calm, as if the outcome is unfolding exactly as he intended. He quietly confirms that this is the moment he was waiting for. Shuri grabs Nizer's attack head-on and throws his own anger back at him, refusing to be treated as weak. Nizer is stunned when his charge is stopped instead of breaking through. Shuri turns the clash into a throw, flipping Nizer completely off balance. He drives Nizer down with brutal force, reversing the duel in a single motion. The impact blasts across the floor and leaves Nizer smashed into the arena tiles. Nizer is left sprawled and dazed, his confidence shattered. Shuri, battered but standing, pushes through the pain to keep control of the fight. As the dust settles, Isaac begins explaining a key truth about Azure techniques that most people misunderstand. Shuri stands over the fallen Nizer, breathing hard after surviving the exchange. Isaac flatly rejects the common belief that Azure techniques are forbidden on humans because they only affect demons. He reveals the real reason: humans are too fragile to endure them. That explanation hangs over the arena as everyone realizes what Shuri just survived. Shuri's expression hardens as he understands the danger of what Nizer tried to use on him. Rely starts to protest in alarm, sensing how far this confrontation has gone. Shuri cuts through the noise and demands that the Azure side stop looking down on them. His shout rings across the arena and silences the crowd for a moment. The blue side sees him standing over the red team's fallen fighter and erupts in shock. Kina studies Shuri and realizes he was never physically strong enough for that feat, meaning some hidden enhancement must be at work in his holy spells. Shuri wipes his mouth and steadies himself, still carrying the after-effects of the clash. Isaac is asked whether Shuri's sudden strength was his doing, and he only hums instead of answering directly. Rather than explain, he coldly orders Shuri to finish Nizer off. Shuri hesitates, still focused on the stolen necklace rather than killing a defeated opponent. Isaac snaps at him to stop wavering and do the job properly. Nizer, half-conscious, immediately agrees in terror, hoping obedience will save him. He tries to reassert himself by calling Shuri by his full name, but the fear in his voice gives him away. Shuri ignores the bluff and demands to know where the necklace is. Nizer laughs and insists that as the future head of his house, he would never break under such crude pressure. Shuri abruptly changes tactics and starts begging in a way so deranged that even Nizer is unnerved. When Nizer tries to answer with threats about the torture methods he has learned as an heir, Shuri cuts him off and looms over him. Shuri's menace becomes so overwhelming that Nizer finally loses his nerve. Nizer stammers for him to wait, suddenly desperate to stop whatever is coming. The sheer terror on Nizer's face shows that Shuri's act has worked better than force ever could. The spectators recoil, horrified by the sound and by how completely the balance of fear has reversed. Shuri keeps pressing until even the onlookers are asking how Azure could produce something this frightening. Isaac watches the breakdown with delighted amusement. Nizer's composure finally collapses under the pressure. Shuri reminds him that he was given a chance to confess cleanly. The red side rushes toward them, calling for Nizer and trying to intervene. Kina stops them, insisting they should not interfere. Instead, he calmly activates a holy spell of his own. Kina unleashes an area paralysis spell that locks down the battlefield and prevents the red side from helping Nizer. The spell floods the entire arena with blinding holy power. Writhing under the effect, Nizer realizes too late that the blue side intended to be captured from the start. He pieces together that they already knew where the necklace was and begins to understand how thoroughly he was manipulated. Seeing Isaac standing at the center of the chaos, Nizer finally wonders if all of this was planned from the beginning. Isaac answers that suspicion with a smug smile, openly holding the chain weapon that concealed the prize. The red side accuses him of orchestrating everything just to force Nizer into exposing himself, but they also admit Nizer would never have confessed otherwise. Isaac acts as though their outrage only proves his point. He reveals that everyone present already knows where the necklace is, because he has it in his hand. Now that the truth is exposed, he prepares to show exactly how he protected it. The red side panics and offers to confess if only he will stop. Isaac raises the chain with manic delight, ready to continue the lesson anyway. He pulls out the stolen necklace, ending the mystery in front of everyone. With the necklace recovered, the arena declares the Azure team the winners of the Pentagon of Red. The blue side erupts in celebration as the victory becomes official. Rely is praised for helping lead the faith of Azure back into prominence, and Isaac and Shuri are publicly commended. A high-ranking imperial figure remarks that Isaac has lived up to the reputation of the youngest priest ever chosen to represent the Empire. He asks that the winners be rewarded with a gift worthy of the performance they gave the stadium. The speaker is revealed to be Shabli Alec Frikella, the Crown Prince of the Holy Helon Empire. Rely formally greets the Crown Prince, who responds by praising the quality of his nephews. The prince proposes giving the winners priest uniforms, and Rely immediately agrees that it would be a fitting reward before their next competition. The prince adds that a royal gift would become a treasured heirloom and asks to personally accompany the seamster when the uniforms are delivered. Rely is confused by the unusual request, but the prince makes clear that he wants to meet the boys himself. Rely cannot understand why the crown prince would take such interest in two trainees. The prince quietly warns him that his youngest nephew should leave the Pentagon of Gold because the Pope is trying to have Isaac killed. That revelation leaves Relai shaken and suddenly aware of a threat far beyond the tournament. He turns back toward the arena, stunned by what he has just been told. Meanwhile, the blue team regroups around Isaac and Shuri after the match. Relai offers the prince his deepest thanks, though he is clearly still processing the warning. Isaac, however, is already focused on Shuri again. He tells Shuri that despite everything, he will do just fine under his guidance. Elsewhere, the students excitedly spread word that the Crown Prince is giving the winners clothes. The Blue side jokes that they may have overachieved by winning both royal favor and a kingly reward. Isaac cuts through the celebration and addresses someone directly. Kina, now sitting comfortably in their quarters, asks Isaac whether he is not supposed to go home now that the test is over. Isaac bluntly replies that he no longer needs him. A servant arrives with orders from the Patriarch, but Kina refuses to leave. He calmly rejects the summons outright. Kina reminds Isaac that Isaac himself told him to convert to the House of Azure. That claim horrifies the attendants, who realize Kina intends to take the statement literally. Isaac denies ever making such a promise, while Kina insists it happened the previous night. Isaac argues that whatever was said only applied to winning the Pentagon of Red, not to becoming an official Azure priest. Kina remains unmoved, while the others can only watch the argument spiral. He declares that he accepted the offer and will now stay in Azure regardless of Isaac's objections. Kina even orders the servants to tell his father he will not be returning for some time. As the room erupts, he privately reflects on the holy spell Isaac used on Shuri and wonders what that power really was. Isaac, meanwhile, realizes the Crown Prince's gift of clothes is not generosity alone but a claim of ownership over the winners. He concludes that if the prince is trying to claim them away from the Pope's control, then the Crown Prince may be openly challenging papal authority. Kina offers to stay by Isaac's side, collect the payment he was promised, and even help him in the coming Pentagons, though the servants warn this will throw his entire house into chaos. He goes further and offers political help against the priests of gold while placing Azure priests on demon execution duty, proposing an outright alliance. Isaac rejects the offer immediately and tells him to get lost. Kina refuses, insisting he will not leave unless Isaac physically throws him out. Isaac finally admits the truth that he only used Kina, but Kina answers that he still fulfilled his side and intends to collect what was promised. When Isaac tries to postpone the matter, Kina realizes Isaac can simply cancel the arrangement whenever he wants. The moment Kina starts bargaining again, Isaac ends the deal on the spot. He adds that he already has a student far more obedient than Kina. Kina demands to know who could possibly be better than him. Isaac points to Kim Shuri without hesitation. The room is left speechless by the comparison. Kina takes the challenge personally and asks whether Isaac truly thinks Shuri is superior to him. He demands that if he proves himself better in the next arena, Isaac must teach him instead, while Shuri can only wonder why he has been dragged into this rivalry. Amused, Isaac says the answer will depend on Kina's results. Kina and Shuri immediately lock into a silent contest, each now treating the other as a rival for Isaac's approval. The scene shifts to the Sanctus ballroom, where the political aftershocks of the tournament continue. At dinner, the students are stunned by how lavishly the Azure winners are being treated. They note that Azure now gets better food and upgraded dorms, proving how much first place changes their status. Relai watches the celebration in silence, unable to enjoy it fully. He admits to himself that he never expected Isaac's team to be ranked first, and questions how Sanctus judge the competition. Someone approaches and remarks that he should be pleased by Azure's victory. The speaker is the Red Cardinal, who greets Relai with unsettling familiarity. The Cardinal notes that Relai is nearing rank 9, praising his rapid progress. Relai accepts the compliment without relaxing his guard. The Cardinal remarks that the Patriarch of Azure must be under severe strain right now. Then he twists the knife, saying the only suitable successor for the Patriarch's role is Relai, but that Relai's time is limited. He mockingly asks whether the role would have been too much for Relai even if his shortened lifespan were not a problem. The insult deepens as he reminds Relai that he cannot have children, implying his line ends with him and that only his nephews remain. Relai can only answer with a restrained, formal acknowledgement, while swallowing the humiliation. The Cardinal laughs it off as a small indulgence, claiming he merely spoke harshly because one of his own house was publicly crushed before royalty and the crowd. Left with the exchange, Relai realizes the others may already know the curse on House Joshua and that the tournament has exposed far more than a simple victory. The red-haired Patriarch dismisses any ambition for succession, deciding he can tolerate everything as long as Isaac remains unharmed. That resolve breaks when he suddenly notices Isaac among the trainees at the banquet. He approaches the table and calls Isaac out directly, startling the boys mid-meal. Isaac is nudged into responding while inwardly annoyed at being interrupted while eating. Still chewing, Isaac answers with forced politeness. The Patriarch greets him with a smile that already feels threatening. He reminds Isaac that he was supposed to show him something interesting. Isaac admits the show had not quite reached him yet, and the Patriarch presses him to continue. Isaac bluntly reveals that the spectacle was him crushing the Patriarch's son. He even asks whether the Patriarch enjoyed watching it. One of the trainees panics, horrified that Isaac would provoke House Crimson so openly. Isaac shrugs off the outrage, treating Crimson's obsession with spies and House Joshua as irrelevant. Instead of retaliating, The Patriarch praises House Azure's potential and notes Isaac has gained an unusual ability. He reveals that he can sense dark mana on Isaac. Isaac immediately identifies the detection as a holy spell and explains the dark trace comes from having eaten a piece of the Skeleton King as a baby. Then he casually offers more entertainment by causing trouble inside the Pentagon of Gold as well. The nearby trainees realize in terror that he might next target the Cardinal of Gold's son. The Patriarch asks what Isaac wants in exchange, and Isaac says the price is simple. He wants access to the demons imprisoned under the Skeleton King's authority. More specifically, he demands the key to their prison, which wipes the smile from the Patriarch's face. The Patriarch refuses to hand it over unless Isaac can first return alive from the coming mission. He coldly predicts that the Azure trainees will vanish inside the Pentagon of Gold. Isaac is left trying to figure out what new trap the man has just set. The answer arrives when the mission notices are delivered to the trainees. They learn the assignment is not routine work but an expedition. The Patriarch explains that the Pentagon of Gold sends teams to recover missions lost in dangerous regions and hints that Azure should be curious about its destination. He names that destination as Crossiandia, the Arcane Empire. The trainees are stunned because the Arcane Empire is Hela's mortal enemy, and would gladly kill priests on sight. Their fear deepens when they realize the route also borders demonic territory. They are told several paladins and squires were recently kidnapped there, and the area is tied to a higher demon that massacred priests 14 years earlier. The Patriarch mockingly offers to change the location if they are too frightened. Desperate, Isaac's teammates beg him to plead for mercy just once so they can avoid the mission. Isaac immediately brightens at the possibility that the assignment might be changed. Elsewhere at the Azure Estate, the news reaches the family that the team is being sent into the Land of Mages. The mission is confirmed as an S-rank rescue operation, and the family sees it as a death sentence. One brother rages that the order must be cancelled, while another says their father has already gone to formally protest. They conclude that the higher authorities are determined to get Isaac killed. Even so, they expect the protest to force a safer assignment because diplomacy should prevent trainees from being sent somewhere so explosive. The silver-haired brother interprets the mission as a warning meant to keep House Azure from growing too bold. He also worries that Shuri could die there alongside Isaac. Before he can reassure anyone, a messenger bursts in with urgent news. The bad news concerns Isaac himself. Back at the banquet, the Patriarch rejects the idea of sparing Isaac outright. Isaac's teammate braces for the worst as the answer sinks in. The Patriarch openly admits he finds the deadly mission amusing and has no intention of changing it. A shocked report then arrives that Isaac has already accepted the assignment. The story shifts to Blackfield, the land of demons. In a ruined demonic hall, a subordinate is forced to explain a failed assassination. Lady Ash demands to know why the saint was not killed. The subordinate can only beg forgiveness. Ash dismisses the failure because the real objective was to create chaos inside the Holy Empire. She considers the operation worthwhile because it let them witness the Skeleton King's power and proved the Empire's barriers could be breached. The subordinate praises the king's overwhelming might. Ash agrees, marveling that even a fragment of his power is already extraordinary. When the subordinate mentions sensing that power during the ordinations, Ash immediately demands to know whose power it was. He answers that it was the great Skeleton King's, shocking her. The revelation points to the mad boy who once ate a piece of the Skeleton King. The subordinate adds that the boy has now been ordained and is in training, which excites Ash even more. Because Isaac has finally left his family's territory, she sees a chance to act against him in public. She learns he will soon undergo the tests of gold and azure. Ash delights in the coming festival where young priests and demons hunt one another. She fantasizes that if a fragment of the king's flesh granted such power, devouring more of him directly would make demons vastly stronger. Her hunger turns toward Isaac himself as she wonders how the child of Azure would taste. Back in the Holy Empire, rumors about the Azure team's mission spread through the clergy. People whisper that the team is being sent to the Arcane Empire to recover a hostage. The consensus is that House Gold is deliberately arranging their deaths. One of Isaac's teammates realizes everyone expects the mission to fail. He then notices an even worse problem. The Paladins are avoiding the Azure team entirely, meaning no one wants to escort them. Without protection, they expect demons, bandits, and ransom hunters to attack the moment they cross the border. Isaac dismisses the panic as ridiculous. His teammate snaps that the whole team is being shunned because of Isaac's reputation. He accuses the authorities of sending them to die and points out that people around them are already writing wills. To drive the point home, he reminds Isaac that an earlier Azure team was annihilated in the Pentagon of Gold 14 years ago. Isaac recognizes the mission as a petty trap by the Cardinal, designed so refusing would disgrace Azure while accepting could kill them. Even so, he decides success would silence everyone, and the dangerous route promises plenty of mana cores. His teammate clings to the hope that choosing a powerful paladin escort could still save them. That hope is cut off when a noble arrives with bad news. Count Moloch announces that the first paladins have chosen to accompany the gold team instead. He adds that his own son and friends are abandoning Azure to transfer there as well. Moloch coldly says he should never have trusted Azure's old reputation in the first place. Isaac answers that Moloch's short-sightedness will be obvious once Azure succeeds. While his teammate begs him to settle for any escort except the worst one, Isaac starts thinking seriously about the paladin options. Then he suddenly lights up after spotting a group he likes. Ignoring the warning, he runs off to secure them. He thrusts a contract at one of the candidates, catching the man completely off guard. The paladin is still trying to process what just happened. Isaac confidently signals that the deal is done. His teammates wait anxiously for the result. Their relief turns to horror when they learn Isaac chose the 4th paladins. Isaac returns cheerfully as if he has solved everything. He proudly announces that he contracted the strongest escort he could find, earning only disbelief. The narration explains that the 4th paladins, known as the pack mules, are wandering elites degraded into glorified messengers. Though more skilled than the royal knights, they despise the clergy. Later, Isaac is summoned by the Azure Patriarch and ordered to explain what he was thinking. Isaac realizes the Patriarch is angrier than usual and decides he needs a convincing answer. He claims he accepted the mission to preserve House Joshua's honor. The Patriarch immediately tears into that excuse, calling out Isaac's lies and his use of dark mana. He demands to know why someone tainted by dark power is pretending to care about honor. He makes it clear he has known the truth for some time. Still, he admits he once overlooked it because Isaac mattered to him, but says he can no longer trust him. The Patriarch's anger sharpens into open hatred. In response, Isaac blurts out that he hates the Skeleton King so much he wants to kill him. He backs the claim by saying the Skeleton King took his parents, cursed him, and left House Azure humiliated. He insists the shame still torments him so deeply that he cannot even sleep. Isaac then spins a wild explanation that he is using the Skeleton King's real power only to investigate and destroy a fake Skeleton King. He doubles down, swearing he will kill that false king with his own hands no matter what it takes. The Patriarch silently weighs the speech while Isaac's shadow familiar privately concludes he has gone mad. Isaac continues by arguing that if he abandons honor just to survive, House Joshua will remain disgraced forever. That finally softens the Patriarch, who admits he never wanted Isaac to die for the family. He accepts that Isaac truly belongs to House Joshua after all. The Patriarch tells him to return alive with all of his teammates, even if the mission itself fails. He adds one more condition if Isaac comes back safely. He promises to officially name Isaac as his successor. Isaac outwardly accepts with gratitude, though his smile reveals he has gotten exactly what he wanted. A few days later, the Azure team reaches the capital's outskirts to begin the mission. Isaac reminds the others they are supposed to meet their escorting knights in the nearby town. His teammates, still terrified, resolve to do anything necessary just to survive and return home. While they travel, Isaac's shadow familiar reports new findings about the demon from 14 years ago. The culprit is identified as a demon serving the Western Army, not one of the 14, but someone Isaac may personally know. The familiar adds that she is vicious and brutally devoured the young cadets, which irritates Isaac because it violated the rules he had set for his own followers. He decides to punish those responsible himself, though the familiar warns he has not fully recovered his strength. The team continues on, unaware of the danger closing in. In the shadows, Lady Ash locates Isaac at last. She gleefully identifies him as the Joshua boy. At the Imperial Castle, the Crown Prince receives word about Isaac's escort choice. He is surprised to hear Isaac selected the pack mules. A subordinate reports that Isaac ignored the knights the prince had secretly sent to help him. The prince first wonders if Isaac simply failed to recognize their value. Then he revises that judgment completely. He explains that the knight commander he sent is half-spirit, and therefore especially vulnerable to demons. When his aide asks whether that was meant as a test, the prince says no, because the commander still would have been a powerful ally. Instead, he concludes Isaac deliberately chose the one order whose members are all part demon. The prince studies the pack mules' records with growing interest. He notes that they are uncontrollable and once threw clerics to demon kin, making them dangerous but revealing. He suspects Isaac is already at the Azure team's rendezvous point. There, the pack mules have been waiting for 5 hours and are furious that the Azure team has not arrived. Their commander Derek takes the delay as a deliberate insult and prepares for a confrontation. His men suggest the Azures may have heard the rumors about them and decided to toy with them. Derek answers with open contempt for priests. Just as he decides they should not let the priests get away with it, Isaac suddenly appears at his side and greets him by name. Derek recoils in shock, while Isaac acts as if nothing is wrong. Derek immediately attacks the team's lateness and their supposed reputation for punctuality. Isaac calmly claims bandits delayed them and even broke his arm. He hints that someone arranged the attack, then says he hurried over anyway because keeping Derek waiting would have been rude. He follows that with a smiling provocation, asking whether Derek thinks he is too good for the pack mules. One of Isaac's teammates is stunned that he is antagonizing the only escort they have. Derek starts to back off, saying there is nothing to gain here and they can simply leave. Isaac instantly exposes the lie by pointing out that no one would have waited 5 hours just to walk away. He presses further, noting that Derek's men are far too heavily armed for a mere escort, proving they came expecting something else. A captured paladin accuses the blonde boy of planning to use them as bait to find his missing comrades. The paladin demands that if the boy truly does not need them, he should let them part ways immediately. Instead of backing down, the paladin erupts and assumes someone named Halak fed the boy that suspicion. He concludes that Halak must have planted the boy among them to sabotage their mission, while the boy is caught off guard by the name. The boy realizes Halak is the alias of his 4th uncle and begins to suspect his family is entangled in this affair. The furious paladin admits they cannot enter Crossiandia without the boy and, in rage, prepares to force him along. He commits to dragging the boy with them, even by mutilating him if necessary, and charges. The boy calmly interrupts the attack before it lands. With eerie authority, he orders the paladin to put his sword away. The paladin freezes as if struck by an instinct deeper than reason. A monstrous pressure manifests behind the boy, making it clear his command carries demonic dominance. The paladin realizes he cannot disobey, even though the target is only a child. The boy explains that demon blood makes these men instinctively submit to stronger demons, which is exactly why he chose them. The paladin can only endure the humiliation as the power dynamic flips completely. The boy casually tells everyone to move out, while his own companions worry he has already ruined any chance of cooperation. He insists the two sides still need each other for now and is certain the paladins will follow. He lays out the shared mission plainly: rescue the kidnapped people and kill every demon involved. He adds that he does not care whether the paladin's old comrades are saved, only that the mission proceeds. The paladin leader realizes the boy may have selected them precisely because they had comrades to rescue, while the boy pretends ignorance. When the paladins finally agree to follow Isaac, he smugly reveals he understood they would all along. One of his allies asks whether he actually has a plan, and Isaac turns the question back with unsettling confidence. A paladin warns that demons will inevitably betray them, but something strange begins happening to one of the demon-blooded men. As Isaac starts to explain why these men keep receiving brutal assignments, one of them begins transforming uncontrollably. His hand twists into a claw, confirming the demonic side is surfacing. He lunges in a feral state toward Isaac's group, seemingly proving the paladins right. A nearby ally is seized before anyone can react. The paladins immediately take this as proof that demons cannot be trusted. Isaac dismisses the panic and knocks the transformed attacker down with absurd ease. The others stare in disbelief as Isaac treats the crisis like a minor annoyance. The demon-blooded man apologizes, saying he transformed faster than ever before and felt something pressing on his mind. Another suggests the proximity to Crossiandia may be affecting them, since everyone is starting to feel strange. The transformed man is equally baffled that a single hit forced him back to human form so quickly. Isaac praises him extravagantly, enjoying the result more than the danger. He proudly admits that he was the one who caused this reaction in the first place. Once the group is ready to leave, Isaac notices something unusual in his belongings. He finds a sparrow hidden in his pack and immediately suspects it is not an ordinary bird. The bird pretends to be dead, but Isaac sees through the act at once. Amused, Isaac prepares to force the creature to talk, and his shadowy familiar eagerly offers to help. The familiar complains that the Blood Lord cruelly sent it to deal with such a dreadful priest, giving Isaac a crucial clue. Isaac asks whether one of the great demons sent the bird as a messenger, startling it into dropping the act. Elsewhere, a barrier is reported as successfully established for its master. Isaac reveals that the Blood Lord is actually one of his servants imprisoned beneath the Sanctuseds and that this bird was sent to contact him. He notes the Blood Lord must have hidden Isaac's true identity from the sparrow, then squeezes out an answer by force. The terrified messenger blurts out that the demon king Isaac will face is the one who tampered with his ordination. It identifies her as Ash, the one who smuggled in the arcane device and ordered priests killed. The bird adds that after absorbing the skeleton king's power, Ash became strong enough to cross the holy Helon barrier, and that even the Blood Lord fears facing her. Just before Isaac can silence it, the bird reveals one more explosive claim: the Blood Lord believes the current skeleton king is an imposter. The messenger explains that the Blood Lord was captured after loudly insisting the skeleton king was fake, making Isaac wonder how foolish he really is. The bird warns that Ash is likely waiting for Isaac in her domain and urges him to turn back if he values his life. Isaac sends the messenger back with word that the warning was received, and the bird departs after oddly wishing him not to die for its lord's sake. When Isaac rejoins the others, they complain that he vanished while they were searching for him. One companion proudly thinks Isaac arranged food for everyone, only for Isaac to reveal he knows nothing about it. A village woman explains that the meal was prepared to support the priests in their hardship. Isaac is puzzled by the sudden hospitality. He had expected Ash to be waiting for him, not a warm welcome. Then he realizes the hostess herself has approached them, which means the enemy has come directly into reach. A companion quietly asks Shuri what is wrong with Isaac. Shuri answers that Isaac is overdoing things again and should simply be left alone. Isaac's mood turns sharp as he addresses the woman directly. A flashback reveals how he had been tormenting demon servants with petty, impossible complaints while they catered to him. He had escalated the abuse until even their breathing offended him, forcing total obedience. The paladins were appalled that the demons had started treating Isaac like their master. One servant could only wonder why these pack-mule demons had chosen Isaac's side. Even while apologizing, the woman had already decided she should eliminate the irritating paladins first. The paladin leader refuses her food, saying they were hired by Isaac and will not eat what she offers. She keeps pressing the meal on them with false concern for the town's safety, while her demonic irritation slips through. Isaac bluntly asks why she does not eat it herself. He openly states the obvious problem: no one can trust food that might be poisoned. The woman is shaken that the child saw through her so quickly. The paladins rush to defend her, insisting Isaac has gone too far and that she is unharmed. One even declares that Isaac has no right to mistreat her and grabs the food to prove her innocence. The others follow his lead and begin eating, convinced they are protecting an innocent woman from Isaac's cruelty. Within moments they collapse, while Isaac sits untouched and unsurprised. The woman admits this only made things easier, since she had planned to knock them out anyway. Isaac tells his familiar not to purify them, deciding the fools need to learn from this. Then the familiar suddenly notices something alarming in the poison itself. It warns Isaac that the poison does not merely incapacitate priests but converts holy mana into dark mana. Instead of recoiling, Isaac lights up at the discovery and confirms it is a parasitic poison. He immediately sees the strategic value and imagines building a dark mana farm inside the Holy Empire. Ash finally drops the act and attacks, convinced the now powerless child is easy prey. Isaac mocks the idea that he is powerless, since the poison effectively turns everyone around him into mana batteries. Ash offers a bargain anyway. If he follows her, she will give the antidote and spare the others. The paladins try to intervene despite the poison, furious that she is manipulating him. Ash strikes one of them down and orders Isaac not to resist. For a moment she believes she has regained control. Isaac suddenly counters with his sacred weapon, catching her off guard. He slams her away before she can finish the exchange. Ash retreats and taunts him to follow if he wants the antidote. The paladins insist on accompanying him, but Isaac refuses. He explains they will only survive if he leaves them behind to keep drawing on their mana. The paladins, now completely devoted, promise to protect the others while he goes. Isaac accepts their help without ceremony. He leaves them behind, intending to harvest more from them later if needed. Night falls as the pursuit leads deeper into the forest. Isaac confronts Ash alone, and she mocks him for coming without escorts. She presents herself confidently, certain she still holds the advantage. Isaac agrees that coming alone was foolish, but only in a way that hides his real intent. He rebukes her for speaking of consuming humans without recognizing who stands before her. Then he gives a single command that carries absolute authority: kneel. Ash is stunned as the order pierces her will. Her body buckles against her own resistance, and she is forced downward. Behind Isaac rises the overwhelming presence of the Skeleton King, revealing the source of his authority. Ash realizes in horror that the child possesses the king's mana. She concludes he gained it by consuming a piece of the Skeleton King. Rather than fear for herself, she panics that her king's body has been defiled. Driven by fanatic devotion, she charges to cut Isaac open and free what she thinks remains of her king. She vows to release her king from inside him. Isaac answers with a fusion of holy and dark power that erupts around him. Ash falters as she senses something far beyond what she expected. The Skeleton King's power descends like a crushing claw over her. The impact smashes her into the ground. Isaac coldly calls her a fool as the dark power coils around him. He prepares a devastating spell to teach her who her true king is. Under the moonlit sky, the battle's outcome is decided. His familiar marvels that Isaac just cast 5th rank magic with the force of a 7th circle. Isaac proudly concludes that combining holy and dark mana has elevated him to a new level the gods never intended. A small sound interrupts his self-congratulation. Ash, trembling and broken, begins calling him her king, and the familiar wonders whether he has shattered her mind. Isaac tests the situation with a casual slap, and she only accepts it. She prostrates herself and confesses she has committed a grave mistake. When she tries to offer the antidote, Isaac dismisses it as unimportant. Instead, he gives her 1 minute to bring back the kidnapped paladins and hints that he wants something else even more. He explains that rescued captives alone will not earn him a perfect evaluation, and he needs stronger evidence. So he decides the proof he needs is simple: he defeated a demon. 2 days later, the story returns to the town after the mission. One companion stares at Isaac in disbelief, wondering what happened to him out there. Another tries to reassure everyone that Isaac had a tracker and was never likely to fall easily. Still, the mage's repeated formal search parties suggest something serious must have happened. His ally points out that such behavior is far from normal for them. They found blood where Isaac likely passed, though no one can confirm he died. Isaac suddenly walks back in alive, carrying a sack over his shoulder. The room erupts in shock and anger, as everyone demands to know whether he is hurt. Isaac casually announces he brought back the antidote. When they inspect the sack, he tells them the contents are important and should be handled carefully. The bag proves far heavier than expected, and its contents horrify them. When asked what it is, Isaac answers with complete calm. He reveals the sack contains the kidnapper's head, which he intends to use as perfect evidence for his evaluation. A rescued paladin anxiously asks about their missing comrades, and Isaac finally addresses that part. He says he hid the rescued paladins in the bushes because carrying them all the way was too troublesome. A moment later, the others confirm the missing comrades have indeed returned alive. The rescue names are called out one by one, proving Isaac really brought everyone back. His companions begin to connect the impossible claim with the impossible result. Isaac matter-of-factly states that he went in alone and came back with the kidnapper's head. The others can barely process that he entered the land of mages by himself and survived. Isaac prepares to explain, carefully choosing a version of events that sounds acceptable. He claims the mages planned to kidnap and sell them, that a mage woman drugged them, and that she backed down as soon as he threatened to report her to the Sanctus Seds. He keeps embellishing, saying she revealed the secret route and the captive's location, and that he simply retrieved the paladins while a demon guard happened to be asleep. When disbelief lingers, he offers to demonstrate with the sacred weapon, but his allies decide the exact truth no longer matters and choose to believe him. Even so, they scold him for recklessly going in alone when it could have ended terribly. Isaac answers that he could not help it, because sneaking in by himself was still better than making everyone fight the mages. Isaac defends his retreat by insisting that fighting would only have caused more deaths, and he chose to protect the faithful instead. A wounded companion praises that decision as proof that Isaac truly lives by his creed. Another trainee nearly calls the excuse nonsense, but reins himself in when warned. Even so, he admits relief that Isaac returned alive, though he doubts the visiting mages ever truly cared about a mere priest. Isaac coolly tells him he is being too harsh. The mages arrive and insist they came because they feared demons had taken Isaac, not to be insulted. Isaac privately dismisses that claim and concludes they were really searching for manticores. When they ask him to cooperate in a demon investigation, he flatly says he saw no demon. After one mage senses a manticore nearby, Isaac casually suggests it must belong to them. He presses the point by arguing that a trainee like him could never have survived, much less defeated, a demon. That logic shakes the mages until one blurts out that Halak had specifically told them a demon would be here. Hearing the name Halak, Isaac realizes they may be talking about his fourth uncle. He quickly hides that suspicion from himself and outwardly agrees with their conclusion. Isaac abruptly ends the exchange and tells the others to get things in order while he goes to rest. The frustrated trainees protest that he still has not given them a real answer. The scene shifts away from the argument. Isaac heads alone to a secluded building in the woods. He opens the door without hesitation. Inside, he enters with the calm smile he has been wearing all along. Once alone, he drops the act and prepares to settle unfinished business. A battered horned demon woman realizes he intends to finish with her as well. The story jumps back to 2 days earlier, when Isaac demanded proof that he had really slain the demons. He clarified that he wanted proof about the monster responsible for devouring Azure trainees 14 years ago. He bluntly asked whether she had been the one behind that massacre. Then he dismissed the idea himself, saying someone as weak as her could never have taken down Rely back then. Since her head alone would not convince anyone, he ordered her to bring him real proof instead. What he truly wanted was a head he could present to the Sanctuseds. When she realized he had seen through her deception, she admitted he was not a fool after all. Isaac accepted her answer and declared that she had passed his test. She understood then that he had known from the beginning that she was only a decoy tied to a woman and her monster. Isaac made it clear that tricking him had never been an option. She finally confessed that the killer from 14 years ago was her sister, who sent out her monster to hunt and fed on the aftermath. Isaac concludes the informant had confused the sisters because their energies were similar, meaning the real culprit behind Rely's party was indeed killed recently. With that settled, he demands an update on the current hierarchy of demons. He also asks what the gods are doing now. Her answer that the gods have been quiet troubles him, because he expected them to be far more active. He reasons that they should still be searching desperately for his soul, especially after sealing him in an insect vessel that is now empty. That makes no sense to him, because even if they missed his escape, they should have discovered the empty seal by now. He keeps turning the contradiction over in his mind. A new possibility strikes him. Perhaps another soul now occupies the place where his should have been. He wonders whether that replacement is some dark higher being, another catastrophe like the Skeleton King, or even another god. The thought excites him, and when the demon confirms her name is Ash, he immediately starts giving orders. He sends Ash back to the demons as his spy so she can act as his eyes and ears. Back in the present, the rescued knights publicly thank Isaac and say they can never repay what he did. The villagers add that he defeated the demon alone and saved every one of them. Isaac modestly brushes off the praise, which only makes the crowd admire him more. Even the previously hostile trainees are forced to admit he saved their people too. One of them suddenly decides the answer is obvious. He calls out to Isaac as if he has reached an important conclusion. Then he and the others formally kneel, with Derek and the rest offering themselves to Isaac's command. They swear they will go wherever he orders. Isaac is genuinely surprised by how completely they submit. He immediately starts calculating the value of gaining capable soldiers with wide connections for almost no cost. While weighing that bargain, he notices the small blonde child among them. He asks whether there was a child that young among the people he saved. Derek hints that Isaac would be shocked if he knew who the child really was. The child introduces himself as Hyberius, the youngest prince of the Arcane Empire. Isaac is stunned to learn the person he rescued was not an ordinary child at all. He instantly realizes the mages were so cooperative because one of their own princes had been captured. The prince cheerfully says he had thought all Helens were scum, but Isaac proved otherwise and earned his life debt. That unexpected sincerity catches Isaac off guard. The prince goes on to praise Isaac over the Sanctuseds, condemning them for sending trainees instead of real rescuers. He declares Isaac truly pious by comparison and begs to repay him as a brother. Isaac, amused, decides to play along. He asks whether the prince really thinks he can help him. Far away, a report reaches a cardinal that the Azure team has entered Crossandia. The cardinal notes that the mages forced his watchers back, but the trainees still reached their mission area. He is then told that Isaac Joshua went in alone. That pleases him, because he believes Isaac cannot control the pack mules at all. Confident Isaac will fail or die, He reminds his subordinate that they already ensured the team cannot return to Hela. He expects Joshua's fourth uncle to entertain the intruding nephews and let the mages finish them off. When asked whether the crown might intervene because of its interest in Isaac, he dismisses the possibility. Since Chrysandia is disputed territory, he orders that if Isaac somehow succeeds, he must still be prevented from returning to Hela. The cardinal savors the disgrace he expects to fall on the Azures. Elsewhere, Isaac decides that this is exactly why he needs to beat that cardinal himself. Back with the trainees, he unveils his answer to the Sancta Sed's problem by presenting the Arcane Empire's youngest prince as their secret weapon. The trainees are horrified rather than impressed. One of them explodes, calling Isaac insane for casually revealing a prince of a hostile nation. The prince laughs and says this is why he usually hides his identity. When someone accuses Isaac of kidnapping him, the prince cheerfully denies it while another trainee insists that is exactly what happened. Isaac, however, is already celebrating that the Sancta Seds is now cornered because they owe him for saving both knights and a foreign prince. He explains his political rule that the best move is to make your opponent indebted to you. The prince admires the tactic, while the others conclude that he is just as unhinged as Isaac. Trying to regain control, a trainee asks whether Isaac really intends to return in triumph after saving the arcane prince. Isaac says no one should hear about the prince yet, because he has a better use for this situation. He claims the Faith of Gold must have sabotaged their mission with traps. Then he asks what would happen if those traps nearly killed the arcane prince too. The idea delights him, because it would let him strike back at the Gold faction without a direct confrontation. A trainee realizes that both the priest and the prince would be caught in the same trap. Isaac points out that both empires would investigate whoever orchestrated such a disaster. That would leave the House of Gold exposed and panicking. One trainee warns that Cardinal Barrett would never leave evidence leading back to himself. Isaac answers that Barrett does not need to, because he already has an accomplice to pin it on. The trainee immediately understands that Isaac plans to use the mages as that scapegoat. Isaac admits he wants revenge for what they did, but says he must do it in a way that avoids open diplomatic fallout. He leans into the scheme with growing excitement. His whole plan, in his mind, ends with a simple explosion. The prince enthusiastically echoes the idea, while Isaac's allies stare in disbelief. One of them wonders if Isaac has finally lost what little sanity he had left. Another trainee whirls around in alarm at the absurdity of the conversation. Before they can argue further, a disturbance erupts outside. Smoke rises from the direction of the mage's camp, and the trainees realize something has already happened there. Isaac bursts into laughter, thrilled that the mages struck first, and handed him exactly what he wanted. The prince is equally enraged, taking the attack on the Manacores as a personal insult. A trainee curses Isaac as a lunatic as he rushes off. At the camp, the mages report that an ambush destroyed all their Manacores and shattered their magic tools. The lead mage concludes that Azure's trainees must have attacked first after realizing the mages were about to move against them. He orders an immediate assault on the priests. The mages charge toward their targets. Isaac waits for them with a smile, ready to turn the situation to his advantage. At the crucial moment, he shoves the prince in front of himself and presents him to the attackers. The lead mage demands to know who they think they are attacking. The mages freeze in horror when they recognize the arcane crown prince standing with the priests. They desperately ask why the prince is with them and beg him to come over so they can protect him. Isaac twists the knife by shouting that if they value the prince's life, they had better show him everything they have. With the sword at the prince's throat, he demands all their remaining resources. Even as he keeps up the threat, he is irritated that they are not responding fast enough. He repeats the demand from behind cover, while one trainee silently prays for divine punishment to strike him instead. A system-like explanation notes that Joshua's line prides itself on strict chivalry and would never raise a weapon against a hostage. But now one of them is holding the arcane prince hostage, and the mages are forced to hesitate. The lead mage cannot understand why such a powerful prince is allowing himself to be handled like this. He reminds himself that the prince is strong enough to subdue several adults alone, so he concludes the priests must be controlling him through some hidden leverage and resolves to help him. Trying to de-escalate, one trainee calls out to the descendants of Joshua and urges them to calm down. The lead mage follows that lead and asks to talk instead of fight. Isaac rejects negotiation outright and demands total surrender. One mage reaches out to the prince and offers to pull him free. The prince grabs Isaac instead, making it clear where he stands. Then he berates the mages for failing to rescue him properly. His outburst leaves them completely baffled. One mage still tries to help, but the prince and Isaac both dismiss him as useless. The prince cuts off their excuses and invokes his authority as crown prince. He orders them to drop everything and leave at once, and Isaac happily carries him off on his shoulders while echoing the command. The lead mage, unable to make sense of the scene, decides the prince's status matters more than his confusion and chooses obedience. The mages surrender their remaining Manacores and beg for the prince's release. Isaac is so fixated on the Manacores that even his shadowy companion has to tell him to calm down. He finally accepts the surrender, though the mages are seething with humiliation. The prince warns that he will report their attempted attack to the Arcane Empire. The lead mage tries to salvage the situation by claiming they were only hunting demons, but Isaac points out that their weapons were made to kill priests. With no answer left, the mage can only curse Isaac. The prince backs Isaac completely and tells the mages to get lost. Night falls over the town after the confrontation ends. Back inside, Isaac showers himself in the captured mana cores and laughs in pure delight. He revels in the hall like a madman drunk on treasure. The prince admires his eye for quality, and excitedly explains that arcane mana cores are far superior to those of the Holy Empire. A hooded observer praises Isaac's character for recognizing their worth, while someone nearby can only think that yet another lunatic has appeared. The prince promises rich rewards for the Joshuas if Isaac tells him what he wants. He even invites Isaac to defect to the Arcane Empire, while Isaac's companions beg him to stop encouraging the madness. At last, a trainee named Isaac asks Joshua a serious question about whether he truly plans to tell their patriarch that their fourth uncle brought the mages here. The question hangs over the room, shifting the story from chaos and profit back toward the family betrayal at the heart of it all. Isaac coldly admits he intends to remove every rival, even as he is warned that a mistake could ruin him. When asked what proof he has against their dangerous fourth uncle, Isaac reveals he is acting on suspicion rather than evidence. He recalls that the mage who confronted them already knew they were Joshua descendants, which means someone had identified them in advance. His companion tries to dismiss that clue by claiming Joshua descendants are easy to recognize on sight. Isaac brutally mocks that excuse and makes clear their appearance could not have exposed them, so the leak had to come from inside. He insists the enemy had prior knowledge, while his companion can only curse at his relentless taunting. Isaac concludes that Joshua's fourth son must have been the one who informed the mages, because outsiders could never have known the trainees included Joshua heirs otherwise. His companion loses control, and Isaac snaps him back by reminding him that his own uncle tried to have him killed. When the other boy protests that his father knows nothing, Isaac argues that any father worth the name would never ignore such an attack on his son. That thought finally shakes him, forcing him to realize the family may already know more than he assumed. Isaac drives the point deeper, saying the great houses and even the Holy See may already be in chaos over the prince's attempted murder. At the Sanctuseds, the first reaction is stunned disbelief at the report. Officials are told that the Azure trainees are returning alive. The messenger adds that they are already heading for the capital and have even rescued the kidnapped victims. That news turns confusion into outrage, as the church leaders demand to know what their mages were doing. The cardinal presses for answers about Joshua's fourth son, the mages, and how Isaac could possibly have survived. The explanation comes back that the mages claimed they could not attack at all. Everything changes when they learn the rescued captives included the Arcane Empire's prince. The name Hiberius Britannia lands like a disaster, making the scale of the incident suddenly clear. To make matters worse, Isaac Joshua has formally demanded a full investigation into the mages. The cardinal realizes Isaac is turning the prince's attempted assassination into a weapon against them. Isaac, thinking ahead, understands that once a prince is involved, any investigation could leave him framed as the culprit if he is not careful. Elsewhere, the cardinal bitterly reflects that both Isaac and Isaac's father have become equally troublesome. Before he can settle on a response, a new emergency interrupts the meeting. The patriarch of Joshua has arrived in Barrett and is causing a public uproar. He is demanding his fourth son at once, leaving the cardinal trapped between grandfather, father, and son. The scene shifts to Roman, capital of the Holy Helon Empire. Isaac gleefully reports to his grandfather that the fourth uncle tried to kill them with the help of mages, and the old man erupts in fury. A woman approaches Isaac respectfully, asking to speak with him. She drops to one knee before him. She thanks him sincerely for avenging the brother she lost 14 years ago. Caught off guard, Isaac admits he never knew that connection and awkwardly brushes off her gratitude. When he asks about the wider fallout, she says the other factions are reacting much like the patriarch did. One lord is especially enraged, not just by the attack itself, but by the fact that a man tried to murder his own nephew. His brother dryly points out that Isaac is also that man's nephew, but the distinction only fuels the argument. Their bickering is cut short by sudden news from the financial side. The fourth lord's inheritance has already been burned away and reclaimed by the state, leaving Isaac exasperated that the money is gone before he can take it. Back with the woman, Isaac admits the coming New Year gathering of all Joshua descendants makes him uneasy. She warns him plainly that the fourth lord appears determined to kill him. Isaac answers with confidence that he has no intention of dying, no matter how ambitious his uncle is. Still, he finds it strange that another place which should be in total uproar remains oddly quiet. As he predicts that the missing party should arrive soon, something suddenly catches his attention. He brightens at once, recognizing who has come. A summoning circle flares beneath them, and the woman realizes someone has used a holy summoning spell to appear instantly. She is startled that such a spell was used just to reach Isaac. Isaac greets the newcomer with amusement, noting he must have been in a real hurry. The newcomer steps forward. Lord Cardinal Sepet of Red appears, reminding Isaac that he promised him something entertaining. Isaac sees at once that the cardinal is pleased with the arcane prince he delivered into Red's hands. Sepet's excitement sharpens as he takes in Isaac's reaction. He reaches out toward Isaac with familiar ease. Then he rebukes Isaac for bringing the arcane prince here, while Isaac claims he did it to help him. Sepet pauses, intrigued by that answer rather than offended. In his own thoughts, he admits he initially liked the arrangement because it offered a chance to squeeze money from powerful enemies. He recalls Isaac's request that Red investigate the prince's attackers, but he immediately saw through Isaac's attempt to pin the blame on the Pope and Joshua's fourth son. Even so, Sepet decides Isaac is useful, because the boy could help him break the houses of gold and azure. With enough leverage, he believes he can gather the strength needed to face even greater demonic threats. The memory shifts to the interrogation chamber, where the arcane prince mocks the Empire's methods as barbaric. He openly insults the Holy Helon Empire for calling itself civilized while acting like this. Instead of answering questions, the prince rants about his rights, boasts of Isaac, and treats the priests with contempt. The interrogators nearly lose patience, but one restrains the other and explains that Isaac wanted this spectacle to frighten the faith of gold. They realize Isaac handed them an uncooperative prince precisely so gold would panic, while Joshua avoided blame for its fourth son. Isaac later taunts Sepet for letting himself be used so neatly. The woman draws a weapon and warns Sepet that he will not get away with threatening Isaac. Isaac cheerfully points out that Sepet is not upset at all and is actually enjoying the trouble his own subordinates suffered. He goes further and accuses Sepet of taking pleasure even in his own men's pain. That accusation makes Sepet stop and study him more carefully. For the first time, Sepet realizes Isaac has seen through a secret part of his nature that no one else has noticed. The woman senses the danger in that realization and tenses. Sepet presses Isaac to reveal whether Azure's patriarch was the one who exposed him. He warns that making a trainee disappear would be easy, and wants to know who told Isaac his secret. Isaac refuses to answer and instead coolly tells Sepet to pay the price for his fun. He addresses him formally as Lord Cardinal Sepet, making the demand sound like a transaction. Sepet laughs, amused rather than angered. He threatens Isaac with death, asking whether Joshua teaches anything besides faster ways to die. The woman urges Isaac to run as Sepet's killing intent fills the area. Sepet reaches for Isaac, but Isaac stays seated and unafraid. Instead of attacking, Sepet thanks the higher cardinal who suddenly intervenes. Isaac immediately presents the interruption as sufficient payment and produces a token he wanted. The woman is left gasping, realizing Isaac had been bargaining all along. The token itself is revealed. With Sepet now standing down, Isaac says he is curious about something else. He asks Sepet whether he was truly the one who defeated the monster from 14 years ago. Sepet denies that any mere trainee could have done such a thing, and Isaac hides the truth behind a smile. Isaac needles him by saying Red's curiosity is natural, since their house is so poor at killing monsters compared with Azure. He twists the knife further by saying that failure is exactly why Sepet's son lost. Sepet accepts the insult with a thin smile instead of lashing out. As he leaves, he privately labels Isaac a brazen little bastard, while Isaac politely sends him off. Once Sepet is gone, the woman anxiously checks whether Isaac is unharmed. Isaac shrugs off the encounter and jokes that unpleasantness seems to be a defining trait of the faith of Red. The woman notices the token in his hand and asks what it is. Isaac explains that it grants him access to the prisons of the Sanctus Seds. More importantly, he can use it to meet his imprisoned servants. The story moves to the Pentagon of Gold review board. Before the ceremony, people confidently predict Gold will win again because its team has never lost the title of king. Red's earlier defeat to Azure is dismissed as a minor embarrassment that changes nothing. The arrival of the trainees draws the crowd's attention. When Isaac enters with the Azure team, the spectators are shocked that he returned alive at all. Among his own teammates, resentment flares as they remember how often Isaac nearly got them killed. Isaac notices their murderous glares and orders them to smile for appearances. A commotion from elsewhere in the hall interrupts him. The Gold team enters to loud cheers and immediate recognition. Gold's members sneer at Azure as if victory is already theirs. They boast that they recovered a lost relic of the Empire from a hostile nation, proof in their eyes that they alone truly serve the Empire. They mock Azure's rescue of survivors as insignificant beside real treasure. The ceremony formally begins as the audience is asked to rise. The Emperor himself appears to announce the results, making the event far more important than usual. The crowd immediately understands that if the Emperor came in person, the stakes and the rewards must be extraordinary. Gold's team takes this as confirmation that their recovered treasure has already secured them the win. The evaluation ceremony of the Pentagon of Gold is officially opened. The White team is praised first for recovering lost books scattered across the world. The Red team is praised next for bringing back a holy sword forged 3 centuries ago by the legendary smith Arte. Even the Emperor acknowledges that such a weapon is valuable and worthy of study. Observers note that this year's cadets have returned with an unusually rich haul of relics. Then attention turns to the Gold team. Their offering is revealed as a long-lost imperial necklace stolen centuries ago, and the hall erupts in admiration. The crowd recognizes it as a treasure passed down through generations, and even Isaac's side realizes why the Emperor personally attended. The Emperor confirms the necklace belonged to his own family line, and had seemed impossible to recover. He openly praises the Gold team's remarkable skill, and they bask in the applause. Gold immediately uses that praise to ridicule Azure again, convinced no rescue mission could compare. At last, the announcer calls for the Azure team's results. The first revelation is that Azure recovered an entire squad of paladins who had been kidnapped by demons in Crossiandia, stunning the arena. Gold tries to belittle it as nothing more than a few survivors returning alive from the land of mages. That dismissal falters when the announcer adds that Azure also slew the very monster responsible for the deaths of trainees 14 years earlier. The achievement is framed not just as a victory, but as the healing of an old wound the Empire had carried for years. Gold desperately tells itself that an imperial treasure must still outweigh even that. Then the final blow lands. Azure also rescued the Arcane Empire's crown prince, Hyberius Ram Britannia. The announcer declares that the Holy Helon Empire has already extracted major concessions from the Arcane Empire in exchange for the prince's life. Those concessions include the return of stolen property, and the removal of trade tolls that had burdened Helon citizens. With that, Isaac stands smiling as the scale of Azure's political victory becomes undeniable. The Emperor says the results are so astonishing that words almost fail him. He declares that these cadets have restored not only glory to the Empire, but real benefits for its people. He acknowledges the value of relics and legendary items, but begins drawing a sharper distinction. To him, the lives of his people matter far more than treasures. He praises Azure for saving paladins, countless citizens indirectly, and even a foreign prince, arguing that the Empire exists to protect souls and lives above wealth. The practical gains from improved foreign trade only strengthen that judgment, while Azure's side can barely hide its satisfaction. He turns to the review board and makes clear what conclusion any honest judge should reach. The Emperor states outright that the board must have arrived at the same answer he has. One hesitant interruption dies before it can challenge him. A board member concedes that while Gold's treasures are impressive, Azure's achievements are without equal for mere trainees. Another adds that Azure alone fulfilled the true clerical mission of protecting the weak, while the other teams brought back only material wealth. The board formally recognizes Azure's service to both Empire and people. Watching from the side, one rival realizes Isaac must have engineered this entire outcome from the start. He understands that Isaac brought back living witnesses and political leverage precisely so Azure could not be denied the crown. The Emperor prepares to make the final announcement. He praises the entire batch once more, especially the team that refused to abandon its own people despite impossible odds. That praise lands directly on Isaac and his team, leaving them bracing for the verdict. With full ceremony, the Emperor declares the winner. The Pentagon of Gold is awarded to the Azure team, and Isaac stands at the center of their triumph. The scene closes at the Azure team dormitory, after their victory has been secured. A blue-clad patriarch walks the halls already thinking about Isaac's future. He reflects that Isaac exceeded the simple order to survive and returned with far more promise than expected. That success makes him wonder if Isaac could someday become a saint who restores glory to the Azure house, provided his flaws are corrected. Satisfied with that plan, he moves to see Isaac. But before he can greet him, he overhears Isaac mocking the whole idea of succession. Isaac is loudly being coached to manipulate the patriarch by pretending to be devout and compassionate. He even boasts that such an act would make his patriarch fall for him completely. Drunk on confidence, Isaac claims the family seat and the title of king in the Pentagon of Azure are already his. Only when everyone suddenly goes silent does Isaac realize he has been overheard. The patriarch appears behind him, and Isaac instantly understands he is in trouble. Coldly, the patriarch shuts down any talk of succession and decides ordinary discipline is no longer enough. Isaac curses his bad luck and blames everyone else for not warning him. His frustration erupts physically as the room takes the force of his tantrum. He rages that he has been treated unfairly from the start. In his mind, every harsh lesson, temptation, and impossible assignment becomes proof that he was singled out to fail. When he demands to know what he did wrong, the obvious answer is that he insulted the patriarch to his face. He is reminded that refusing those tasks would have meant failing outright, leaving him with no one to blame but himself. Cornered, Isaac suddenly thinks of a way out. He calls for his uncle and reveals that the patriarch arrived together with their grandfather. Then he throws himself into his uncle's arms and starts crying for help. He leans into the act so hard that even his uncle is startled by the sudden tears. Protective at once, the uncle demands to know who made Isaac cry and vows revenge. Isaac claims his grandfather hates him so much that he may have to leave the house. His father panics and begs for an explanation. Isaac says his grandfather ordered him out of the dorms and back home, then adds a petty complaint about being denied alcohol. His father is baffled and wonders if the patriarch is trying to break Isaac's spirit. The uncle explains that Isaac's dead parents had raised him like their own child, and losing them shattered him. Because Isaac survived, the uncle treasures him as the last piece of that family, and would sacrifice anything for him. Isaac frames his dream as nothing more than passing the Pentagon of Azure, becoming a proper priest, and fighting the Skeleton King beside his uncle. Then he melodramatically claims he can no longer smash the Skeleton King's head, leaving everyone wondering what he is even saying. The uncle is stunned by the absurdity but still takes Isaac's distress seriously. He promises Isaac that he will handle everything himself. In his zeal, he swears he can force Isaac through the Pentagon with ease. Fired up by that promise, he storms off to intervene personally. Left behind, Isaac trusts that his uncle can manage tomorrow's test for him. He decides the exam can wait because something else matters more. The next day, before an execution at the prison of Sanctuseds, Isaac goes to meet the condemned underlings he wants to see. The guards verify the Cardinal of Red's token but still insist he must wait 14 days before any visit. Isaac points out that the execution is less than a month away, making such a delay meaningless. He immediately cuts their timetable down to a week. When they protest that security alone requires 10 days, he cuts it again to 5. As they keep objecting, he drives the number down to 3. Finally he demands entry right now, and the guards refuse to shorten it any further than tomorrow. Isaac accepts that compromise, while the guards resent that their patriarch empowered a brat like him. Privately, Isaac decides the prison visit can wait one more day because winning today's Pentagon of Azure could bring him something valuable. His companion notes that Isaac's uncle would apparently do anything for his beloved nephew, and Isaac tells him to stop calling him that. On the way to the arena, Isaac wonders how easy the test has become after his uncle's interference. The great arena of the Pentagon of Azure opens before the city. An official welcomes the trainees and assembled spectators to the final trial. The last task is announced as defeating a few monsters, and the crowd erupts with excitement. Isaac is immediately suspicious that the exam sounds far too easy. Other trainees assume Isaac used family influence to rig the test and despair that they still might fail something this simple. They nervously add that the real issue is whatever monsters they must face. The answer appears in the form of skeletons. The trainees relax at once when they realize the enemies are only skeletons. But the skeletons themselves recognize Isaac as their king and rejoice that he has come to see them. They celebrate his arrival as a rescue, while Isaac realizes with horror that he is being forced into killing his own side. He freezes, furious at the trap. Looking up, he silently curses his uncle for turning the test into this. Isaac reflects bitterly that skeletons are treated as the weakest, most disposable beings in existence. He remembers how clerics casually summon and slaughter them in tests, lessons, and even children's games. Worse, anyone destroyed by turn undead is condemned to hell and must start over from the very beginning, something he knows from endless experience. As the Skeleton King, he burns with rage at clerics who keep dragging those souls out only to torment them again. The skeletons, oblivious to the danger, are simply thrilled to be near their king. Meanwhile, the other trainees urge Isaac to cast Turn Undead, insisting it is the easiest possible answer. Isaac refuses internally because he has died to that spell countless times and cannot bear using it on these children. The skeletons rush toward him in joy, and the spectators mistake the scene for an attack. The trainees panic as Isaac disappears under a pile of bones. The skeletons cling to him affectionately and ask where he has been, while Isaac complains that their love is physically crushing him. From afar, the others cannot tell whether he is being attacked or embraced, though one observer guesses the skeletons are simply happy to see him. Isaac realizes he must act carefully or someone will discover his identity, so he decides to disable the skeletons without truly harming them. That plan collapses when the official announces that interfering with mana cores is forbidden and only Turn Undead counts. Pinned down and furious, Isaac curses the priest for forcing him into this choice. His uncle, proud of his own sabotage, cheers that he made the test easy enough for Isaac to take first place. The spectators agree that a trial requiring only Turn Undead should be trivial for any cleric. To Isaac, that makes the situation even worse, and his frustration finally explodes. He decides he would rather destroy the skeletons with attack magic than condemn them with holy exorcism. The skeletons misread his attention as affection and eagerly wait for his command. Isaac plants his foot and commits himself. Then, exhausted and heartsick, he falters and admits he cannot do it. The others mock him for failing at something even a child could do, and Isaac flatly agrees that he cannot. The skeletons notice his weakness and ask if he has run out of mana. One even offers to restore him with dragonfire, prompting Isaac to remind them that he is human now and would just burn. The spectators catch that strange remark and begin to wonder what he meant. Someone realizes Isaac may actually be seeing the skeletons as people. That possibility leads them to interpret his hesitation as compassion for former humans twisted into undead. The crowd instantly praises this as the true mercy expected from the faith of Azure. Isaac knows they are giving him sainthood for the wrong reason and thinks they are all insane. One trainee steps forward and offers to cast Turn Undead himself if Isaac cannot. Isaac stops him with a punch before the spell can be completed. He declares that anyone using Turn Undead on them would send them straight to hell, and he refuses to allow it. Instead, he gathers his own power into a different spell. He finally casts Turn Undead himself, but shapes it with extreme precision around the skeletons and away from the children. His intention is to use the spell without harming either side. The audience is stunned by the scale of the holy power he unleashes. Inside the light, the skeletons are more curious than afraid, treating the radiance like a pretty toy. Isaac secretly calls forth Shadow Lich as a second measure. He orders the shadow servant to hide the children while the spell resolves, and the Lich obeys. The skeletons are swallowed into shadow rather than destroyed. The spectators can only stare, unable to understand what just happened. Isaac seizes the moment and points out that the skeletons have vanished. The arena concludes that he erased them all at once. The crowd erupts, convinced a mere trainee should not possess power on that level. They hail him as the son of the saintess, while Isaac inwardly vows to wipe out the rotten clerics who keep abusing the dead. Elsewhere, the Cardinal of Red plots to use Isaac in an offering ceremony because he is certain the boy will summon an evil god. Back in Azure, the Patriarch admits he would have been relieved if Isaac had drawn only a middling deity. He warns his sons that what actually answered Isaac is far beyond an evil god. They cannot even compare the two. The family is left wondering what monstrous being chose Isaac and whether it could become a disaster for the world. The Patriarch decides Isaac must be brought back immediately for re-education and says he has already sent someone to retrieve him. A messenger returns from that errand with urgent news. Isaac is not coming back at all, because he is heading straight for the prison of Sancta Seds. The sons are baffled that he could enter a prison controlled by the faith of Red. Then they learn the Cardinal of Red personally gave Isaac a token granting passage. That revelation sends the patriarch into a rage as he realizes Red lured a child away with a trap. He decides at once to go to Sanctus Seds himself and answer trickery with trickery if necessary. Meanwhile, Isaac trudges toward the prison, already exhausted by everything. He arrives at the papal court prison under a cloak and hidden presence. His companion complains that the place has been tainted by the use of turn undead, while Isaac insists the result was fine so there is no issue. The Shadow asks whether Isaac brought the reward he earned from Blue. Isaac reveals it is a cord that purges demonic energy and cures demonic addiction. For him, it also serves as a disguise that suppresses and conceals his mana. Before entering, he confirms that no one is nearby. Once the area is clear, he summons his hidden skeletons back out. They burst from the shadows overjoyed to see their master again. Isaac orders Shadowlich to take them home instead of letting them follow him inside. The skeletons cling to him and beg not to be abandoned, but Isaac snaps that staying here will only get them exorcised. He finally commands them to release the prisoners safely and return, and they obey. With that settled, Isaac turns back toward the prison entrance. Then he discovers one tiny skeleton has hidden itself in his cloak. The little one explains it snuck in because it feared never seeing him again, and Isaac realizes it is so weak he could not even sense it. At that exact moment, the guards call Isaac in for his visit, forcing him to hide the stowaway fast. He panics because if the tiny skeleton is found, all his effort to save them will be wasted. He orders the little skeleton to stay absolutely hidden as the guards open the way. Composing himself, Isaac steps inside as though nothing is wrong. A grim history begins to surface. 50 years earlier, the Holy Empire captured a 9th-ranked demon. That demon had invaded alone to reclaim the Skeleton King's body, but the priests held the body hostage and even the 14-6 demons knelt to protect their master's remains. The official version says the capture of such an ancient pure-blood demon shocked the world, but Isaac knows the story is false. He identifies the demon behind the incident as Blood Lord Shabnak. His companion tries to object, but Isaac cuts in. He mocks the so-called visitation, noting that the prisoner is so far away he is barely visible even through a telescope. The guards smugly tell him he should be grateful they are showing him even that much. Isaac openly insults them, and they realize he is becoming a problem. The guards decide they need to search his body because too many things about him seem suspicious. As one reaches for him, Isaac gives a final warning. He releases a killing aura and states plainly that anyone who touches his body will die. The guards freeze in fear before the sudden pressure. Even Isaac is surprised by how overwhelming the aura has become, and the guards find themselves unable to move. He doubles down by invoking his status as a direct descendant of Blue and threatens to treat any forced search as a declaration of war against the Shwa. Then he escalates the standoff with shameless melodrama, warning that if they keep trying to touch a child's body he will bite his tongue and die on the spot. Isaac's escorts panic that their uncle Relai will never stay quiet if he learns what is happening. They recall that Relai is reckless enough to start a war over family pride, even over something trivial, while the family head had only ordered them to learn his motive. Isaac uses the family head's past to force the issue and tells them to stop stalling and let him through. The guards reluctantly submit to the authority of the pass and lead him onward, while Isaac complains that they should have done that sooner. They descend into the prison where the atmosphere grows heavier and more ominous. At the end of the corridor, the guards announce that they have reached the place Isaac wanted to see. They reveal that the sealed cell ahead holds the 14-6 demon in solitary confinement. The guards warn Isaac that the demon's aura alone can stop a heart, but he dismisses the danger and tells them to brace themselves instead. As the cell is approached, the prison begins to shake with a violent reaction from within. The guards tense in alarm while Isaac remains strangely calm behind them. Inside the bars, the chained demon stirs and fixes them with a terrifying gaze. The demon erupts in a furious roar that rattles the entire chamber. The guards are bewildered because the demon had always been quiet before, yet now it is losing control. Its scream slams into them like a physical force, nearly dropping the men outside the cell. Terrified, the guards beg Isaac to leave now that he has seen the demon's power for himself. Isaac notices something they do not and realizes the demon is not raging at them because it is dying. The guards are horrified that Isaac can still smile under such demonic pressure and start to think he is deranged. Isaac figures out that the demon has mistaken him for a prisoner captured by the priests, and his familiar panics that the demon has completely snapped. The demon clarifies that Isaac was not captured but forced to come here, which only deepens the confusion outside the cell. The guards think the demon is growing even more violent, while Isaac realizes it has simply misunderstood the situation. His familiar explains that Isaac had once been forced to bow his head, and the demon is enraged that anyone dared humiliate its master. The demon's fury sharpens into personal outrage at the insult done to Isaac. As the demon thrashes against its restraints, the guards finally understand that it is raging at the people who made Isaac submit, and they panic because the prisoner must not die before execution. Isaac sees that the chaos creates an opening, but the guards are still too close for him to act openly, so he decides he needs more time. The demon's restraints trigger a holy countermeasure that blasts into its body and threatens to kill it. Isaac realizes the Pope's safeguard has activated and that the demon will die before he can be rescued unless the plan changes immediately. He hesitates because using his prepared distraction now would expose him for certain. His tiny skeleton servant offers to carry something through the bars, and Isaac instantly seizes on the idea. He orders the skeleton to slip through the cell bars with a mana stone so the demon can use it to break its restraints without being detected. As the skeleton obeys, Isaac openly praises the enemy family's guards to keep them distracted. The guards are thrown off by being sincerely complimented by someone from House Blue. When they ask if he is insane, Isaac calmly denies it. He reveals that he is only stalling for time and doubles down on the absurd praise to hold their attention. Meanwhile, the skeleton hurries across the floor carrying the mana stone toward the demon. Isaac flatters the guards by claiming he was terrified but impressed by how bravely they handled the demon, though they point out that he had actually laughed. He keeps laying it on, saying House Red would make men like them commanders, which only confuses them further. Then he lowers his voice and claims the real reason he came is a secret. He says he is acting under his patriarch's orders, which immediately catches the guards' attention. Isaac explains that his family is in the middle of a succession test for the patriarch's seat. He says his assigned task was to wound a great demon, and even the guards are shocked by how dangerous and cruel that order is for a child. They note that the outcome could influence who becomes the next cardinal, but still cannot believe anyone chose such a task for him. One guard reasons that House Azure does have a saintess, yet forcing a child into this is still monstrous. While the skeleton reaches the demon accepts the help, and the guards conclude that House Azure really is as insane as its reputation suggests. Isaac casually tries to recruit the guards into House Azure, leaving them even more unsettled. They finally realize he is half-seriously scouting them while his skeleton hides behind him after finishing the delivery. Isaac suddenly acts faint and overwhelmed, and the guards rush to support him. Moved by pity, they insist he never should have been forced into this and decide to escort him home themselves. From inside the cell, the demon quietly thanks Isaac for helping despite the danger. As the guards fuss over Isaac, the demon addresses him with reverence and calls him its king. Outside the prison, the guards encourage Isaac to keep walking because they are almost out. Isaac gratefully accepts their help, but before they can leave, someone stops them. A red-haired noble named Nizer blocks the way and declares that Isaac must pass a test before departing. He demands to inspect the token Isaac brought, the one issued by the Red Cardinal. Nizer explains that the token also measures faith, so it was never just a pass. He adds that weak faith darkens the token and prepares to expose Isaac publicly. Isaac's familiar reacts first, realizing the situation is worse than expected. The token has turned completely black, leaving Isaac momentarily stunned. Nizer orders Isaac to hand it over, but Isaac flatly refuses. Nizer tries to frame the result as merely crimson, while Isaac's familiar blurts out that it is far darker than that. Isaac angrily rejects Nizer's lie and refuses to let him rewrite what the token shows. He accuses Nizer of planning to seize the token and claim Isaac lost it so House Red can steal their money and leverage. The accusation is so shameless that even the surrounding priests are appalled by how devious Isaac's imagination is. Isaac argues that this is Nizer's territory, and everyone here answers to him, so trusting his version of events would be foolish. Nizer takes that as an insult to his house's honor and loses his temper. He decides he no longer needs the token to ruin Isaac and prepares to use force instead. Nizer draws back his fist, abandoning pretense. He slams his power into the ground to unleash a far more dangerous method, shocking Isaac and his familiar. Nizer announces that he has found an even better way to judge Isaac. Isaac braces himself as his familiar warns him that something far worse is coming. A blood-red ritual begins to descend over the courtyard. Nizer summons a forbidden holy artifact, the Blood Judgment, a judgment stand that manifests as a towering goddess statue. Isaac recognizes it as a device meant to expose faithless humans and demons disguised as humans. He is aghast that Nizer would dare use such a thing on another noble child. Nizer grandly explains that the goddess weeps for the faithful but opens her eyes in outrage at heretics, gambling everything on a public condemnation. The nearby guards, still sympathetic to Isaac, urge him to trust his courage and faith and prove Nizer wrong. Nizer taunts Isaac to step onto the stand if he truly is a saint candidate, but Isaac refuses to play along with the trap. Nizer then strikes at Isaac's deepest wound by claiming even his own family has abandoned him, which makes Isaac falter. Isaac snaps back that his house would never tolerate this abuse, but Nizer keeps pressing forward. Before Isaac can finish protesting, Nizer physically drags him toward the stand. Isaac is caught off guard as Nizer forces him into position. The towering goddess looms over Isaac, and the ritual locks him in place. Nizer assures him with false kindness that it will all be over soon. Isaac realizes he cannot move or flee once the stand has seized him. Nizer triumphantly commands the statue to open its eyes and deliver judgment. He imagines this will destroy Isaac and drag House Azure down with him. Instead of opening its eyes, the goddess begins to cry blood. The priests are stunned because tears of blood are a sign associated only with cardinals, not condemned heretics. Nizer refuses to accept it, insisting Isaac cannot possibly possess real faith. Isaac is just as rattled by the impossible result until his familiar tells him to stop showing it on his face. The familiar suddenly notices the explanation Isaac missed. It realizes the stand did not measure Isaac at all but the tiny skeleton hidden on him. Because the skeleton's absolute faith is directed toward the demon lord, The stand interpreted that devotion as overwhelming faith and produced the cardinal-level sign. The onlookers conclude Nizer recklessly used the artifact without even understanding whether it would condemn or vindicate Isaac. Isaac regains his composure and lets Nizer stew in the consequences of his own gamble. The skeleton quietly celebrates while Nizer threatens retaliation from his house. Before he can finish, the statue's eyes actually begin to open behind Isaac. Isaac instantly realizes the danger and orders his familiar to flee at once. The stand's power surges again as the real judgment finally starts. The goddess opens her eyes for true condemnation. Isaac understands too late that he should have left the skeleton behind so it would be judged instead of him. Nizer notices the movement and gleefully points it out, convinced he has finally won. He shouts for everyone to witness the goddess opening her eyes. Nizer declares Isaac condemned, but the others are confused because from their angle the statue still appears unchanged. When challenged, Nizer insists he saw the eyes open just as Isaac stepped away, though no one else believes him. Isaac realizes only Nizer saw the true reaction and quietly notes how close that was. The priests instead focus on the undeniable miracle they all witnessed, the statue crying tears of blood. Nizer's claim collapses under ridicule, and Isaac mockingly treats the whole scene like entertainment, while turning the logic back on him. The priests warn Nizer that if he insists the stand change verdicts at random, he is undermining the church's own authority, and must explain himself. Desperate, Nizer orders Isaac back onto the stand, but Isaac refuses and accuses him of trying to rig the result. He twists the knife further by suggesting Nizer is simply jealous of a level of piety he can never reach, while privately praising his skeleton for saving him. Isaac dismisses Nizer as pathetic, stripping away what little authority he had left. Humiliated beyond reason, Nizer threatens Isaac again and moves to force him back up. This time, someone catches Nizer's hand before he can strike. Isaac's uncle arrives exactly when needed and reveals he had come expecting trouble. He rebukes Nizer for attacking a child in public. Isaac's older relative warns their father not to escalate matters by harming Isaac any further. They decide the proper response is a formal complaint to the Red Cardinal. Isaac immediately clings to his uncle and tearfully claims that Nizer hit him. That accusation pushes his uncle into open fury and terrifies Nizer. Isaac's uncle declares that he will personally confront the Red Cardinal over this outrage. The older relative offers to draft the complaint and make the matter official. When another family member tries to calm him, Isaac's uncle coldly says Nizer is only pretending to be badly hurt and dismisses his collapse. Watching from the side, Isaac's brother fumes that this disaster was obvious from the start. He urges Isaac to leave before the situation turns into a full heresy trial, but Isaac treats that possibility almost casually. The brother confirms that is exactly what could happen, and Isaac admits he has already been through one before. He bluntly recounts that Nizer dragged out a terrifying statue and forced him before it, horrifying his own family. His brother jumps to the worst possible conclusion and asks if Isaac is now going to be burned at the stake, while the others stare in disbelief. Isaac's uncle promises that House Red will pay for what they did. The priests scramble to salvage the situation by insisting that, despite everything, Isaac passed the test brilliantly. Isaac's uncle latches onto the phrase tears of blood and realizes the miracle was far more significant than he first understood. At that moment, the Red Cardinal himself arrives, saying he came because he heard a disturbance at the prison. He greets the Patriarch of Azure directly, making clear that the matter has escalated to the highest level. The Patriarch of Azure accuses him of allowing this abuse and says they should have simply shown Isaac the demon and let him leave. The Red Cardinal counters that it was suspicious for Isaac to request a meeting with a servant of the Skeleton King, especially through someone tied to Azure's faith. He argues that, under those circumstances, the investigation was justified. He then bluntly states that the Patriarch's third child was the one who brought out the judgment of faith on Isaac, shifting blame onto Nizer. The Patriarch treats that as a provocation serious enough to start a war, while the Red Cardinal coolly notes that even he did not expect Nizer to go so far. The Red Cardinal offers a smooth apology and promises compensation, trying to defuse the confrontation without conceding too much. He then asks for the token he had given Isaac to be returned, and the Patriarch eagerly agrees because he wants nothing more to do with it. Even as he hands it back, the Patriarch condemns the absurdity of ever giving such an item to Isaac, while the Red Cardinal reminds him that Isaac asked for it himself. Privately, the Patriarch fumes that Isaac may be troublesome, but using the judgment stand on his grandson crossed the line. His anger softens into pride when he reflects that Isaac somehow made the statue cry tears of blood. He admits that such a miracle is normally seen only from cardinals and apologizes to Isaac for doubting him, asking for the token. He begins to reason that if the miracle was real, then the token should have changed accordingly. When he examines it, he realizes the token has indeed transformed. The token now reads as dark, and Isaac instantly imagines the worst possible outcome with comic horror. The Red Cardinal notices the Patriarch's reaction and asks whether he saw the change. Before the Patriarch can answer, he moves to return the token. The Red Cardinal casually destroys the token in his hand instead. As the shattered relic falls apart, the Patriarch is left reeling that the Red Cardinal has just destroyed a token bestowed by the first Pope himself. Isaac refuses to hand anything back to the Blue Cardinal and makes it clear their relationship is beyond repair. At the Sepet Manor, the leaders of the Faith of Red review the uproar over Isaac's flawless faith test and the blood-weeping statue. Neon Sepet realizes that by confirming Isaac's result, he has effectively elevated him above all other saint candidates. His son is scolded for demanding a retest even after the public already saw the outcome. The father lashes out that this recklessness could destroy their standing. Neon reminds his son that he was supposed to secure the family's future by becoming patriarch, and even that failed. He presses harder, warning that the boy will only survive if he rises all the way to Pope. For Neon, Isaac's ascent to sainthood and eventually the papacy is the key to Red's dream of ruling the world through faith. The Red Cardinal cuts through the panic and notes that losing the faith measuring token is troublesome but not fatal. He insists they still have other ways to control the situation. He decides the coming sacrificial ceremony can be used to expose any dangerous children once divine messengers arrive. Until then, he orders the frightened boy to stay still despite his insistence that he truly witnessed something ominous. The son abruptly asks whether the participant list for the sacrificial ceremony has been finalized. He learns that most participants come from Azure, including Isaac Joshua, and that Isaac qualifies because of his earlier Pentagon of Black result. Desperate, he begs to be assigned as Isaac's servant instead of entering normally. He argues that the rules allow participants to bring servants, so he can still get close to Isaac that way. Neon is outraged that an heir of Red would debase himself like that, but the boy insists humiliation no longer matters. He reveals his real aim. If there is no proof against Isaac, he intends to obtain it himself. His father rejects the request, saying the servant role has already been claimed. The chosen servant is Kina Barrett, which immediately throws the boy into confusion. He can barely process that name when the implication hits him. Elsewhere, the announcement that Kina Barrett will serve Isaac shocks the attendants who know her status. The focus shifts as the political fallout spreads through the other factions. The blue side confirms that Isaac's faith test result was perfectly black. Someone asks whether that is why the measuring device was destroyed. They recount that despite rumors of the statue crying blood, Isaac was forced through another test just to be certain. Blue concludes the blood tears were likely triggered because Isaac recently met Melissa, not because the test itself was false. When it is revealed that the stolen faith tester originally belonged to Red, the others mock the idea that Joshua's patriarch could still be trusted. One man bitterly jokes that at least they need not fear an evil god choosing Isaac, because Isaac already seems like one. Another points out that this is exactly why the ceremony is dangerous, since top Pentagon scorers will summon gods there. They warn that the Cardinal of Red is surely waiting for that moment as well, and that even more threats are involved. Blue realizes the Cardinal of Black has also arranged for the Pentagon of Black to judge trainees by the gods they attract, worsening the trap around Isaac. In response, Blue orders that Shuri be sent to serve Isaac during the ceremony. His true conclusion is blunt: Isaac must not be allowed to summon a god. On the day of the sacrifice, the ceremony begins at the Colosseum. Backstage, a quarrel erupts before the participants enter. Shuri arrives to challenge the nonsense he has been hearing. He and the red-haired boy both claim the right to be Isaac's servant, while another attendant silently despairs over the chaos. Isaac, already irritated by the crowd of zealots, thinks it would be easier to knock them all out. He grumbles that the ceremony is unbearable enough without so many fanatics surrounding him. A demonic companion explains that this ceremony's sacrifice is a great demon, so the transport duty has fallen to one of the god's own underlings instead of ordinary escorts. That explanation only fuels the servant dispute, with both claimants refusing to back down. Isaac tries to calm them by saying today should be a good day, because it is supposed to be the day his servant gains freedom. Shuri privately panics, convinced the adults are right that Isaac's true nature will ruin them all if exposed. Isaac sees through the excuses and demands to know why everyone is so desperate to stay at his side. The red-haired boy blurts out that he has a duty to serve Isaac, while Kina admits she wants Isaac's promised training. Fed up, Isaac declares he needs neither of them, leaving both stunned. He instead picks the horse and the maid, turning the argument into open humiliation. Shuri is dragged into the role as well and curses his luck. The procession heads toward the arena under the bright sky. In the stands, spectators eagerly discuss the ceremony, treating the saint's election as an even bigger spectacle than the demon's execution. The participants are announced as they begin entering the arena. The crowd immediately recognizes Master Kina and reacts with reverence. Her presence convinces many that she must be the true saint candidate. Others invoke a prophecy that the new saint will come from the House of Red, deepening the confusion. Red and Gold's factions argue over whether Kina's stigmata prove anything, while Red dismisses the sign as commonplace. The priests are finally announced, signaling the formal start. Isaac enters the arena in absurd style, letting the crowd build expectations. Kina and the red-haired boy are both caught off guard by what he is making them do. The full spectacle is revealed. Isaac rides in on the kneeling red-haired boy while Kina shades him and Shuri carries his cloak. Shuri is horrified, convinced this display proves Isaac will choose the vilest god possible. The cardinals watching from above are left speechless by the outrageous entrance. They struggle to understand why Kina is participating in such a farce and why a member of Red is acting like a mount. Even the usually composed observers cannot stop laughing at the humiliation on display. Some wonder whether this bizarre arrangement had been planned in advance. Cardinal of White, Seraphine, notices that Cardinal of Gold seems far too calm about it. She remarks that she heard Gold had been especially harsh with his chosen child. A flashback reveals Gold's reasoning, Serving as a servant is a necessary step toward becoming pope, and he refuses to let Isaac take that future. He had accepted the plan only so long as it helped his own ambitions. Gold also believed Isaac's strength would let Kina stay near him safely, which suited his scheme. Back in the present, he hides his unease and claims he wants nothing except to make Kina pope. Red reminds him that Isaac is not even supposed to summon a god in the second half of the ceremony. He reveals that Isaac had originally been removed from that list but was quietly restored. Gold and Blue are stunned to learn Red secretly put Isaac back into the summoning phase. Red openly admits he wants to see which evil god Isaac will call. Gold and Blue can only curse him as a man. Before they can react further, the execution phase is formally announced. The arena erupts as the condemned demon is brought forth with explosive force. The escorts and attendants recoil from the violent arrival. The condemned figure is revealed to be a great demon, Shabnak, chained and prepared for public execution. Shabnak's monstrous form and many eyes make his threat unmistakable. Even bound, he releases a wave of demonic pressure that forces the nearby heirs and servants to their knees. The trainees are shaken by how overwhelming a restrained great demon can be. Shuri realizes that if this is only a servant of the Skeleton King, then the king himself must be far more terrifying, and he urges that Shabnak be sealed tighter. Shabnak continues to rise against the restraints, proving the chains alone are not enough. Isaac quietly addresses him by name, revealing a private connection. He promises Shabnak that he will save him. Shabnak immediately senses what has been done to Isaac and condemns the clerics for cursing a child. Isaac realizes with disgust that torture devices were embedded in Shabnak's body as part of the execution ritual. His hatred for the clergy surges as he condemns their cruelty. Observers notice that Isaac's entire demeanor changes in the presence of demonkind, and that his killing intent is far too intense for an ordinary child. Red, however, notes something important. Isaac's reaction is hatred, not delight, which suggests he has not truly fallen to evil. Isaac forces himself to stay calm and focuses on only one goal, getting Shabnak out alive. He recalls that Shabnak should have 5 binding orbs and that he already provided the key for the hardest restraints. He also remembers arranging for the ceremonial priests to automatically release the remaining restraints once the rite begins. Hidden among the priests, an accomplice is satisfied that keeping an Ash decoy alive has let him avoid the dragon's notice and reach this moment. Isaac sees the execution about to start and prepares to act. Still playing the role of spoiled master, he berates the red-haired boy for moving too slowly. The boy finally speaks back, asking to be let down, which surprises Isaac. Isaac tells him to quit if he dislikes it, but inwardly the boy is still fixated on gathering proof against him. When Isaac demands an answer, the boy can only break character with a panicked horse-like outburst. The priests begin the execution right in earnest, surrounding Shabnak with ritual pillars. The ceremonial priests start chanting and channeling holy power into the arena. Isaac confirms that the device has activated and tells Shabnak that all that remains is to release the manacles. Shabnak answers with absolute obedience, ready to shatter the restraints the instant he is free. But he then declares that he can now die without regret, catching Isaac off guard. Shabnak addresses Isaac as his king and offers his life and loyalty instead of accepting rescue. Isaac furiously rejects the sentiment, while the red-haired boy can only hear more incomprehensible noise. Shabnak explains that forcing the heirs of the faith to kneel before him has already fulfilled his deepest wish. He urges Isaac to flee while he still can, saying this is the only chance, and praises how much Isaac's power has grown. Shabnak says Isaac has already repaid him simply by trying to recover him. Isaac refuses to accept that answer and demands clarity, while the red-haired boy insists he heard nothing intelligible. Isaac is baffled by the boy's strange reactions, while his demonic companion suspects there must be a reason. That reason becomes clear when Isaac spots an extra binding orb hidden in Shabnak's sternum. He realizes there are 6 restraints, not 5, and that the last one must have been added after Shabnak left prison. Shabnak admits he stopped resisting because Isaac had been given a new life and should not throw it away against the Pope and bishops. He urges Isaac to abandon him and win the church's trust instead. Isaac rejects that logic outright and refuses to trade Shabnak's life for political safety. He judges the hidden orb to be low grade and decides it can be removed if he gets close enough. Even knowing the risk, he searches for a way to draw Shabnak's attention and create an opening. At that moment, an official suddenly orders Isaac Joshua to swap roles with the assistant executioner. The order is said to come from Cardinal Barrett, supposedly to give the top Pentagon scorer a chance to participate. The onlookers immediately suspect a trap, realizing someone may be trying to place Isaac within reach of one of the 14 demons. Shuri finally understands the real danger. Isaac has taken the Skeleton King's body, so the king's followers will never ignore him. Isaac confirms the guess with a delighted laugh. He reveals that Cardinal of Gold has unknowingly arranged everything he needed, and strikes the red-haired boy aside. Now free to approach openly, Isaac mocks the boy's terror and takes the executioner's place. He closes in on Shabnak, confident that once he can touch the orb directly, the rest is simple. He dismisses the hidden restraint as low-grade trash. Isaac reaches toward Shabnak's chest to break the final orb. The moment he touches it, he realizes the orb is infused with holy power from the divine realm. He panics, understanding that someone embedded an impossibly troublesome sacred device into Shabnak and that dismantling it would take months. His companion explains that only sacred blood of the highest order, perhaps even the Pope's, could safely disassemble it, leaving Isaac momentarily cornered. As Isaac wonders whether the Pope is present, the ceremony is interrupted by a command for everyone to rise. A divine summoning circle opens overhead as an envoy of God descends. Blinding holy light floods the arena. A heavenly voice identifies the corruption below as the stench of rot. An angel appears and declares that a filthy minion of the Skeleton King is present. The crowd recognizes the newcomer as the envoy of the God of Punishment. The angel's arrival sends a wave of force through the arena and seizes everyone's attention. The envoy calmly announces that he will personally deal with the offender. Isaac finally understands why Shabnak abandoned escape. Surviving an execution led by an angel was nearly impossible. Instead of despairing, he becomes ecstatic because the one thing he needed has just arrived on its own. Shuri stares in confusion, feeling as if he has seen this disastrous setup before. That memory snaps into focus when Isaac launches a blue, concentrated strike upward at the descending angel. Shuri recognizes the scene from before and realizes Isaac is repeating the same suicidal pattern. He is horrified by the realization. He screams for Isaac to stop, but too late. The attack detonates in a massive burst of blue power as Shuri calls him a madman. The arena erupts into panic as everyone realizes the ceremony has turned into an outright assault, and Shuri can only scream Isaac's name. As the dust settles, the young priest's latest impossible move leaves his enemies convinced something unnatural is happening again. One of them lashes out in frustration, blaming him for whatever disaster he has just caused. A calm voice suddenly praises the priest for noticing what others could not. The speaker reveals himself as a winged messenger of the divine, descending into the arena. He openly acknowledges that the priest detected demons hidden among the crowd and fighters. The onlookers finally realize the fallen creature is a real demon, and they credit the Child of Azure with bringing it down. The priest's ally is stunned to realize the boy had been targeting demons from the start. The boy immediately remembers the stranger who interfered with his shot. He concludes that the winged man was the one who redirected his holy bullet. At the same time, lesser demons begin attacking elsewhere, confirming that rumors have drawn them in. The boy coldly reflects that Ash spread the bait perfectly, luring demons with the promise of a high-ranking corpse and vulnerable young priests. He knows the corpse of a 9th-rank true demon will drive thousands of demons into a frenzy. He also decides that any subordinate foolish enough to rush in because of that rumor is expendable. Still, he is unsettled that the winged man not only deflected his attack but also evaded a strike that had secretly been aimed at him. Determined to test him directly, the boy prepares another attack despite his allies' panicked warning. He unleashes a blast toward the angelic figure. The winged messenger casually redirects the attack again without losing his composure. The blast is turned away once more, astonishing the fighters watching nearby. The boy responds by multiplying and controlling more blue projectiles around himself. He sends a barrage at the messenger from every direction. The redirected streams carve through the invading demons instead, cutting them down across the arena. The messenger treats the exchange like a lesson, saying the boy's aim is crude and suggesting he may have been using him as bait. He even invites the boy to keep trying, while the boy decides it is better if the messenger keeps underestimating him. The boy accepts the challenge and attacks openly, while his ally protests that everyone is watching. More redirected blasts continue slaughtering demons around them. The boy finally understands the trick. The messenger is not dodging, but altering the path of his attacks with the same attribute. He realizes he cannot win this exchange unless he raises his output or changes methods. The messenger begins invoking a higher divine authority, hinting at power beyond ordinary angels. The boy dismisses that idea, knowing true divine power would require a contract with a god. He decides to rely on something else he can use immediately. With a grin, he calls on Melissa's divine relic hanging at his chest. He grips the relic and promises the winged man that this will be different. Before he can act freely, more demons surge toward him from all sides. The demons crash into each other instead of reaching him, as if some force has diverted them away. Nearby guards rush to defend the important guests as the chaos spreads. They conclude the demons have invaded to disrupt the execution. The demons hesitate in confusion when their charge fails to reach the boy. The messenger appears beside the boy and remarks that the attack had come dangerously close. He lifts the boy to safety and checks whether he has been injured. He praises the boy as a promising servant of God. In the next instant, the boy blasts him at point-blank range. The messenger is hurled away, and the boy's ally screams his name in shock. The boy lands and steadies himself, ready to continue. The messenger recovers and keeps speaking to him like an instructor, insisting his aim still lacks refinement. He demonstrates again by redirecting the boy's attacks away from himself. The boy finally snaps in frustration, admitting he cannot hit the target he actually wants while the messenger keeps interfering. Watching the redirected blast tear through the arena, the messenger wonders why a servant of God is attacking him at all. The boy answers with open hostility, threatening to rip the angel's wings off. The messenger realizes the child truly sees him as a monster, and is horrified by how ignorant that sounds. The boy insists he saw the truth himself, because the demons never attacked the winged man. He concludes that the messenger must be the Skeleton King's agent trying to steal the demon corpse. The messenger is appalled by the accusation but decides he may need to discipline the child for his own good. The boy doubles down, loudly declaring that the winged man is a demon's servant. The messenger tries to explain that the divine realm cannot directly interfere in the mortal world, but the boy refuses to listen. The messenger then sees a way to turn the misunderstanding to his advantage by branding the child a heretic. He decides that if he can make the accusation stick, his mission will become much easier. The boy, unaware of that scheme, praises a successful hit while his ally calls him insane. The messenger suddenly realizes he has actually been wounded and falls silent in disbelief. The boy demands that if the winged man is not the Skeleton King's servant, he should prove it. The messenger bristles at being asked for proof, but the challenge exposes that he has none the boy will accept. The boy channels more power through the relic in his hand. The messenger notices the shift and becomes wary. The ally on the ground looks up in alarm as the energy builds. A massive sphere of blue power forms above the boy, far larger than anyone expected. The boy takes the messenger's hesitation as confirmation that his suspicion was right. The enormous spell dominates the arena, drawing everyone's attention. His ally realizes that if it falls, the entire Colosseum could be destroyed. He tries to reassure himself that the boy would never actually drop it on everyone. Then panic takes over and he begs the boy to stop. Instead, the boy declares that everyone can die. He hurls the giant spell downward. The blast erupts into a blinding, arena-shaking explosion. Spectators and fighters are thrown into chaos, unable to see or keep their footing. Through the storm, the boy spots the messenger's position. The messenger recognizes the power as that of a saintess, likely tied to a child of Joshua. He is outraged that such power has been placed in the hands of a child. The repeated mention of the Skeleton King makes him realize this incident may be tied to something far larger than a simple execution. He decides to settle the misunderstanding with the boy directly and lands in front of him. At the same time, a hidden figure slips through the smoke under orders to finish the mission and withdraw. Before the messenger can act, a dark command freezes him in place. He instantly senses a terrifying presence and breaks into a cold sweat. A towering skeletal demon manifests before him and makes clear that disobedience means death. The messenger finds himself unable to move, overwhelmed as if facing a supreme being. The boy, now wearing a monstrous grin, charges into the chaos. He slams a brutal strike into the immobilized messenger's face. The messenger reels back, coughing and stunned by the blow. The boy mocks him, reducing the supposed holy messenger to nothing more than an angel. The messenger barely has time to register the attack before another strike comes. The boy drives a second crushing blow into him. The messenger realizes he may actually lose if this continues. Desperate, he unleashes a stronger divine attack and reminds the boy that he is only human. The boy quietly decides that this is the opening he wanted. A red-black slash from the hidden demon cuts through the messenger at the same moment. The strike passes, leaving the arena briefly still. The ally sees what happened and screams for Isaac. The messenger tries to reassure him that the boy has only lost the saintess's power, but he is cut off. The surrounding clergy stare in horror at the messenger's attack and the boy's condition. The messenger himself is left speechless by what he is seeing. The ally denounces the idea that a messenger of God could do this. Cradling the bloodied boy, he accuses the messenger of using deadly force on a servant of God. He keeps shouting for Isaac to wake up while the messenger watches in disbelief. The messenger insists it makes no sense, because the spell he used should only paralyze, not cause such bleeding. To everyone's shock, Isaac opens his eyes despite the blood covering him. His ally breaks down in relief and begs him to stay awake. Isaac calmly claims he was punished for mistaking a messenger of God for a demon. He takes all the blame onto himself and tells the messenger not to be angry. A silver-haired cleric rushes in to heal him and confirms that he will survive. But the healer immediately senses that something about this situation is deeply wrong. He states outright that no true messenger of God would treat clerics this way. He condemns the messenger for attacking those weaker than himself. The messenger is baffled, because from his perspective the child was the one who nearly killed him. He protests that he never used any killing spell at all. The ally refuses that defense, pointing out that everyone saw the messenger leave Isaac in this state. The messenger can only stammer that he does not understand how the boy was injured so badly. The silver-haired cleric presses further, questioning why a messenger of God appeared unannounced at the execution in the first place. He adds that Isaac already noticed the demons never attacked the angel either. The ally blurts out that he had been redirecting attacks away from the messenger all along, trying to protect him, and begs for a little more time. The messenger seizes on the boy's unstable behavior and argues that the whole disaster happened because Isaac went berserk and must be investigated. He demands custody of the child so he can take him to his master for that investigation. Isaac's faint smile shows he has been waiting for exactly that move. His eyes flare with demonic light as he gives a quiet signal. The messenger is suddenly struck from behind and thrown forward. The guards nearby are too shaken to understand what just happened. The messenger realizes in horror that the seal on the demon has been broken. A dark, many-eyed demon rises behind him, fully freed. The messenger demands to know how that was possible if a heavenly binding orb had truly been used. The demon answers by thanking him. It reveals that his interference is exactly what allowed the escape. Isaac, still acting weak, recognizes the freed demon as Shabnak and notes that imprisonment has only made him sharper. He is pleased that the fool who once understood nothing has finally learned how to deceive others. Shabnak decides to finish the damage by killing the messenger. He prepares to escape afterward, leaving the aftermath to the other infiltrators. The messenger screams, while Isaac privately notes that Shabnak has become very good at scamming people. The messenger grabs at Shabnak in fury, cursing the demonkin. Shabnak cuts him off with contempt and counters his attack. The messenger gathers red divine power and insists the demon must be eliminated before he recovers fully. Shabnak forms a dark blade-like limb in response. The messenger resolves to offer this insolent demon as tribute to his god. Shabnak answers by driving a vicious strike through the messenger's body. The messenger staggers, badly wounded, as Shabnak presses the assault. Shabnak judges that if this continues, the defenders will be wiped out. The messenger can only think that they need reinforcements immediately. Shabnak roars over the kneeling angel, asserting complete control of the fight. Hearing Shabnak's voice clearly at last, the messenger realizes too late who he is facing. Shabnak announces that he has already taken the messenger's mana core and will now withdraw. He leaves the remaining chaos to his hidden comrades, shocking the clergy who hear him say it. As he departs, the messenger can only cry out in disbelief at the absurdity of what just happened. The witnesses begin piecing it together. The angel called a demon his comrade and used killing magic on a priest. Bleeding and furious, the messenger blames everything on the disgusting bastard who manipulated him. Meanwhile, Isaac grins from his ally's arms, and the messenger can only conclude that no true saint could possibly be something like that. A wounded angel burns with rage and swears he will never forgive the one who wronged him. Before anyone can understand what is happening, blue blades suddenly rain down around him. The attack tears through the angel and sends him crashing back in pain. The hall erupts in confusion as the angel reels and someone demands to know what this new outrage is. The angel, humiliated and furious, can only spit out his disbelief at being struck. The source of the assault reveals itself through a storm of summoned swords. Relai steps forward in murderous fury, declaring that anyone who harms his nephew has made a fatal mistake. His barrage continues, blasting the area with overwhelming force. The angel is driven back and can only ask why he is being attacked at all. He protests that he is a divine messenger, and treats Relai as insane for turning on him. Others finally intervene, shocked that Relai has openly attacked a heavenly envoy. Relai's elder refuses mercy and orders that the angel not be killed quickly, but made to suffer. The surrounding clergy are horrified that anyone would dare strike a messenger of God and wonder if the Sancta Seds has lost its mind. Relai answers that the real madness was using killing magic on a servant of God in the first place. He points to Isaac lying bloodied and barely conscious, arguing that this is obvious attempted murder, not some harmless ritual. A hostile cleric dismisses Isaac's condition as an act and calls him a devil, which only deepens the family's fury. When the Red Cloak side tries to seize Isaac for the Inquisition, Azure's side refuses to surrender him quietly. The confrontation is on the verge of turning into open violence. A higher-ranking cardinal steps in and forces both allied factions to stop fighting each other. He redirects everyone toward the escaped demon and orders all units to pursue it immediately. Watching from Isaac's side, the cardinal privately decides that losing one of the 14 demons is acceptable if Isaac is too injured to be chosen by God. He is pleased that Isaac's condition may disqualify him from the coming God selection. Publicly, he orders high-ranking clerics to chase the escaped demon at once. Relai rushes back to Isaac in guilt, regretting that he ever left the boy's side. Isaac, still in Relai's arms, hears Relai entrust his care to him. Relai resolves to hunt the demon himself. He vows to capture it with his own hands and clear his grandson's name, despite warnings that he is too old and conspicuous to get involved. The warning is justified, because he had already gone to great lengths to secretly smuggle the demon out once before. Even so, the family feels cornered and torn between protecting Isaac and pursuing the truth. Isaac suddenly begs them not to leave, claiming he is in terrible pain and needs them with him. That plea instantly halts their plans and throws the adults into confusion. They give in at once, deciding not to join the chase and to focus on treating Isaac instead. The moment they comply, Isaac secretly smiles to himself because everything is unfolding exactly as he intended. Behind his blank, injured expression, he mocks the fools around him. Later, in a hospital room packed with anxious visitors, Isaac's caretakers are confronted for turning the ward into a battleground. The argument escalates as they are accused of treating the room like their private territory, and even bringing a devil into a patient's chamber. The accusation of harboring a devil is thrown directly at the cardinal protecting Isaac, and he is pressed to explain why he is obstructing the investigation. In response, the cardinal orders the entire Sancta Seds to cut ties with Crimson and begin a full strike, even suspending their normal duties. The order shocks everyone, because the Sancta Seds is known for doing the church's dirtiest work without complaint, and this is their first strike ever. The cardinal rejects any talk of peace, arguing that a messenger of God attacked his grandson right before the execution and that no peaceful resolution is possible after that. He also reminds them that the demon called that messenger its comrade, and that such a statement could not have passed a binding orb if it were false. When others insist they still need to inspect Isaac's wounds, the cardinal blocks them by arguing that disturbing him could worsen his condition. He shifts the focus back to the real issue, demanding to know who released the binding orb on the demon, while noting that the Black Executioner is already investigating. The opposing side becomes certain that once even a trace of evidence is found, Isaac will be dragged away. They are interrupted by urgent news before they can press further. A messenger bursts in to report that the evidence has vanished. The Black Executioner can barely get the words out. Meanwhile, Isaac lounges in bed with a smug grin, already aware that the proof has been erased. The investigator explains that the restraints exploded just as the examination was about to begin, destroying the evidence. He nearly reveals that he sensed a familiar power behind it, but someone panics and silences him before he can say more. With the investigation abruptly dead, Isaac's grandfather triumphantly drives the accusers out. Once the room is quiet, a hesitant visitor asks to come in. It turns out to be Nizer, arriving awkwardly to see Isaac. He is so nervous that he can barely get Isaac's name out. He rushes to ask how Isaac is feeling, only to be told that seeing his face makes Isaac feel even worse. Nizer reveals he brought Crimson's secret medicine so Isaac can recover quickly, because Isaac's injuries would otherwise keep him from the god selection. He also notes, bitterly, that the gold believers seem to enjoy Isaac's suffering. Elsewhere, Crimson's leader decides he cannot allow Isaac to remain crippled and excluded. He orders that Isaac be forced to drink the secret medicine until he fully recovers. Isaac happily gulps down the entire bottle at once, delighting in the taste, while Nizer mourns the cost of wasting such a priceless family remedy on him. Nizer panics because a single drop should have been enough, and Isaac has consumed everything. To everyone's shock, the medicine works immediately, restoring Isaac's strength and stamina. Isaac is pleased not only by the taste but by the blessing effect, realizing it will be useful in the god selection. When Nizer blurts out that Isaac was never supposed to drink the whole bottle, Isaac's mood turns dangerous. Nizer hurriedly adds that the patriarch promised Isaac even more medicine if he comes to Crimson's main estate. That offer instantly catches Isaac's attention, though he immediately suspects a trap. He pretends his leg is still too injured to travel. Nizer comes prepared and offers special shoes to help him move, making it obvious he was sent to bring Isaac back no matter what. Isaac agrees to go, but first sends Nizer outside so he can change. As soon as Nizer leaves, Isaac mocks how easily greed baited him into revealing the invitation. He decides he will use that trip to the main estate to ruin Nizer instead. Escaping through the window, Isaac thanks the fool for handing him a perfect opportunity. Back outside, the cardinal rages when he learns Crimson brought their secret medicine to the infirmary. He cannot believe they would heal Isaac at the very place meant to keep him under watch. The golden-robed cardinal realizes too late that by giving Isaac a private room, they allowed Crimson to heal and bless him in secret. He concludes that both Black and Crimson are insane and resolves to sabotage the ritual if necessary. He orders his subordinates to stop Isaac no matter what. His panic is driven by one fear above all: Isaac must not be allowed to choose a god. At the same time, Isaac corners his uncle and sweetly demands an answer to a question. With a terrifying smile, he asks which god he is going to choose. His uncle realizes Isaac has become dangerously unstable and tries to avoid answering. Isaac's pressure becomes so intense that his uncle nearly screams. Isaac insists his uncle already knows the answer, while the man desperately pretends ignorance. Isaac asks again, now openly demanding to know which god awaits him. His uncle realizes Isaac may be probing him because he can get information from the Pope. He panics at the thought that revealing anything could put Azure in direct conflict with the Pope. He tries to reassure himself that everything will be fine if Isaac simply chooses the best possible god. But Isaac casually says he might give up on choosing a god altogether, shattering that hope. His uncle is stunned, while Isaac reads the reaction as proof that they fear he will choose something terrible. Isaac presses the point, asking what happens if an evil god really appears, while his uncle angrily dismisses the idea. Isaac's expression darkens into something openly monstrous. Fixating on the phrase "the highest," he lunges as if he has caught a crucial clue. He clings to his uncle and demands the answer again, refusing to let him escape. When his uncle blurts out affection in panic, Isaac twists it into a threat and acts even more deranged. The uncle finally tears himself free, insisting he has to leave because the patriarch has summoned him. That mention of the city and the hidden demon instantly snaps Isaac's attention elsewhere. He realizes Shabnak is still somewhere inside the city. Outside, Azure forces spread through the streets under orders to stay alert because one of the 14 demons is hiding nearby. Relai returns to his father with new information. He brings maps of the underground water veins, suggesting a method to track the demon's movement. His father notices that Isaac has somehow followed them and is now clinging to Relai's leg. Relai tells Isaac to go back because the hunt is dangerous. Isaac refuses, insisting he needs revenge. He argues that the demon disrupted the execution ceremony and endangered innocent people. He vows to take revenge personally the moment he finds it, leaving even his familiar baffled by what he is really doing. Relai can only sigh at Isaac's stubbornness. In the end, he gives up and lets Isaac stay, which delights the boy. Nearby soldiers are confused by the strange child who has appeared among the search party. They realize this is Lord Isaac himself and are shocked that the striking Sanctus had sent a direct descendant after all. Some reassure themselves that the Joshua family excels at hunting demonkin, so the matter should end quickly. Isaac suddenly reacts as if he has sensed something, drawing everyone's attention. He identifies the target as a minion of the Skeleton King and warns that such a creature is skilled at hiding. The others realize the search may take far longer than expected. Someone demands to know whether Isaac is taking the hunt seriously at all. Isaac lounges in the sun and casually claims he definitely felt the demon somewhere behind them. The exhausted searchers protest that the cardinal has done nothing all day while they run themselves ragged. When one of them starts to voice suspicion toward Isaac, Rely crushes the accusation before it can be finished. He coldly makes clear that challenging his judgment would be taken as open defiance. Then he turns to Isaac directly. He tells his grandson to make their enemies pay. Isaac immediately points the searchers toward another false lead, sending them running again. At that moment, a black-clad figure appears and questions why the supposedly striking Sanctus Seds is involved. The newcomer is Crimson's red-haired leader, who accuses Azure of trying to cover up Isaac's crimes. He warns that protecting Isaac now will only make the boy's future crimes worse, but Rely demands proof that Isaac released the Great Demon. Crimson's leader says the truth will surface soon, because the Pope's power was found inside the binding orb. He reasons that he cannot accuse the Pope directly, so the best path is to uncover evidence tying Isaac to the incident instead. If he can do that, he will finally witness the arrogant Azure family's downfall. Even so, he offers a compromise and says he will not ruin the god selection ceremony if Azure cooperates. As a gesture, he promises at least to hide the handcuffs on Isaac's wrists. Rely rejects the claim that he is frightened, but his denial is unconvincing. He mutters that he will have Isaac work the Sanctus Seds like dogs for this humiliation, and Isaac gleefully notes that he really took the advice to heart. Rely bitterly asks whether Isaac heard that insult. Before he can continue, Isaac vanishes from the chair without anyone noticing. The adults are left staring around in disbelief, demanding to know where he went this time. Elsewhere, Isaac finds a coded mark and recognizes it as something Shabnak must have left behind. He reflects that the true demons have replaced the Skeleton King's servants because they despise serving an undead ruler. He concludes they are exploiting loopholes in his commands rather than directly disobeying them. Still, he is troubled by the larger pattern involving the Binding Orb, the Pope, and even the Crown Prince. He especially cannot understand why the Crown Prince's mana would be mixed into Shabnak's Binding Orb. His familiar presses him to stop pretending ignorance about the forces moving behind the scenes. Before he can answer, hidden assassins reveal themselves above him. They are stunned that a priest noticed them at all, since priests are supposed to have poor battlefield awareness. One of them realizes too late that they have been exposed. Isaac answers by unleashing holy power so suddenly that even the assassins cannot tell when he cast it. The attackers are thrown into confusion as the spell erupts around them. Isaac dryly notes that they are mages too, as if their disguise was never convincing. The assassins rush him anyway, confident that priests are weak against magic. His familiar is outraged that they would insult Isaac by attacking him with such low-rank spells. Isaac senses another attack coming from behind and turns toward it. The assassins spring their trap and proudly announce a feared anti-priest technique, convinced they have finally cornered him. Isaac calmly judges the Hallowbane poison to be high quality, and decides he can simply absorb its mana, stunning the hidden attackers who expected him to collapse. When they question how he is still conscious, Isaac lets them wonder whether he prepared an antidote in advance. Even as the poison starts hurting, he theatrically insists that someone of House Azure will not be brought down so easily, leaving even his own companion baffled by the act. Encouraged by his defiance, the assassins decide to hit him with another dose. Isaac boasts that 2 needles are still nowhere near enough to stop him, and keeps up the bluff that an Azure heir cannot be overcome by Hallowbane. His continued resistance panics the attackers, and they order everyone to fire everything they have. A barrage of poison needles tears into him as the ambush escalates from caution to desperation. Even while watching him get riddled with poison, the assassins still convince themselves that a Joshua should survive this much. Isaac finally starts to look truly unstable, joking weakly that maybe dozens more needles might do it, which makes the attackers realize how frighteningly abnormal he is. When the assassins run out of poison needles, Isaac coldly decides that is good enough and prepares to finish absorbing the remaining mana before slipping away. As dark mana continues to gather around him, the attackers hesitate and wonder if they have finally subdued him. Lying on the floor, Isaac hears one of them savor his apparent downfall and call him by name, revealing the attack is personal. The assassins suddenly notice someone among them and realize an unexpected figure has arrived. The newcomer is identified as Count Molek, exposing the noble behind the assassination attempt. Molek openly curses Isaac and reveals that his house was ruined because of him. Driven by that grudge, Molek declares that this is the moment he will finally take revenge. He approaches Isaac's seemingly helpless body to personally witness the end. The assassins confirm Isaac is still alive and debate whether they should simply kill him outright now that the poison has done most of the work. Molek orders them to leave no evidence and make the murder look like the work of a demon. Still pretending to be down, Isaac panics internally because standing up now would expose him, while his shadowy companion pushes him to act anyway. As the assassins close in, Isaac's companion warns him that hesitation will get him killed, and the attackers realize he is still moving. Molek commands his men to hold Isaac down so they can cut his throat and stage the scene as a demonic slaughter. Isaac realizes he has not finished absorbing the mana yet and is running out of time. Before the assassins can finish him, a hooded swordsman suddenly enters the room. The newcomer draws a blade wrapped in purple power. With a single sweeping strike, the swordsman cuts through multiple assassins at once. Molek recoils in shock as his men are thrown aside and the balance of power flips instantly. He stares in disbelief, unable to process what just happened. The hooded rescuer stands amid swirling power, and the attackers recognize that a true master has intervened. Even Isaac is startled that a sword master has appeared in the middle of this secret ambush. The swordsman calmly cracks the air with his power, making it clear he is far beyond the assassins. Molech is blasted back by the pressure before he can recover. Isaac's companion notes that the intruder is using magic as well, though still inferior to the companion's own master. Wounded and shaken, Molech struggles to his feet as the swordsman closes in. He falls back on rank in outrage, demanding to know whether the stranger understands he is a noble. The hooded swordsman answers with silent contempt, unmoved by Molech's status. Molech realizes too late that his title offers no protection here. As he looks toward the exit in confusion, he realizes this intervention was never part of the plan Obsidian gave him. Another figure arrives, and Molech is stunned by the new presence. The newcomer is young Master Kina, whose appearance instantly changes the political stakes. Molech desperately begs Kina to save him, hoping noble solidarity will protect him from the Sword Master. Before he can explain himself, Kina's power erupts around him. Kina warns Count Molech that one more step will mean death. He makes clear that Isaac is supposed to train with him and angrily demands why Molech keeps interfering. Molech tries to pretend he came to help and begs Kina to regain his senses. Kina cuts through the excuse, saying he does not care about Molech's justifications or the larger religious consequences. He directly asks whether Obsidian put Molech up to this, forcing the Count into visible panic. Isaac suddenly pops up behind Kina and joins the interrogation, startling Molech even further. Isaac reasons that if the Pope would be disadvantaged, then the god he is expected to summon must belong to the Golden Faith. He narrows it down further and suggests the god in question may be the god of wealth. Molech tries to deny knowing anything, but Isaac keeps pressing him while half-mocking the possibilities. Kina glances toward the hooded sword master, realizing this covert rescuer is operating outside normal protocol. The swordsman remarks dryly that Molech's attendants must be suffering because of their master's stupidity. He decides the immediate priority is getting the injured Isaac to safety, though he intends to take him to the Imperial Palace. Kina flatly rejects that plan. He insists that Isaac is coming with him instead. A far more terrifying presence arrives and declares that no one may touch his grandson. The newcomers realize Isaac's family has arrived, and the rescue turns into a contest between powerful factions. Later, the hooded sword master is confronted and told to mind his own business because his suspicious behavior at the demon scene has already drawn notice. The accusation sharpens when it is pointed out that he personally examined the demon's cipher despite already being under suspicion. The man he is speaking to reveals himself as Obsidian Cardinal Ian Balag and mocks his lack of common sense. Ian openly states that the sword master sent assassins to Molech in order to save Isaac and win his gratitude. He explains the logic bluntly. Rescuing Isaac from near death would naturally make the boy indebted. Ian adds that because the Ashwa family always repays its debts, Isaac might have ended up loyal to the imperial family instead of the church. The accused man dismisses that reasoning as absurd and condemns the Obsidian faith's methods. Ian answers by describing the Northern Crows as people ruthless enough to use demon corpses against other demons, showing he knows exactly how far they will go. He then asks whether the sword master has truly lost interest in Isaac, noting that Isaac's written answers still caught his attention. What interested him most was Isaac's proposed method for capturing the Skeleton King, a feat that should have been impossible for a child to devise. Ian admits that if Isaac truly wrote it himself, then his value is extraordinary, and he warns the other man to stop involving himself with the boy. He reveals that a heresy inquisition will begin immediately after the Obsidian Pentagon. Unless Isaac can prove his innocence during the god selection itself, the inquisition will proceed. Ian coldly notes that at this rate the Azure faiths may be wiped out altogether. Back at the Ashwa Manor, outrage erupts over how far the church is willing to go. Isaac's family denounces the plot as madness, arguing that kidnapping him over a suspected god is already beyond reason. They are especially furious that the Obsidian Cardinal pushed the situation to this extreme. Isaac's father grimly announces that Isaac will not attend the next day's god selection. That decision shocks the others, especially those who believe attendance is absolutely necessary. One side argues that the ceremony is not worth this much danger, but the opposition cannot accept abandoning it. The younger faction insists that Isaac must attend no matter what. When challenged, they reveal that the issue is not a malevolent god at all. They finally confess the real secret. Isaac is expected to call on the Supreme God. They argue that ordinary faith rankings no longer matter if the Supreme God is involved and that Isaac must be allowed to appear. Even while admitting he should not reveal this, the speaker decides the truth is better than watching everything collapse. The others demand clarification about who is supposed to summon the Supreme God. The answer is Isaac, because he was already chosen by the Supreme God during his ordination. Isaac's father initially treats the claim like drunken nonsense and tries to shut the conversation down. But the speaker insists he saw House Verit's report with his own eyes. He argues that Verit first tried to adopt Isaac, then tried to kill him when that failed, and now wants to block the god selection because they know what Isaac can do. The father still finds the whole chain of events absurd, almost too ridiculous to believe. The younger man snaps back that disbelief will cost them the leverage they finally gained over the papal family. He goes so far as to threaten to take Isaac and leave the house if they refuse to act. That threat finally forces the father to ask whether all of this is truly real. The younger man swears that it is. Trying to process it, the father asks in utter disbelief whether the Supreme God is some kind of pervert, unable to understand why such a being would choose Isaac. He then soberly concludes that this revelation puts Isaac in even greater danger, because a being like the Supreme God is beyond anyone's control, though it would at least spare Isaac from the heresy Inquisition. The younger man counters that if someone above even the main gods chose Isaac, then no one has the right to oppose that will. Before they can settle the matter, urgent news arrives. The report is disastrous. The Crimson Faiths have filed a heresy inquisition against Isaac anyway. By the day of the Obsidian Pentagon trial, the arena is already buzzing with rumor. The ceremony begins formally as the candidates are assembled for the second part of the offering ritual. The officiants announce that the god selection will proceed before honored guests, and Isaac realizes he is surrounded by danger. Seeing inquisitors stationed everywhere, he understands there will be no easy escape if anything goes wrong. Someone from his side urgently asks what kind of trouble he got into to end up under crimson scrutiny. Isaac recalls the earlier interrogation where he was ordered to confess to willingly serving the Skeleton King. The inquisitors pressed him with a demon cipher that supposedly contained his name, and treated that as proof. When they tried to twist the Skeleton King's repentance into submission before the gods, Isaac exploded in anger at the distortion. He smashed the table and demanded to know where the cipher actually said any of that. In the heat of the moment, he nearly blurted out something fatal before stopping himself. The inquisitors immediately realized from his reaction that he truly could read demon ciphers. Pleased with the trap, they told him they would see him at the Obsidian Pentagon, while his companion cursed him for falling for such an obvious tactic. Back in the present, the companion reminds Isaac that they delayed the arrest because they intend to crush him publicly the moment he draws a malevolent god. The plan is for Neaiser to summon the Crimson God that punishes malevolent gods, then use that moment to condemn Isaac and brand Azure as heretics. Isaac, however, is still fixated on the idea that a god of gold must surely be the god of wealth. Neaiser notices Isaac's strange confidence, and lets him laugh for now, promising to ruin him in front of everyone. He vows to summon the god of crimson on the spot and expose Isaac publicly. Neaiser is certain that if Isaac draws a malevolent god, divine punishment will strike immediately. Around them, the crowd whispers that Azure may truly have been corrupted and that today's proof will destroy them more thoroughly than any inquisition. The officiants finally begin the selection and instruct the candidates to pour holy power into their orbs and call forth a god. Isaac grips his orb and prays to the god of Azure, though his mind is racing. Neaiser privately celebrates, convinced that Isaac is about to doom the Azure faith and muttering the title god of wealth like a winning answer. He keeps listing names tied to money and prosperity while Isaac's ally silently begs that Isaac not draw a malevolent god. Isaac's orb suddenly erupts with brilliant golden light. The sight shocks everyone because golden light means one of the golden gods has answered. Isaac immediately convinces himself this confirms the god of wealth, and eagerly calls for that god to appear. The orb shines even brighter, and the onlookers think the god of wealth is truly descending. Isaac grins in triumph, certain he was right. Then the light shifts, and a different emblem begins to form inside the orb. Isaac's companion reacts first, recognizing that something far more significant is happening. Isaac panics, and tries to deny it as the truth dawns on him. Neaiser charges forward, still convinced he can expose Isaac before the crowd. Isaac desperately clutches the orb instead of presenting it. In a last-second act of panic, he hurls the orb away rather than let everyone see what he summoned. Both Neaiser and the others are left staring in disbelief at what he just did. The orb hangs in the air, still blazing, while Neaiser screams that Isaac has lost his mind. Neaiser sprints after the orb, certain they can still recover it and prove Isaac's corruption. He decides this is even better because with the orb out of Isaac's hands, Isaac cannot manipulate the result anymore. Before Neaiser can seize it, an official voice calls Isaac by his full name and halts the chaos. The Inquisitors move in, saying they will retrieve the orb themselves and officially confirm which god Isaac drew. They begin the formal warning that if he drew a malevolent god, he will be taken to the Inquisition stand. Isaac screams that it should not count and begs for another chance, but the process is already out of his control. Neaiser demands the recovered orb, eager to force the revelation. He triumphantly declares that Isaac is finished. The Inquisitors tell him to look carefully at the god Isaac actually drew. When Neaiser sees the emblem clearly, he is struck speechless because it is the mark of the Supreme God. He can only repeat the truth in disbelief, unable to reconcile it with everything he expected. The crowd erupts, realizing that if Isaac drew the Supreme God, the accusations that Azure was corrupted make no sense at all. Watching the public mood turn, a high-ranking figure realizes the scheme has collapsed. When asked whether he knew it was the Supreme God and still threw the orb away, Isaac admits that a Supreme God is worthless to him if it does not make money, then prays for Neaiser's soul. Still dazed, Neaiser can only cling to the idea of the god of wealth as his mind breaks under the contradiction. And while the arena reels from the revelation, another smiling figure quietly appears holding a golden orb, hinting that the chaos is not over yet. Isaac is suddenly harassed by the greedy little dark creature attached to him, which demands to take over his body. The creature escalates into a threat, insisting Isaac switch with it or die, leaving everyone around him panicked. Elsewhere, a formal council settles a matter in House Ushua's favor while tension still lingers beneath the ceremony. One red-haired youth seethes in frustration, unable to hide how badly the outcome enrages him. The Empire's leading houses and faiths gather to discuss the implications of the recent divine selection. The blonde representative calmly confirms that House Ashwa will handle the matter, amusing the Azure side. Azure's cardinal is visibly pleased, and his aide notices he is in unusually good spirits. He openly admits his delight comes from his grandson drawing the supreme god, a sign of immense prestige. Some take it as a blessing for the empire, while others quietly resent House Ashwa's sudden rise. A rival dismisses the excitement, arguing that drawing the supreme god means nothing unless Isaac can actually summon him and form a contract. Azure fires back that if it were so easy, the Golden Faith would have done it long ago. Pressed on the point, Azure insists that even drawing such a god is rare and worth celebrating. The Golden side decides to exploit the situation, admitting their original plan to use the chosen god for political authority is becoming unstable. They recall backing Isaac when the god of wealth seemed inclined toward him, only to realize that support was useless against the supreme god's appearance. Golden convinces itself that Isaac was chosen only for talent and lacks the capacity to truly summon the supreme god. From that belief, Golden resolves to stop any contract from being formed at all costs. He is even willing to use a sacred art of dormancy on the supreme god if necessary, while Isaac remains trapped in his own chaotic predicament. Meanwhile, Isaac flatly rejects the divine selection itself and refuses to accept being chosen. Back in the library, his attendant is stunned to find Isaac desperately studying despite usually hating it. Isaac frantically searches for any method to cancel a divine selection and finds nothing, driving himself half mad. His attendant cannot understand why Isaac hates being chosen by the supreme god so much. When pressed, Isaac's sheer intensity makes the attendant regret asking. The attendant points out that Isaac already received gifts from the supreme god, which sounds like proof he truly was chosen. Isaac reveals he threw those gifts away, even though they would have made summoning the supreme god much easier, because he wants no part of it. The attendant gives up arguing with his decision and instead urges him to at least draw a high-ranking god for protection. He explains that the Crimson Faith is preparing to summon the Crimson God and use it to drag Isaac away. Once that god judges Isaac's faith, lightning will strike him dead unless an equal-ranked god blocks it. Isaac is told to hand over the Azure god he drew, since a god of similar rank could shield him, but he treats the idea with absurd practicality. He asks for a high-ranking god that would actually obey him, and the dark creature bluntly tells him to prepare another plan. A week later, the god summoning ceremony finally begins. The crowd buzzes with doubt, insisting that drawing the supreme god and truly summoning him are entirely different matters. Rumors spread that Isaac's faith is too weak, and many expect the Crimson side to use the ceremony to have him executed. Neaizer of Crimson is confident that Isaac's tricks are over and that the Crimson gods have already marked him for death. He openly declares that Isaac will be executed by the god of Crimson today. Golden quietly agrees that the threat is real, even if Neaizer is being obnoxious about it. Golden warns Isaac directly that his body cannot withstand summoning the supreme god. To everyone's surprise, Golden offers to help Isaac summon the supreme god. But the offer comes with a condition. Once the summoning is done, Isaac must be handed over to the Golden Faiths. Azure's side tries to reject the bargain, but Isaac immediately pays attention. The moment Golden offers the god of wealth in exchange, Isaac is ready to accept on the spot. Azure grudgingly admits the deal has merit, since the god of wealth could also block Crimson's attack. He adds that without Golden's help, Isaac might die during the summoning itself. Azure frames the choice as saving a child's life, even while Isaac is literally trying to bite his way free from being restrained. When Azure leaves the decision to him, Isaac instantly agrees. The bargain is struck, and Golden praises the choice just as a messenger rushes in. The messenger announces that the order of the summoning ceremony has suddenly been changed. Neaizer has been moved to summon immediately before Isaac, shocking Golden and delighting Isaac. Azure immediately realizes Crimson must have bribed Obsidian to engineer the change. He decides to confront the matter personally. Around the hall, people begin repeating the new order in disbelief. Observers quickly understand the implication. Crimson intends to execute Isaac before he can act. Azure heads straight for the Obsidian Cardinal, and the crowd assumes he is going to protest. Instead, he finds Obsidian already dealing with Crimson's side. The pretense of righteousness collapses the moment a chest is opened. Azure shamelessly offers a larger bribe in gold and demands the order be changed again. The crowd is stunned that Azure's Cardinal is bribing Obsidian so openly, though they assume Obsidian would never accept something so blatant. Obsidian calmly says the offer is worth considering, leaving everyone speechless. Isaac desperately tries to stop his grandfather from disgracing Azure further. He begs Azure not to do something so corrupt in the faith's name. Nearby onlookers praise Isaac's moral outrage as proof he has the temperament of a future pope. Isaac ruins the moment by shouting that if Azure had that much money, it should have been given to him instead. Azure then justifies the bribery by claiming he is protecting the weak, exactly as Azure doctrine demands. A witness challenges whether the leader of Azure can really betray his own teachings like this. Azure answers by redefining the doctrine to suit himself, saying Azure exists to protect the small and weak. He insists that protecting the frailest child in his house fulfills that doctrine perfectly, no matter how absurd the logic sounds. Obsidian praises the sentiment, while making it clear he is not convinced. He reveals that Crimson has already paid him as well, so Azure is not the only one trying to buy influence. Azure explodes, warning that if Neaizer summons first, Isaac will die. Golden joins in by pointing out how suspicious Isaac looks from any reasonable perspective. Crimson smugly says the decision is already made and cannot be changed. Obsidian resolves the dispute with a new ruling: both boys will draw at the same time. Crimson protests that such a thing should be impossible, especially after all the money already exchanged hands. Obsidian coolly replies that if Crimson summons first anyway, then the problem solves itself. He needles Crimson further by asking whether they doubt their own ability to win. Forced to accept the challenge, Crimson decides fighting the ruling gains them nothing. Crimson withdraws for now but vows that Azure and Obsidian will regret this. With the argument settled, Isaac approaches his grandfather. Azure reassures him that even if he fails to summon the Supreme God, he will still be protected. He promises that whatever Crimson summons, Azure will shield Isaac from it. Isaac is moved by the promise and calls him grandfather with genuine feeling. Azure's reassurance is not what Isaac actually wanted to hear, and Isaac's attention shifts elsewhere. He points not to the ceremony, but to the boxes used for the bribes. Isaac immediately demands those boxes for himself. He clings to Azure and insists on taking even more while he has the chance. His attendant is horrified that Isaac is thinking about loot at a time like this. The attendant urgently reports that Neizar is about to summon the god of criminal law, Crimson's main deity. Isaac unexpectedly brightens, deciding that if Neizar is summoning that god, the situation may actually work in his favor. He admits he had planned to make a deal with the House of Gold and abandon the whole mess. He also reveals he accepted the bribed chest knowing it was probably trapped, intending to fake an injury and blame the other side. Now he realizes a higher god will recognize his true soul, and that changes his calculations completely. He had hoped to be sent safely to the infirmary before any greater gods appeared, but now he sees a chance to suppress everyone with the supreme god instead. The fact that Neizar is summoning the god of criminal law makes Isaac decide the gamble is worth it. The dark creature agrees, promising that if this particular god appears, it can keep the Red House from interfering further. Neizar, meanwhile, is certain Isaac is finished the moment his own god arrives. The simultaneous summoning begins. Neizar lunges first, determined to seize the initiative. He unleashes crimson power and claims the first move for himself. A violent red pillar erupts as his summoning takes hold. The crowd recognizes the arrival of Crimson's chief deity, the god of criminal law. Neizar exults, convinced he has succeeded before Isaac can do anything. At the same time, Isaac quietly gathers his own power without panic. His eyes open as a far more overwhelming force answers him. A blinding golden eruption tears through the hall, dwarfing the crimson summoning. The spectators are stunned that Isaac has truly summoned the supreme god. Neizar refuses to give up, reminding himself that summoning alone is not enough and that Isaac still needs a contract. Believing he still has time, Neizar immediately begs his god to judge Isaac's soul and punish him for breaking the world's laws. The divine response comes at once, but not in the way Neizar expects. The summoned god asks which child falsely claimed to be a saint, turning the accusation back on the ceremony itself. Isaac's dark companion panics that the supreme god is really present, while Isaac remains calm. The creature urges Isaac to hurry and form a contract before everything collapses. Crimson's side still tries to reassure itself that Neizar will contract first. Neizar boasts of certain victory just before his summoned god fully manifests. The god of criminal law appears in person, towering over the hall in crimson authority. Neizar spreads his arms in triumph, expecting judgment to fall on Isaac. Instead, the god immediately identifies Isaac as the one who swallowed the skeleton king's bone. Neizar eagerly confirms it and begs for Isaac to be judged as a heretic. The god refuses, declaring there is no need for judgment because Isaac has no faith to judge in the first place. He further states that Isaac reeks of the skeleton king's foul power. Worse still, he reveals Isaac is actively using that power himself, shocking Neizar. The god condemns the divine realm for allowing such a being to roam free. He orders that the god of criminal law need not bother and commands Isaac's execution on the spot. Azure realizes in horror that Isaac's lack of faith has been exposed before the gods. As panic spreads, people ask how Neizar can be stopped, but the rules forbid anyone except the summoners from entering the ritual space. Crimson's attendants smugly insist that whatever happens now must have a reason, and that Isaac's death is therefore justified. The dark creature loses its nerve, while Isaac keeps insisting everything is under control. A torrent of dark mana erupts around Isaac, confirming the forbidden power beyond denial. Crimson's side seizes on the revelation and brands the Blue House as heretics tied to the Skeleton King. Azure tries to rush in anyway, but Golden stops him by invoking the Pope's order that no one may interfere. Golden coldly repeats the rule, leaving Azure forced to watch. Crimson's attendants rejoice that there is no turning back now, and that the gods themselves must punish Isaac. The god of criminal law prepares to strike in tandem with Crimson's followers, who plan to attack the moment the god does. They shout for the assault to begin, convinced Isaac is finished. Even as they scream for the attack, Azure can only stand frozen behind the barrier. The moment hangs on the edge of execution, with every enemy bearing down on Isaac at once. The Crimson God pauses in confusion when Isaac calmly reaches out instead of panicking. Realizing Isaac has just intercepted the divine strike, the god is startled that a mere child blocked it. Isaac smiles as if he has finally found the opening he wanted. He abruptly turns his power on the true threat, and declares that this ends now. A surge of dark force blasts outward and hurls the crimson side into chaos. The hall is flooded with dark mana, and the onlookers recoil as the forbidden power becomes undeniable. Crimson's own people scream that Isaac is using dark mana and that the blue house is tainted by the Skeleton King. Azure tries to intervene despite the consequences, but Golden warns that helping now will brand him a heretic too. Azure no longer cares about appearances and refuses to stand by while Isaac is killed. Isaac remains eerily composed in the middle of the storm while everyone else panics around him. The Crimson Assault crashes down toward him, forcing Azure to shield himself from the backlash even from outside the ritual space. Crimson's attendants celebrate, convinced the exposure of Skeleton King mana guarantees divine punishment. The god of criminal law joins the attack, deciding to strike Isaac at the same time as Crimson's followers. Crimson's side eagerly coordinates with the god, urging the blow to land together. They give the final order to attack, fully expecting Isaac to be erased. As the command echoes through the hall, Azure can do nothing but watch the killing blow descend on Isaac. As the ritual stalls, the onlookers panic and wonder whether the summoning has gone wrong. The red god senses something impossible unfolding and breaks into a tense sweat. He realizes the result defies everything he expected and refuses to believe it. The being they tried to call takes pleasure in that disbelief. The blonde boy reveals himself as an old enemy and openly threatens the red god. The red god descends to confront him directly, treating the child as the true danger. Even face to face, the red god keeps insisting this outcome should not exist. A sudden realization hits him and turns his disbelief into alarm. He discovers the boy is protected inside a barrier, which means punishment cannot reach him. The others outside understand that the barrier is blocking divine judgment and keeping the boy safe. The red god tries to break through with force, but the barrier holds. The boy mocks him for being exactly the same as ever. In response, the red god prepares a stronger divine technique. He closes in and taunts the boy for still needing to act personally. The red god launches soul search, aiming to seize or expose the soul inside the child. But the attack is interrupted before it can take hold, shocking him. The boy is equally startled as another presence suddenly appears beside him. A skeletal spirit manifests and greets the red god like an old acquaintance, revealing the Skeleton King is present after all. The red god desperately repeats soul search, but the newcomer dismisses the attempt with contempt. He cannot understand why the Skeleton King is here when the binding was supposed to trap him inside a bug. The contradiction pushes the red god into outright panic. The Skeleton King explains that only a clone was sent through his servants, making the red god realize he has been fooled. Furious, the red god warns that the Skeleton King will die if he stays in that fragile child body. The Skeleton King answers that death is not enough to stop him, and that he intends to reclaim the body for its rightful owner. He reveals he came prepared with potions and mocks the idea that a mere god could interfere with the Supreme's chosen vessel. That claim stuns everyone, because it means the Supreme selected the Skeleton King. The red god immediately decides this is beyond him and thinks of reporting it to higher powers. The Skeleton King calmly turns that admission against him and points out that the failed binding already proves his case. He reminds the red god that the binding was made by the god's own son, making the failure even more damning. Then he coldly invites the red god to go ahead and report the disaster. He presses harder by asking whether punishment in the heavens is shared collectively, implying the red god's whole side will suffer. The threat deepens when he notes how entertaining it would be if the higher gods heard what happened here. He spells out the consequences. The red god could lose any hope of advancement, and might simply be executed by those above him. Cornered, the red god tries to de-escalate and asks what the Skeleton King actually wants. The answer is simple and shocking: he wants a contract. The red god hesitates, unable to believe what he is hearing. When the Skeleton King casually signals agreement, the red god blurts out his disbelief. He cannot accept the absurdity of a demon lord trying to contract with a god, then realizes the boy is technically a priest now, which makes it even stranger. Trying to understand the rules, the red god asks for the boy's current name. When he hears Isaac Joshua, he realizes the vessel belongs to one of the 5 great heavenly bloodlines. The Skeleton King uses that fact to trap him further, arguing that the red god can neither kill him nor safely report him, so a contract is the only option. Pressed for his true intentions, the Skeleton King claims he only wants to live an ordinary life in a healthy body. He insists he would never surrender such a body after suffering under a curse for so long. Then he twists the red god's earlier concern about faith into gratitude, pretending the situation now favors a contract. He even thanks the red god for helping put him into this body and treats that blunder as a basis for cooperation. He argues that the red god needs him too, because a human body weak to gods lets him hide instead of openly declaring himself the Skeleton King. He promises to live quietly as a human, but the red god immediately recognizes the lie. The Skeleton King admits his version of quiet living means killing gods, reclaiming what is his, and reaching transcendence. He adds that once he reaches that goal, he intends to destroy everything anyway. To do that, he says he needs an informant inside the world of the gods and plans to use the Supreme as leverage against the others. The red god reflects that the Skeleton King always wanted a body capable of dying, and now understands why he is so attached to this one. Even so, he refuses the contract on principle, because the red god can only contract with members of the Red House. The Skeleton King answers with a deceptively mild prompt for him to think it through. The Red God warns that provoking him would be dangerous. He reminds the Skeleton King that he knows exactly how destructive the Red God can be when enraged. The Skeleton King counters by threatening to self-destruct again, using his own death as a weapon. That threat works immediately, because the Red God is still dealing with the aftermath of the last explosion. Forced to choose survival over pride, the Red God starts wondering why the vessel had to be a Joshua in particular. He asks one last time whether the Skeleton King truly means to live quietly, and gets a measured yes. The Red God falls silent, weighing the risk. Before he can decide, the barrier around them begins to crack. The protective dome shatters, exposing the confrontation to everyone in the hall. A red priest immediately misreads the scene and announces that a god has stripped the Skeleton King of mana, making capture possible. The order to seize the heretic spreads at once. The red faction rushes in, convinced they can finally arrest Isaac. Isaac responds by acting weak and unstable, luring them closer. He doubles over as if the summoning has left him vulnerable, confusing the attackers. Then he flashes the fresh red contract mark on his hand, stunning the nearest priest. With open mockery, he announces that he has stolen their god and dares them to object. The blue side is left speechless, unable to process that the red god just contracted with the priest of blue. The red priests scramble for an explanation and convince themselves Isaac must be using the red god only to block a later summoning of the Supreme. They escalate that theory into a full accusation, calling him a lunatic who plans to hold the red god hostage. Others focus on the deeper humiliation. The red god chose a child of blue over a child of red, which makes Isaac's faith look stronger than the red successor's. That implication enrages the red successor, who sees it as a direct insult to his standing. The crowd begins openly questioning whether Isaac was ever a true heretic at all, and the red house starts losing face in public. The red successor suddenly finds the chaos amusing for a very different reason. He reframes the scandal as theft, accusing Blue of stealing the red house's god. He insists the cross-house contract must be a mistake and expects it to be undone. But the Blue Patriarch refuses to help, asking why Blue would annul a result that benefits them. He declares that the Pope must honor all 5 faiths equally and bluntly says his own grandson has already taken the red god. The red successor realizes Blue is going to exploit the situation instead of apologizing. The red side protests that a Joshua taking another house's god is absurd, while Blue calmly prepares to walk away with the advantage. When the red priests demand Isaac back, the Blue Patriarch answers with their own doctrine that everything happens for a reason. He throws the red side's words back at them and treats the outcome as divine will. The scene shifts to Joshua Major Capital, where the political fallout is already spreading. In private, Isaac's ally scolds him for provoking the red priests when Blue is already short on support. Isaac, however, is focused on the one man he now sees as the real problem. Back in the hall, the red god hangs in uneasy silence over the ruined ritual site. He quietly warns Isaac to be careful, because discovery by the higher gods would be disastrous for both of them. He also warns that Isaac's current body was carefully made but has a short lifespan as a trade-off. Then he reveals there were multiple saint candidates prepared for this very reason. He offers to move Isaac into a new body if needed, and immediately suggests the Child of Red as the best choice for any future contract. Isaac instantly understands that a red vessel would bind him more securely to the red god. Instead of being tempted, he realizes this body is even more valuable than he thought. He points out that the red god would not be trying to switch him if this vessel were not exceptional, and the god grudgingly admits Isaac has seen through him. The red god concedes that he has not lied, the body is powerful but temporary, and the other saint candidates are just as strong. As partial compensation for trying to manipulate him, he offers one piece of honest advice. That advice is a warning not to trust House Joshua too much. Isaac is left wondering why the red god singled out his own house as the real danger. His ally guesses the failed summoning of the Supreme must have been caused by insufficient mana, and assumes that is why Isaac settled for the red god instead. Before Isaac can answer, someone important arrives. The Cardinal of Gold enters with ceremonial grandeur to congratulate the top-ranked priests of the Black Pentagon, including his own family. He smiles politely while making it clear he favors Blue because they are of his house. Isaac and his ally are unsettled by how unnatural that smile feels. Then the Cardinal reminds Isaac of a prior deal, catching him off guard. He offers more money than promised in exchange for the Supreme God. Isaac's ally is certain Isaac would never accept such a trade, but Isaac's reaction is unexpectedly interested. To everyone's horror, Isaac immediately agrees in principle. He even starts haggling, saying the payment must come first if he is going to hand the god over. Then he clarifies that the god he actually wants is the god of fortune, not the Supreme. The Cardinal explains that people have limits on how many divine contracts they can hold. He adds that while the Pope can manage several contracts, Isaac cannot. So instead of another contract, he offers a summoning stone that can call the god of fortune without one. Isaac's ally recognizes the stone as a cornerstone of the House of Gold, a treasure overflowing with holy mana. Isaac grabs the stone without hesitation. He cheerfully confirms that all he really needs is enough power to summon the Supreme, though his ally is still fixated on the wrong god. The shadowy spirit questions whether Isaac truly intends to hand the Supreme over, and Isaac admits he only wants to learn what the Supreme wants first. The Cardinal reminds him that the stone has been delivered and demands the Supreme in return. Before he can finish, something interrupts him. A radiant female divine figure manifests behind Isaac and silently claims him with a new contract. Her power reaches for Isaac's hand before anyone can react. The cardinal watches in shock as the contract seals itself. The nearby priests realize something impossible has just happened. Isaac sees the new mark and learns he has been contracted by the Supreme after all. Everyone confirms the mark is genuine and realizes Isaac now holds 2 divine contracts. Isaac himself is the most shocked, unable to understand why the Supreme chose him so suddenly. His ally instantly invents a story that Isaac planned this all along and secretly meant to contract with the Supreme after getting paid. Isaac furiously denies it, but no one is inclined to believe him. The other top priests conclude that Blue intended to deceive both Red and Gold from the beginning. As panic spreads, Isaac and his ally are suddenly racked by the pain of their contracts being forcibly challenged. The Cardinal of Gold demands a way to reverse the new contract, but can only curse the situation. He approaches Isaac and offers to help, asking for his hand. After examining the mark, he decides to intervene personally. He explains that a divine contract cannot be broken by force and only ends if the contractor truly rejects it. Desperate, Isaac declares that he wants the contract gone no matter the cost. The Cardinal performs relationship incineration to burn away the bond. He announces that the contract has been annulled. But when the light fades, the mark remains, and Isaac starts to panic again. The Cardinal orders him to stop fooling around and focus on rejecting the contract sincerely. Isaac tries again under the same spell, screaming that he does not want the Supreme and only wants the God of Fortune. He begs the Supreme to leave and assumes that should finally be enough. When nothing changes, the Cardinal accuses him of playing games. Even the Shadow Spirit tells Isaac to give up, but Isaac insists something about this contract feels wrong and still wants the God of Fortune instead. The Cardinal, now openly irritated, says that if this were truly a mistake then Isaac should return the stone, and Isaac's ally agrees. Isaac makes a decision and addresses the Cardinal of Gold formally. Then he bolts, thanking the Cardinal for everything as he flees with the stone and his new advantage. The others are left staring after him, only beginning to realize he has no intention of returning anything. Laughing wildly, Isaac escapes through the open hall with the Shadow Spirit at his side. The Cardinal of Gold is left seething as his subordinates shout that Isaac is getting away. The turmoil spills onward toward the ballroom, where the next stage of the chaos is about to begin. Rumors spread through the academy that Isaac has somehow formed contracts with 2 different gods, something the trainees can barely believe. The gossip grows more heated when everyone realizes this is not a technicality like Kina's twin gods, but 2 separate deities from different faiths, including the Supreme. Before the speculation can spiral further, masked officials silence the hall and announce the final results. After deliberation, the Academy declares Isaac Joshua the top trainee of the Black Pentagon. The announcement shocks even those present, who clearly did not expect Isaac to take first place. The blue trainees erupt in celebration as Isaac is summoned to the Cardinal's office to receive his reward. His classmates are thrilled that their group might make history, while one of them can barely believe their luck. That excitement immediately sours when they realize Isaac himself is nowhere to be found. Even as they assume he will be happy once he hears the news, the officials push on with the ceremony. The Academy formally closes out the Year of Pentagons. The trainees are told they will soon leave the Academy, return to the world, and reconvene in 3 months for graduation and the New Year ceremony. They are also warned that earning favor with their seniors before graduation would be wise. That warning becomes clear when a group of intimidating upper-ranked priests arrives to inspect the trainees. The younger students immediately fear they are about to be harshly hazed. Whispers identify the blonde senior as the leader of the second-rank priests, and people suspect he has come because of Isaac. One of Isaac's friends is relieved Isaac is absent, fearing he might offend such an important figure. He decides he needs to find Isaac quickly and stop him from doing anything reckless. At the same time, Isaac is already sprinting through the halls while Red Cloak pursuers demand the return of a stolen stone. The commotion draws attention, and bystanders realize the notorious Isaac Joshua is causing trouble again. A watching senior immediately judges Isaac as crude and ill-mannered. Before he can finish insulting him, Isaac launches himself forward without hesitation. Isaac literally uses the senior's face as a foothold to keep moving. He accelerates away with holy magic, leaving the senior sprawled behind him. Isaac dismisses the outrage around him and keeps forcing his way through anyone in his path. The fallen senior is left bruised and humiliated while others wonder if Isaac has lost his mind. Even injured, the senior insists they stop worrying about him and focus on subduing Isaac. Before anyone can finish taking charge, Isaac pelts him with a flower pot and more debris from above. Still fleeing, Isaac complains about being chased so relentlessly while his pursuers struggle to keep up and identify his position. Back in the hall, Isaac's friend hears the shouting and realizes the disaster is exactly what he feared. The injured senior fumes that a mere trainee dared use his face as a stepping stone. He and the others convince themselves Isaac's arrogance comes from being treated like a saint candidate. Another senior tries to excuse Isaac as just a 10-year-old acting out. But the harsher faction decides that as Isaac's seniors, they now have a duty to correct him. The officials then explain the trainees' next assignment. They will temporarily serve royalty and receive requests directly from the Queen. Their coming mission will involve the Skeleton King, and their final graduation scores will depend on how well they perform there. The humiliated senior takes comfort in the idea that Isaac will fail badly without their help. He frames Isaac as a monster created by indulgence and vows the seniors must force him onto the proper path. His lecture is cut off when Isaac abruptly stomps on his face again. As the senior collapses, Isaac's allies and pursuers alike are left stunned, and someone helping Isaac is accused of being his accomplice. The helper casually brushes off the accusation and moves on. That single response leaves everyone else reeling in disbelief, while one silver-haired trainee seems entertained by the chaos. The silver-haired boy breaks into a grin, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Isaac cheerfully calls back that they can settle things on graduation day and keeps going. The season's events are framed as only the beginning of even greater destruction to come. A preview hints that a mysterious woman will devote herself completely to her master in ways priests cannot even imagine, horrifying the people around her. That same preview teases a new romantic complication entering Isaac's life. Another silver-haired figure bluntly demands marriage from someone named Barrett. The proposal escalates into a demand to start a family, turning the situation into an absurd love triangle. Elsewhere, Isaac is shown at a loss over how shamelessly such things are being said in public. The preview also promises a scandalous revelation about Riley's family secret. It then shifts to a darker mystery involving the forbidden summoning circle of the Skeleton King, proving someone can still perform it. A shocked subordinate finds Joshua kneeling at the ritual site and can hardly believe what he is seeing. The subordinate recognizes the summoned figure as royalty and is stunned by the implication. The preview ends by asking why a prince was called through the Skeleton King's summoning circle, hinting at a massive hidden truth. With that teaser over, the story resumes after the season break. The new chapter opens peacefully in a forest, far from the Academy's chaos. A voice calls out to begin a private reckoning. Isaac confronts the small dark spirit beside him, suspecting it was responsible for the earlier disaster. The spirit angrily confirms it, accusing Isaac of stealing the god of justice from his master, reclaiming the supreme god meant for gold, and then stealing gold's cornerstone stone as well. It lays out how Isaac's thefts triggered the priest's pursuit and the uproar in the academy. Hearing the accusation, another trainee nearby reacts in baffled disgust. The scene flashes back to the academy attack, where blue blasts struck the main priests of the Sanctus Sedes and threw the hall into panic. Isaac explains that the church later dismissed the incident as a failed holy spell, but he knows it was a deliberate attack. The Skeleton King himself appears before Isaac and apologizes for exposing himself so openly. He admits he could not restrain himself after hearing the clergy slander Isaac and watching them try to attack him. Isaac accepts the explanation without much surprise. The Skeleton King then reveals he is dying no matter what happens next. Isaac quickly realizes the Cardinal's strike left him with a fatal wound. Even while collapsing, the Skeleton King apologizes for showing Isaac such a pitiful end. As a final gift, he offers Isaac a memory stone containing his last legacy. He explains that decades spent as a slave of the Holy Empire allowed him to gather many of the Empire's secrets, all stored inside the stone. He says repaying Isaac's grace is his greatest honor, and since he cannot escape the Empire, he intends to die here. He even suggests that if Isaac calls the clergy, Isaac can claim credit for subduing one of the 14 demons. Instead of accepting that, Isaac calls on Justice, the god he contracted, and orders it to appear. When Justice manifests, Isaac immediately asks why it failed to seal the Skeleton King's child before losing control of the situation. He then demands something far stranger, that Justice change the Skeleton King's nature. Isaac bluntly orders the god to turn the undead demon into a human. Justice is appalled by the request, but Isaac refuses to back down. He argues that if Justice can impose punishments and twist bodies, then altering the laws of nature should also be within its power. Isaac pushes the logic further, saying that making an undead being capable of feeling pain as a human would itself be a fitting divine punishment. Justice reluctantly admits that such a punishment is indeed possible. The god remembers that the Skeleton King is no harmless servant, but a deadly aide and assassin who has killed countless servants of the gods. Justice protests that this demon was only containable because he was undead, and turning him human could let one of the 14 demons escape. Isaac counters by threatening the demon's child, forcing Justice to choose between obedience and disaster. Justice tries to call Isaac's bluff and warns him he is about to die anyway, but Isaac calmly suggests he can always escalate the matter. When Isaac says he will take the issue to the Pope, Justice immediately falters. Isaac leans into the threat with manic intensity, making it clear he is willing to drag everyone down with him. Justice panics, realizing Isaac is reckless enough to follow through. The god concludes that Isaac's insanity makes him genuinely dangerous. To protect the demon's child, Justice finally gives in. Isaac forces the god to confirm the exact terms before allowing the transformation. He also warns Justice not to touch the child, backing the threat with holy power of his own. Once Justice submits, Isaac reaches out to begin the punishment. He invokes a divine sentence of humanification upon the Skeleton King. The spell strips away the demon's immunity, and condemns him to feel pain as a human. Isaac sets the condition for that human existence as the magic tears through the Skeleton King's body. The transformation violently remakes the demon in a storm of red power. Isaac is pleased, believing this new form will help the former demon avoid detection by the clergy and become useful to him. He starts to praise his new personal butler, only to be interrupted by a sudden realization. The transformed figure is revealed to be someone named Shabnak. Isaac blurts out his shock that Shabnak was actually a woman all along. Shabnak, newly human and newly female in appearance, quietly accepts that identity. Isaac admits he never expected this outcome and asks whether the transformation feels wrong, but Shabnak only remarks that feeling sensations at all is strange. Shabnak quickly regains focus and warns that her identity must remain hidden, especially from Isaac's powerful grandfather and the Joshua faction that wants the Skeleton King destroyed. Their discussion is interrupted when Isaac's frantic friend finally catches up to them. He demands to know where Isaac vanished to, and Isaac casually claims he ran off to protect the cornerstone. The friend reports that the palace is in chaos after a terrorist attack and that the priests are hunting the culprit. He adds that Isaac is now being targeted by hostile second-rank seniors, who want to send him alone on a dangerous imperial commission without even telling him the mission in advance. Isaac immediately proposes solving that by teaming up with his friend, but the friend explains he is already assigned elsewhere, and the mission Isaac has been saddled with is to find the Skeleton King's spy. Shabnak dismisses the official story as nonsense, noting that someone was supposedly trying to summon the Skeleton King inside the imperial palace itself. The friend says they did identify a suspect, but the higher-rank forces were crushed so badly that even apprentices are being ordered into the hunt. He reluctantly offers to help if Isaac begs, only for Isaac to say he already has someone else in mind. Isaac presents Shabnak beside him as if the matter is settled, nearly giving his friend a heart attack. The friend is stunned that Isaac has suddenly appeared with a beautiful woman and immediately suspects trouble. Isaac improvises a cover story that he rescued her from a demon during the earlier chaos and that she was just an unlucky bystander. He adds that she insisted on repaying him and has been following him ever since, begging his friend not to make saving people even harder. His friend remains suspicious, worrying that this unknown woman might know Isaac's family background and be trying to get close enough to abduct him. Shabnak calmly answers that she only came to serve Isaac, which leaves the friend fixated on the word master. He demands to know who she is and where she comes from. Shabnak answers with complete seriousness that she is Isaac's slave. The friend can barely repeat the word, horrified by what he thinks he just heard. As Shabnak starts elaborating on her devotion, the friend explodes and grabs her, accusing Isaac of losing his mind and forgetting he is a clergyman. He insists Isaac is part of the main family and destined for an engagement, so bringing in a slave woman would cause a scandal and must stop immediately. Shabnak responds that all she wants is to bring Isaac's soul complete relief. She says Isaac has marked her so deeply that she cannot leave him even if she wanted to, and she asks to remain by his side. The friend is so overwhelmed that he can only shout Isaac's name in disbelief. He struggles to process the situation at all. Unable to handle it, he calls for Isaac's grandfather to intervene. The scene shifts to the Joshua estate in the imperial capital, where the family must now deal with the fallout. Isaac's uncle is already shouting before the discussion even begins. He berates Isaac for being far too young for a girlfriend and cannot understand what new problem has appeared. When he hears she is also calling herself a slave, he becomes even more convinced the situation is unacceptable. He declares that Isaac is too young, that no one knows who this woman is, and that he absolutely forbids any thought of marriage. Isaac tries to calm him and explain that this is not a romantic matter. He argues that his apprenticeship is ending and that his future duties will take him far from home and into dangerous places. For that reason, he says he intends to keep Shabnak as an escort capable of protecting him. Shabnak politely introduces herself and asks to be called Shab, which only makes the family wonder if she is actually Isaac's girlfriend. She tries to reassure them, but her promise to devote herself to Isaac in heart, body, and soul only makes everything sound worse. Isaac's uncle and aunt fixate in horror on the mention of Isaac's body. The uncle's imagination runs wild as Shabnak confidently insists she can serve Isaac completely, even through the night if necessary. Her attempt to sound useful only deepens the family's panic. Embarrassed and exasperated, Isaac begs everyone to calm down and stop misunderstanding the situation. He finally issues an ultimatum. If they refuse to accept Shabnak as his escort, he will run away from home. That threat forces his uncle to stop and actually ask why Isaac is so determined. A more composed family advisor points out that if a boy as capable and ruthless as Isaac chose this escort, she must possess real skill. The advisor then greets Isaac warmly and familiarly, leaving Isaac wondering who this man is and why he is acting like family. Isaac's aunt explains that this is Sir Benjamin, the Joshua family's financial advisor. The moment Isaac realizes Benjamin manages the family's money, his entire attitude changes. He instantly throws himself into an exaggeratedly respectful greeting, treating the money man like a beloved uncle. Isaac cheerfully flatters his uncle and tries to make a warm first impression. While Isaac plays the agreeable grandson, the adults decide the woman he brought should be tested before anyone accepts her. His confidence falters when he is suddenly summoned by the family patriarch himself. At the Sepid estate, another branch of the conflict is already unfolding behind closed doors. A red-haired subordinate is condemned as a disappointment before he can even defend himself. His superior accuses him of forgetting the true nature of the god of justice and of mishandling a crucial summoning. When pressed, he insists he never abandoned that god and is forced to explain why Isaac ended up contracting the very deity meant for him. He swears the god vanished on its own and then chose Isaac instead, leaving him with nothing to reclaim. That answer makes his superior suspect the god was compelled to choose Isaac for a deeper reason. He concludes the choice must be tied to Isaac's soul and begins to wonder whether Isaac may truly be the saint. If Isaac really is that important, hostility toward the Joshua family would be a mistake, and an alliance becomes worth considering. He sets aside personal irritation because without the god of justice their larger plan, and their hunt for ancient treasures cannot continue. The subordinate realizes the situation has become far more dangerous than he expected. Desperate to fix his failure, he offers to steal the god back from Isaac. His superior warns him there is no time to waste because Joshua's eldest son, contractor of the god of punishment, will soon return. That news terrifies the subordinate, who knows that man would kill both him and Isaac if he learns what happened. Instead of open theft, he is ordered to get close to Isaac before that brother returns. The reason is simple. The god of punishment fiercely protects the god of justice, and will not forgive their blunder. So the subordinate is commanded to stay in Isaac's favor and quietly extract information while recovering the lost god. The order becomes even more humiliating when he is told the best way to do that is to become Isaac's servant. Back at the Joshua gathering, the patriarch is startled that Isaac even knows how escorts and servants are supposed to work. Isaac casually claims the woman is his escort, and addresses the patriarch as if this arrangement should be obvious. He adds that he will receive a servant after his apprenticeship anyway, so he would rather choose someone he actually likes. The old man misreads Isaac's reasoning and privately wonders why a child is already thinking in terms of marriage. The woman calmly backs Isaac up, insisting she is fully capable and will not lose to anyone present. The family members bristle and compete for the right to expose her, but the patriarch takes control of the test himself. He declares that if she passes his trial, she will be formally accepted into the household. He raises the stakes further by promising her a rank 1 knight certification if she succeeds. That reward shocks everyone, but the patriarch justifies it as repayment for the glory Isaac brought Joshua and the blow dealt to Sepet. When his son protests that the reward is absurd, the patriarch threatens to strip that son's standing and give it to Isaac instead. Isaac is thrilled that his scheming seems to be working even better than expected. As the patriarch begins the test, the others still try to intervene. He silences them with a single refusal and moves first. The patriarch personally takes the role of examiner, stunning the room. Isaac panics because the patriarch is far too strong, begs for a lesser test, and tries to push the danger onto his uncle instead. The patriarch rejects that immediately, arguing that anyone entrusted with his grandson's safety must withstand even a cardinal. The woman reassures Isaac and accepts the challenge without hesitation. The patriarch attacks at once, aiming to end the matter with overwhelming force. His strike crashes down with enough power to destroy the floor if it lands cleanly. Isaac cries out in alarm, fearing she is about to die. To the patriarch's surprise, his blow does not connect as expected. She blocks the attack cleanly, stopping a strike that should have crushed her. She remains composed, revealing that the patriarch's opening move was nowhere near enough. The clash erupts into a violent burst of blue force that tears through the hall. Isaac's uncle can hardly believe she parried the patriarch so easily. Even while exchanging blows, the patriarch starts questioning what kind of person Isaac has brought into the family. He cannot understand why someone of her level would willingly follow Isaac at all. As he reassesses the fight, he realizes she blocked a lethal strike he aimed at her vitals despite his own status and restraint. That impossible result forces him toward a darker suspicion. He begins to wonder if she is not human at all, but a demon in disguise. Acting on that suspicion, he shifts his power into holy exorcism magic. He launches a direct exorcising assault meant to destroy anything demonic hiding within her. The others recognize the spell in horror and realize he has escalated from a test to an execution. The woman understands instantly that she cannot answer with dark mana without exposing Isaac, so she must survive another way. Isaac's shadowy companion warns that if this continues, she will truly die. She counters with pure physical force, striking through the patriarch's holy attack instead of meeting it as a demon would. The patriarch answers with an even larger wave of exorcism power to purge her completely. His son demands to know why he suddenly used demon-killing magic, and the patriarch orders everyone to drive her out because he is convinced she is a demon. The family is left stunned by the accusation and the abrupt turn of the test. The patriarch scolds them all for failing to suspect her sooner. Before anyone can even finish arguing, the fight explodes again. A violent red burst interrupts the exchange and throws the room into further chaos. Isaac and his hidden companion are baffled for a moment by the sudden shift. Isaac then reveals the simple truth the patriarch missed. He physically catches the patriarch's hand and stops the attack himself. With that intervention, he states plainly that the woman is human now, not a demon to be exorcised. The battle continues in a blur of blue and red force as the misunderstanding collapses. She presses the patriarch back with a brutal counterattack once Isaac removes the need for restraint. The patriarch fights on with murderous focus, still trying to force an answer from her. She answers his power with her own and meets him head-on. Their fists collide in a direct contest of strength that shakes the entire hall. The impact tears through the room and leaves both sides reeling from the scale of the clash. The family can only shout in panic as the estate is wrecked around them. When the dust settles, the patriarch is less angry than puzzled. He asks how she could have come through holy exorcism magic without a scratch. Isaac snaps back that there is nothing mysterious about it because she is human, making the patriarch's choice of spell indefensible. His son warns that using such magic on a human guest could have started a blood feud if this were any other family. Another relative agrees that a simple apology cannot smooth over something this serious. The patriarch's son demands to know what he plans to do now that he has nearly killed a guest and destroyed part of the estate. The patriarch's answer is practical rather than remorseful, and the damage is immediately counted in money. As punishment for the disaster, his official stipend is suspended for 6 months, which he accepts with grim resignation. Later, the matter is formally reviewed under the name Shab Roya. After investigating the woman, the family finds nothing overtly incriminating. Even so, the patriarch confirms he still intends to honor his promise and grant her the rank 1 certification. His son returns to the real issue and asks why holy exorcism was used in the first place, wondering if she was truly demonic. The patriarch admits he sensed no dark mana at all, which only deepens the mystery. He describes her as something his instincts read as both human and not human at the same time. Another relative argues that even a god peering into her soul would likely see only a human being. Still, because the patriarch's senses are legendary, the family cannot dismiss the possibility that she may somehow be tied to demons and targeting Isaac. Rather than expel her, the patriarch decides it is better to keep her close and watch her carefully. He also notes that Isaac bringing her into the family himself may be the most important clue of all. From his perspective, even a dangerous demonic connection could become proof of Isaac's strength rather than a reason to reject him. He hints that Joshua may need forgotten methods and secret arts if it wants to remain powerful. Then he abruptly tells Benjamin that this year's gathering of direct descendants should finally name a successor. That announcement shocks Benjamin, who realizes the succession question is at last being forced into the open. But the patriarch is not convinced Joshua is truly ready to choose, unless the answer turns out to be Isaac. He quietly entertains the possibility that Isaac may be the one who can finally break the curse hanging over the Joshua family. At the imperial palace, Isaac is being questioned again because he has ignored a previous request. He reveals that he was not ignoring them at all, but waiting to hear how much he would be paid to catch the Skeleton King's spy. The attendants are appalled that he hears an imperial order and still treats it like a negotiable contract. His companion is mortified by Isaac's shamelessness, but Isaac refuses to be intimidated. He argues that everyone is trying to exploit him for a deadly mission and expects him to risk his life for free. So he openly demands proper compensation from the imperial family before he lifts a finger. He then shares what he knows. The Skeleton King's spy is somewhere inside the imperial palace, and the enemy has already defeated multiple knights. Isaac insists that a mission this dangerous obviously deserves hazard pay and that anything less would be unethical. The Empress, amused rather than offended, takes a direct interest in the bold child before her. Isaac notices the crown prince resembles her little and learns the reason is that she is not his birth mother. That revelation tells him the crown prince rose from a consort's line, which immediately suggests deep tension inside the palace. His hidden companion jokes that the Empress might want the crown prince removed and that she seems interested in using Isaac for it. Isaac instantly identifies her as part of the Pontiff faction and wonders why that faction has not already eliminated her if she is so exposed. The Empress smoothly explains that the church mishandled the request and promises Isaac proper compensation for the danger. Once she frames it as a paid commission from the imperial house, Isaac happily agrees. His escort notes that the Empress's sudden warmth clearly began after Isaac contracted the god of justice, and Isaac credits his hidden companion's intelligence for helping him read her. Even while smiling, Isaac recognizes that the Empress is being far too obvious about wanting to use him. He concludes she intends to use his name and power to drag the crown prince down. His companion reasons that she has every motive to do so, since the Pontiff faction will be destroyed once the crown prince takes the throne. The crown prince's overwhelming strength is likely the only reason she has not already acted against him. The crown prince himself rejects the whole scheme, saying it is cruel to involve apprentices and not a matter for clergy to handle. The Empress receives that resistance with calm amusement. She dismisses his objection as childish jealousy, but confirms the Skeleton King's spy is indeed targeting the imperial family. She warns the crown prince that his own life may be in immediate danger. An older retainer then reports that cursed tools and summoning materials tied to the Skeleton King were found near the palace. The Empress presents this as proof that the Skeleton King intends to destroy the imperial palace itself, though Isaac privately has no interest in such grand ambitions. She adds that the Holy Dragon's barrier still protects the palace, while Isaac privately thinks the real reason nothing happened yet is simply that dealing with dragons is troublesome. To direct Isaac's work, the Empress hands over a record of suspicious servants within the palace. She asks him to use it to identify the culprit, flattering him as the genius chosen by the greatest god. She promises full repayment if he captures whoever is targeting the imperial family, and Isaac agrees before he can even finish haggling. His companion drags him out before he can embarrass himself further, while the Empress calmly says she will wait for results. Once outside, the companion scolds Isaac for nearly getting himself killed and for treating the imperial family like marks to be fleeced. Isaac ignores the moral lecture and fixates on the real opportunity. The Empress looks rich enough to exploit. He decides to get close to her and squeeze every possible reward out of the situation, leaving his companion wondering why the god of justice chose someone so shameless. A warning then stops them. They are told not to trust the Empress too much. The Crown Prince appears in person and warns that the Empress only wants to use the Joshua name for her own ends. He tells Isaac plainly that this game could cost him his life if he is careless. Even so, he sincerely hopes the Skeleton King's spy is caught, and Isaac eagerly promises success. Isaac loudly vows to stop the Skeleton King's return, while privately scoffing that the enemy has already returned long ago. That night, Isaac and his companion move into position near the suspected site. Isaac is certain the Skeleton King's follower will come to this area. He explains that the warehouse full of cursed and summoning items is too obvious, and therefore only a decoy. So instead of rushing in, he waits outside for the real culprit to reveal themselves by approaching the fake site. He tells his companion that anyone who understands the setup would know the true summoning location lies elsewhere. When asked how he knows so much about the Skeleton King's methods, Isaac cuts the question short and warns him to duck. A hooded figure appears exactly as Isaac predicted and heads for the warehouse. Isaac immediately declares that the culprit has exposed themselves. To his companion's shock, Isaac identifies the hooded figure as the Empress. He explains that her request was a cover meant to distance herself from the Skeleton King's spy and deceive the clergy. Even with that revelation, Isaac's first thought is still how to turn the capture into favor with the Emperor or Crown Prince, and then into even more money. His companion worries that if a real summoning spell is involved, Isaac's soul could be dragged in, but Isaac dismisses the danger as something humans should not be able to trigger. Confident in his deduction, Isaac moves to pursue the Empress while his companion scrambles to keep up. Before they can advance carefully, a glowing figure suddenly appears ahead of them in the dark, cutting off their path. A blond young man senses something strange nearby and turns sharply toward it. He spots someone he recognizes as Isaac moving alone across the grounds and calls after him in confusion. Before anything can be clarified, the blond youth is dragged into a blazing summoning circle. He instantly realizes he has been caught in a genuine Skeleton King summoning spell and panics that someone actually managed to cast it. A hooded witness sees who was summoned and is stunned to recognize Joshua's son, the Crown Prince. The summoned boy is equally thrown off by being identified so precisely. The hooded man confirms the impossible sight in disbelief. The person inside the Skeleton King's circle is the Crown Prince. An uneasy silence falls as both of them reassess the danger of what this means. The blond boy frantically wonders how a real circle was activated when he had spread so many fake ones around. He remembers that the spell is his own design, one he taught skeletons to use only in extreme emergencies, and cannot believe they remembered it. The hooded prince jumps to the obvious political conclusion that the Skeleton King's spy must therefore be the Crown Prince himself. Trying to recover, the blond boy awkwardly pretends this is just a routine patrol encounter. He pushes the prince to accept that explanation and ignore the summoning, but the prince is not fooled. The blond boy tries to end the conversation quickly and act as though nothing happened. Instead, the prince presses him on the real issue and demands to know why he emerged from the Skeleton King's summoning circle at all. The blond boy reasons that the answer should be obvious because his saint candidate master had once been summoned by the same spell, yet he is baffled that humans can use a version he modified for demonkind. His shadowy familiar explains that only someone who knows the skeleton language and is loyal to their master should be able to use that spell. That makes the prince look even more suspicious, because such conditions imply he is somehow devoted to the Skeleton King. The prince ignores the implications and asks the key question again. Why was the blond boy summoned? The blond boy offers absurd excuses, and the prince dismisses them as worthless lies. He finally points out the contradiction directly. It makes no sense for the Empire's Crown Prince to secretly serve the Skeleton King. The two stare each other down, each waiting for the other to yield first. The prince decides this conversation is too dangerous to continue there and orders them to relocate. They move to the Crown Prince's palace, where the blond boy sits across from him under close watch. The blond boy scoffs at the idea that this prince could truly be tied to the Skeleton King. The prince's pure life force only deepens that contradiction, making him seem impossibly holy. The blond boy suggests it would be safest for both of them if the prince simply pretended he had seen nothing. But the prince remains fixated on the same mystery, and asks again why the blond boy appeared. The blond boy starts noticing something else instead. The room itself feels wrong. He looks around and realizes the prince's chamber is filled with skeleton-themed decorations. The collection extends to books, diagrams, and occult materials tied to skeletons and summoning. There is even a grand portrait glorifying the Skeleton King. The blond boy is horrified by how obsessive the prince's interest has become and jokes that this is closer to stalking than admiration. The prince tries to return to the official matter of witnesses and exposure, but the blond boy keeps dragging the conversation back to the prince's obsession. The prince starts to protest, then hesitates as the blond boy's suspicion sharpens. The blond boy bluntly asks whether the prince himself is the Skeleton King. For a moment, the prince seems almost hopeful at the possibility. The blond boy immediately rejects that idea as ridiculous and scrambles to explain his appearance another way. He claims the circle probably reacted to the fact that he once ate one of the Skeleton King's fingers, making him a suitable target for the summon. The prince accepts the explanation outwardly, though his tone suggests disappointment. When asked about the room, the prince admits it actually belongs to his younger sister, who is fascinated by the Skeleton King. He says he only summoned the target to judge whether her admiration was safe, though the excuse is transparently weak. Seeing a chance to end this, the blonde boy proposes a deal. He will overlook the prince's suspicious behavior if the prince keeps quiet about the summoning. The prince agrees that neither of them benefits from attracting the Vatican's hostility. He adds that the church would react badly if they learned both of them use magic. The blonde boy is caught off guard and asks what the prince means by that accusation. The prince reveals he has suspected the blonde boy for years, ever since an incident with a bishop a decade earlier. The blonde boy is jolted into remembering that old event. The memory returns to the prince as well. He had witnessed it as a child. Back then, the blonde boy had violently beaten a bishop while still a baby. The prince realized even then that magic had been involved. Back in the present, the prince faces him with quiet certainty. He explains that the royal family carries the holy dragon bloodline, whose eyes can distinguish demons. The blonde boy realizes the prince inherited that power strongly, and may have been searching for someone like him all along. His familiar recalls that such eyes could complete a magic the master once failed to finish. The blonde boy asks whether the prince can sense magic or manacores directly, but the prince says he senses nothing from him at all. The prince concludes that the blonde boy's defenses are simply too perfect, perhaps because he is a saint. When the blonde boy demands to know how the prince knew anyway, the prince refuses to answer unless the Skeleton King identity is confessed first. At last he explains. His dragon blood lets him partially understand creatures and beings that cannot speak normally. He compares it to understanding the babbling of babies. The blonde boy freezes as he realizes what that implies about everything he said as an infant. He is horrified that the prince may have understood his baby talk in real time. The prince admits he did not understand every word, but he clearly sensed the blonde child's hatred for the bishop and saw him as a kind of salvation for himself and his father. He then brings up the meaning of their hair colors, linking the blonde boy's blessed platinum hair to his own cursed black hair. He reveals that people branded those with black hair as impure, insulted their mothers, and drove them to death. The bishop had been involved in that persecution too, making the prince's grudge deeply personal. The blonde boy realizes the bishop had even tried to kill him back then, which explains his own rage. In the memory, his infant self had been desperate not to be exposed as a demon before he could get close to the emperor and plunder the royal treasury. He had also been absurdly convinced the emperor was destined to become his subordinate. The prince says that at the time he thought the blonde child was either possessed or insane, since a saint's body should reject demonic possession. The blonde boy answers that he found comfort in believing the gods themselves could be wrong, especially after the platinum-haired representative of the gods rejected the Vatican. That rejection made him feel as though the fault lay with the church, not with him. The prince quietly admits that hearing such defiance and validation was something he liked. Even after all that, he still asks one more time whether the blonde boy is truly not the Skeleton King. The blonde boy tries to bait him in return by asking whether the prince wants him to be the Skeleton King. He jokes that he might be, only to be caught when the prince immediately treats it as a confession. The blonde boy backpedals, but the prince has already leapt to the conclusion that the Skeleton King's true target must be this nation. Realizing the prince only hears what he wants, the blonde boy gives up on convincing him and prepares to leave. As he departs, the prince warns that the moonless night is ideal for summoning and tells him to be careful, still speaking as though he were the Skeleton King. The blonde boy storms off in frustration. His familiar notices he is in unusually high spirits despite the chaos. He admits he is amused that the crown prince turned out to admire the Skeleton King so much. He starts considering whether he can manipulate the prince by pretending to speak on the Skeleton King's behalf once the prince takes the throne, though his familiar warns the prince is too sharp for easy tricks. The familiar reminds him that being summoned was genuinely dangerous, but the blonde boy insists the encounter was still useful. He has now confirmed that a saint's body and soul are fused tightly enough that soul separation holy arts likely will not work on him. He concludes that the saint's body has grown too attached to his current soul, and that stronger mana only deepens that bond. Since repeated summons would still be a problem, he decides he must personally reinforce the Demon King's summoning ritual, only to notice his familiar suddenly vanish. At that moment 2 clergy rush up, worried he had been abducted by the Skeleton King's followers. He is stunned to learn they even summoned a divine being just to locate him. A white-haired cleric explains that because the blonde boy consumed the Skeleton King's flesh, he is the perfect catalyst for summoning that king and therefore a prime kidnapping target. Another cleric urgently adds that the god of blue warned the palace was in danger. They say the god of light is trapped because of the Skeleton King, and insist they must capture the Skeleton King's followers and rescue the god. The blonde boy is alarmed by the sudden warning and the claim that the god of light has been trapped. Before he can process it, all 3 sense a terrifying presence descending nearby. The clergy identify it as a demon summoning and are shaken by its scale. The blonde boy immediately denies that the real Skeleton King has been summoned. Something skeletal tears up through the ground. A massive robed form rises from the rupture. Its red-eyed skull emerges fully, radiating hostile power. A giant undead figure stands beneath a summoning circle, clearly the product of a powerful ritual. The clergy panic and announce that the Skeleton King has been summoned into the Empire. They treat the arrival as a demonic invasion of Holy Land and brace for disaster. The blonde boy knows they are wrong and tries to correct them. He identifies the creature for what it really is, not the Skeleton King, but a mutant giant skeleton. His familiar realizes the ritual is actually a Demon King's summoning circle that still requires holy arts to activate, meaning the culprit must be a priest. The blond boy recognizes the spell as one that forces the summoned creature to attack, and the clergy demand to know who the target is. The answer comes at once. The commanded target is none other than His Majesty the Emperor.